In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders.
That's assault, man. That's assault, man. Break that up, man. Pop that here, man. That's assault, man. That's assault, man. Break that up, man. Break that up, pop that here. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault, man. That's assault, man. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Break that up, man. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will. Excuse me. Ma'am. Excuse me. Break that up. That's assault. Ma'am. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that up. Break that. Break that. Break that up. Break that up. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that up. Flop that chair here. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Flop that chair. Ma'am. Flop that chair. Ma'am. Flop that chair. Ma'am. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that up. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Ma'am. Break that up. Oh, I will. Ma'am. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Flop that chair. That's assault. Break that up. Ma'am, that's assault. Ma'am, break that up. Ma'am, break that up. Pop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. Ma'am, that's assault. Ma'am, it is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will tell you exactly what happened. Break that up. Break that up. Ma'am. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will be. Excuse me. Ma'am. Excuse me. Break that up. That's assault. Excuse me. That chair. Ma'am. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that up. Break that. Break that. Break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. Flop that. Break that. That's assault. Flop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will be assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that up. Flop that chair here. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Flop that chair. Flop that chair. Flop that chair. Ma'am, these people are these people are going to eject you from this line. Break that up. That's break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Ma'am. Break that up. Oh, I will. Ma'am. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Flop that chair here. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 That's assault.
Self-defense means meeting violence with violence. First a warrior, all else is folly.
I'll just bring Paul over here. We had the Adam's apple. The hand makes a circle and chops into that brainstem. That's a knockout point. Thank you, Paul. I come right in and attack the Adam's apple. Thank you, Paul. So you poke from here right into the eye. Thank you, Paul. I hit him, comes flying back. If I miss, into there. Thank you, Paul. As you can see, there's a lot of force. Thank you, Paul. And we're squeezing hard behind the windpipe. Thank you, Paul. I follow through with the strike. Thank you, Paul. Wham, like that. Thank you, Paul. Kick, like that. Thank you, Paul. Coming right down on the skull. Thank you very much, Paul. 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 Out of that circle.
Thank you very much, Paul.
By following McSweeney's self-defense, you're going to be able to maintain a strong, healthy body and to protect it throughout your entire lifespan, or until you become disabled or fragile and weak.
Fragile and weak or disabled. Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. Sheena, yes, that is a remix to a song from a trial, the Karen Reed trial. A man named Grant Smith Ellis, who how can one explain Grant in like less than 2 hours? He's a guy who lives with his mom. He's basically Buster Bluth from Arrested Development, but like very evil. He is a pothead who has he's actually kind of awesome. He wears shoelaces for a belt, and he screams, like he'll scream at just another dude. He'll be like, rapist. He's just nuts. He chases people with a phone. Yeah, he's a trust fund baby. His mom is a psychotic lawyer who goes on court TV and spreads conspiracy theories. Her name's Wendy. I don't know. He's everything. You know, he has a pink phone. The front of his, what is it? What's the Tinder? The front of his Tinder says, disabled. I'm disabled, but he's not. He's just crazy. Yeah, he says he's disabled, but we don't know if it's true and how exactly. Hello, Rat House Media. Hello, Danny. Hello, everybody. Everybody's here. Okay. Today's going to be a wild episode. Hello, Stoic Dissension. And thank you, Paulie. Thank you, Paul. If you guys are just tuning into the channel for the first time, we watch a bunch of goofy videos. We catch up on news, and then we get into whatever the subject is. We usually get into the point or the subject somewhere between the first or second hour mark. And some people complain about that, and some people fucking love it. But you know what? It's just what we do. Hello, Fig Solves. Hello, Stevie, little boy Stevie. Hello, Jinxie 13. It's so good to see you guys. I do have a pretty cool update for you guys. If you were here last week when I lost my shit laughing at the video we're about to watch, I have an update for this video. We have, it's my first time, says Red House Media. Hello, welcome. Don't worry, it won't hurt. It'll probably hurt. Hello, Rescue All the Dogs. I like your name. Like your name a lot. Rescue all of them and give them to me. Sherlock Ho, how are you doing? Stevie, get your earmuffs ready. Okay, you guys. Remember the golf fight? So I found out that these golfers, NHL, ex-NHL player or coach or something, beats the shit out of a guy, tosses him like a bag of potatoes. We love that. We're going to watch it. Stevie, you can take your earmuffs and your eye covers off for this one. You're going to love this one, buddy. You've probably already seen it. But we also have an update on that. So I'm going to play you the video in case you missed it. And then I'm going to play the update, okay? Because this is just, you know, it's a good time. It's a good time. For some reason, this is the Ultimate Fight video. And I can't stop laughing at it. It's just so crazy. It's like, who sits there for 24 minutes waiting for someone else to hit a fucking ball and then is okay with it? Like, yeah, I'll wait a little longer. Yeah, we'll just kick back. You guys take all fucking day. Like, I don't blame this guy at all. You saw the beanbag toss? Oh, little Stevie. Stevie's getting corrupted. Oh no. Tater sack toss. It was the best. It was it's an NHL guy versus a golfer. And it's in Canada. And it's got the best accents I've ever fucking heard. And there's like a Scottish guy. Yeah, everybody's been saying it's the new Happy Gilmore. And the guy who first shared it on Twitter goes by Shooter McGavin. How fun is that? That's fucking incredible. So we're going to go ahead and watch this. And then I'm going to give you guys the update. This is amazing. I just love it so much. Here we go.
Get the fuck out of here. Enough. You're not a tough guy. Hurry up. I fucking promise you that. Hurry up. Not that fucking tough.
No, he's not.
Not that fucking
He's not.
tough. He's not tough.
No, he's pretty tough.
He's not tough.
Fucking tough.
You're not tough.
Hey,
You're not tough.
Let's get going.
Get going.
Or you can play behind us all, and you can take all the fucking time you want. This is fucking
You're not
embarrassing.
tough.
This is golf. This is not
Yeah,
golf.
it's not.
You can stand there 15 fucking minutes.
You
That's
can't
not
even.
golf.
Just noticed something. Gotta go back. Hold on. Hold on.
He's not. Not tough.
Let me see that glove. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's got a fucking glove on. I never even noticed that. Are they? Is Black Air Force Ones bad? I had no idea. I've been walking around stomping the ground in my Air Force Ones. I had no idea. Melissa, hello, turd. Hello, big turd.
You're not tough.
Look at that glove.
Get.
Also, I love the confidence. You're not tough. You're not tough, bud. I'm going back to the beginning. I love the accent. I can't get over it.
Drive the fuck up there, or you're gonna get booted the fuck out of here.
Pull the fuck out of here.
You're not a tough guy. Hurry up. I'll fucking promise you that. Hurry up.
You can't break promises either. He promised him.
Not that fucking
No, he's
tough.
not.
Not that fucking
He's not.
Not that fucking tough. They tried to warn him. What the fuck is this outfit? That's a good question. Can we get the video quality better? Maybe we can. Okay, I'm seeing palm trees. And I feel like this guy, what is that? Little schooners? Maybe little golf bags? I don't know. We'll have to confirm that later.
fuck out of here. Enough.
What do you mean how much alcohol? They're fucking Canadian. All the alcohol. They sucked all the maple out of the tree and then they did alcohol and probably cocaine. Probably cocaine.
You're not a tough guy. Hurry up. I'll fucking promise you that. Hurry up. Not that fucking
No, he's
tough.
not.
Not
He's
that
not even-
fucking
He's not.
tough.
Listen, homie's not even wearing socks. So you knew he was going to get his ass beat. And it was it a pinky promise? I have questions. If they did a pinky promise, he probably broke his fucking pinky because this guy is just. Also, you know what? I shouldn't say that. This guy's pretty fucking sturdy. He took a real ass whooping. Is that a Coke machine? What is that? What is that in the background? Man, Canada is wild.
He's not tough.
No, he's
not tough.
He's not tough.
fucking tough.
You're not tough.
You're
not tough.
Let's get going.
Get going.
Or you can play behind us all, and you can take all the fucking time you want. This is
You're
fucking
not
embarrassing.
tough.
This is golf. This is not
Yeah,
golf.
it's not.
You can stand there 15 fucking minutes.
You
That's
can't
not
even.
golf.
You guys can't even stand.
And see, this part confuses me. This really does confuse me because he says, this ain't golf. This isn't golf. We're not just standing here 15 fucking minutes. It's like, yeah, that is golf. I've played golf. I was on the high school golf team, regrettably. It is that. You're just standing around for hours. Like, that is all golf is. I don't know. That's the part I don't agree with him on.
You're not tough.
Let's get going.
Get going.
Or you can play behind us all, and you can take all the fucking time you want. This is fucking
You're not
embarrassing.
tough.
This is golf. This is not
Yeah,
golf.
it's not.
Stand there 15 fucking minutes.
You
That's
can't
not
even.
golf.
You guys can't even stand
up.
into your ball up, man.
He's not teeing it up. He's standing
Do
there.
we need to get
Fucking moron.
the police out here?
No, we don't need police. We're not.
Okay, then let's get going here.
Let's go. Pick your shit up and get going. This is not fine. We're what? I'm gonna throw him in this fucking lake. Is what's gonna happen. No, fuck you both. This is fucking bullshit. They've been sitting there for fucking 23 minutes.
Cry about it. Fucking cry about it.
I'm going to.
Fucking cry
I'm
about
gonna
it.
fucking
You
cry about it.
fucking pussy.
Okay, so this is my favorite part because he's just wandering around in the background doing whatever the fuck he
I'm
wants,
going to.
taking more time, upset. Like, the amount of time he spent at that tee made me think, is the video frozen? It is Tarnasky. Way to go. That's it. Hello, sleuthy sweetheart. Listen, this is Tarnasky, and he's about to fuck shit up, you guys. He's about to fuck shit up. He does sound like, oh my God, I'm going to. The way I want to golf with these guys. I wish I could have been there. I wish I could have. I would have got slung into the lake just to be a part of it. I feel very left out.
Lake is what's gonna happen. No, fuck you both.
Also, this is how in my head I would respond to Hugin, because he sits next to me and he goes, and he does that, and like, he doesn't want to be picked up. I try to pick him up. He gets pissed. Okay. I throw him a ball. He gets more pissed. I give him food. He eats it. Then he's pissed again. He's just sitting there all the time. I take him on a walkie. I bring him in. He just can't. So I'm the guy doing the tea. And then I walk up to Hugin and I go, what, bud? What the fuck do you want, bud? And then Hugin just lays me out, dude, every time. There's nothing I can do. He owns me. There's nothing I can do.
This is fucking bullshit. They've been sitting there for fucking 23 minutes.
Well, cry about it. Fucking cry about it.
I'm going to.
Fucking cry
I'm
about
gonna
it.
fucking
You
cry about
fucking
it.
pussy.
I'm a pussy.
Like, fucking cry about it.
Buddy, you're gonna get fucking shit today.
I don't give a fuck.
Like badly.
Good. Let's
Fucking
fucking
badly.
go, man.
Buddy, you don't want to go with me.
No, I'm not filming this. I'm not stopping. No,
I don't know why.
you guys need to get off the golf course.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, that moment is when that's the moment I said, "Oh yeah, cocaine." It's because it's not Molly. Because these dudes are very aggressive. It's not weed, even though it could be. It's Canada, but weed doesn't make you do those things. This is Jesus with the X too. I love how they say a boot. You should have heard. Where are you, Mitty? Mitty, we could get Mitty to call in. We could get Mitty to call in, dude. Pace of play, goddammit. Exactly. Their wives don't have time for this. Their wives are sitting at home going, oh, I wonder where they fucking are. Fucking over there, probably fucking fighting. Wonder what they're fighting about. One of them fucking probably logged in on the internet and saw this shit and goes, oh, Daryl got his ass kicked again. Adderall, you think? I'm thinking straight up coke, because that was a Ric Flair woo, dude. He did Ric Flair woo on a bitch. Like, he did it. He did it. You're not allowed to go. You're not allowed on the golf course without 12 tall boys in Canada. I don't make the rules. That's true. And in Texas, you got to be fucking loaded. You better have a gun. If you're going to play golf, you got to have a gun. Do you like this video more than the Mentos commercial? Shit. That is a great question. You've pissed yourself. Well, great. So now everyone's on cocaine. It's definitely coke. I don't know. You know what would be great? This is a good idea. Pierogi Cacciatore, I'm so glad you're here today. We still need to make the I am making a cookbook, and chicken statutory is going in it. It's going in it. You know, that's a great idea. Let's compare. How about that? Everybody, my favorite video from 2007. Let's watch that. Let's cut in the middle of this because ADD, and let's watch that, and then we'll compare. Here we go.
Hey, Stacy. Do you want to go out sometime?
You know what? I think we're gonna have to do the Mentos song over the golf video. What do you guys think? Should I waste the rest of my Sunday making that? Because I feel like we could just swap the two. Right? Let's just put the Mentos song at the end of the golf video. Like, most people would think, oh, Curb Your Enthusiasm all the time. No, fuck that. It's enough of that. Let's put the Mentos. Please do it. Done. I'm going to put the Mentos song in the golf video, and we're going to see if it hits. Okay? We're going to see if it hits. You love the truth about Erica being shared? Oh, we're going to get into some real truths tonight or today. What I'm not used to being up in the day. Today. And I love that you're here for that. Because she's fucking wild. She's wilding out. She's Nick Cannon. She's just shooting babies all over. And by that, I mean little fake truth babies. Like, they're not real. She's just, little lie babies. And I can't handle it. You have a lot of info? Fucking email it to me. Let's swap. If you're on that Erica page, I'm going to send them my background check. I'm going to send them everything I have. Because I'm like, this bitch, enough. Like, I can't handle her. And normally I don't call shit out like that, but like, well, actually I kind of do. Maybe I should stop. I feel like I get into too much drama, but honestly, like, fuck her. I can't, her and that David Solomon guy. Yeah, horrible people. I'm just tired of seeing all this shit get pushed. I'm over here trying to watch golf guys beat the fuck out of each other. And she's trying to spread conspiracies and intimidate and upset people and be fucking stupid. And the fact that she says she's from Texas and spent so much time here upsets me. Like, don't rep my state like that, bitch. Like, don't fucking go around making up. We already look bad enough. We already look like shit. Our governor is a psychopath. Our senator is the Zodiac killer. And this fucking bitch is over here. Now we got to claim her? God damn. God damn. She's pushing shit up a shit river, covered in shit. And I can't handle it anymore. I do spend a lot of time on Facebook. I do love it. And I take all my pictures downward like that. I'm a real dad. And I neglect you kids. And I lie to you. I say, we'll do a video tomorrow. And then I wait 2 days. I say, you know what? Someone else can pick them up from school. Fuck it. Compare it to football? What? Compare what to football? This? Her and all her personalities, dude. She's wild. Oh my God, it's Chai. Good morning from Cali. Good morning, Uncle Chai. How are you doing? Chai, you know what? Since you're here, I'm starting this over because I have a feeling, Chai, maybe. Have you seen this video, Chai? Guys, Uncle Chai's here. We gotta show her this. Chai, watch this. This is me and you golfing.
Drive the fuck up there or you're gonna get.
To be clear, Chai, I am the one who's taking forever and about. You'll see. I'm the guy in the dark blue shirt over here. Okay? And you're the other guy, Chai. You're the other guy.
Get the fuck out of here. Enough. You're not a tough guy. Hurry up.
Oh my God, Chai hasn't seen it. Chai hasn't seen it. I will shut the fuck up. Watch this.
I fucking promise you that. Hurry up. He's pretty tough. Not that fucking
No, he's not.
Not that fucking
He's not.
tough.
He's not tough.
No, he's pretty tough.
He's not tough.
Fucking tough.
You're not tough.
Hey,
You're not tough.
Let's get going.
Get going.
Or you can play behind us all and you can take all the fucking time you want. This is fucking
You're not
embarrassing.
tough.
This is golf. This is not
Yeah,
golf.
it's not.
You can stand there 15 fucking minutes.
You
That's
can't
not
even.
golf.
You guys can't even stand and tee your ball up, man.
He's not teeing it up. He's standing
Do
there.
we need to get
Fucking moron.
the police out here?
No, we don't need police. We're not.
Okay, then let's get going here.
Let's go. Pick your shit up and get going. This is not fun. We're what? I'm gonna throw him in this fucking lake. Is what's gonna happen.
This is Chai going, you're gonna go okie noodling if you don't hurry up. And I'm like, oh shit, bud.
No, fuck.
And then I've been watching pay-per-views all day. So I start quoting Ric Flair at her, and then this happens.
You both. This is fucking bullshit. They've been sitting there for fucking 23 minutes.
Try about it. Fucking try about it.
I'm going to.
Fucking try about
I'm
it.
gonna fucking
You
cry about
fucking
it.
pussy.
I'm a pussy.
Like,
Hey.
fucking try about it.
Buddy, you're gonna get fucking shit to.
I don't give a fuck.
Like badly.
Good. Let's
Fucking
fucking
badly.
go, man.
Buddy, you don't want to go. You don't
No,
wanna go.
I'm not filming this. I'm not stopping. No,
I don't know what we
you guys need to get off the golf course.
Yeah, we will, man.
No, now. Like, pack up, go now. Get in the car and go.
I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making
I don't.
yourself.
Hey, shit.
Man. Come on, man.
Boosh. There I go. There I go.
Hey, off to a good
There I
start,
go.
buddy. I fucking told you.
Man, leave me
You want another? You want one too?
Here I come. Here I
go,
come.
no.
I'm like, I didn't okie noodle anything. I'm fucking ready. And then Chai's like, yeah, stop it.
On record.
Oh, fuck. Got to go back because he said record. And I love the way he said that. And this is me just screaming at Chai. And she's about to do it again. She's like, go okie noodle.
You're not scaring anybody. You're just making
I
yourself.
don't fucking care. Hey, man. Come on, man.
Hey, off to a good start, buddy. I fucking told you.
Man, leave me alone.
You want another?
He
You
just
want one
fucking
too?
came at
Leave
me.
me alone, man.
I got it all on record.
It's around the goal.
I got it all on record.
Around the goal.
This is, I'm sorry. This is Dawn Marie. This is Dawn Marie when I put olives on my lasagna and I crawl out of the kitchen and I'm like, there's olives on the lasagna. And then Dawn Marie, I fucking love this video.
Hey,
You want to fucking go, guys?
leave me alone. Hey, leave me alone, man.
I wouldn't you go back, you fucking moron.
Hey,
Bang!
come on, man.
Bang!
No, you're not trying to get.
Dude, he is commentating his own match. He's commentating his own match. Bang, bang, bang. This is crazy, Stevie. Cover your ears, cover your eyes. He's fucking bang, bang. Like fucking Don's like, no, fucking olives. Jai's like, get me a catfish.
You want one
fucking
too?
came at me.
Alone, man.
I got it all on record.
It's around the goal.
I got it all on record.
Around the goal.
Bang.
Hey,
You want to fucking go, guys?
leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man.
I wouldn't be going back, you fucking moron.
Hey,
Oh, he took his glove off.
come on, man.
Hey!
No, I'm not trying to get in there. Like, just like, fuck.
Enough!
Are you still cheering on me?
Enough! Get
And here I am, just like, let me put more olives on it. Like a fucking idiot.
out!
Yeah, it would. Seriously, that the way he says record, it kills me, dude. Record. Oh, I got it on record, dude. Dude, stay down. I'm going back.
Hey, man. Come on, man. Hey. Hey.
Off to a good start, buddy. I fucking told you!
Man, leave him alone.
You want another?
He
You
just
want one
fucking
too?
came at
Leave
me!
him alone, man.
I got it all on record.
It's around the goal.
I got it all on record.
Around the goal.
Bang!
Hey.
You want to fucking go, guys?
Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man.
I wouldn't be going back, you fucking moron.
Hey.
Bang!
Come on, man.
Bang!
No, I'm not trying to get in there. Like, just like, fuck.
Enough!
Are you still cheering on me?
Enough! Get out!
Hey, hey.
Enough!
Hey. Leave him.
Get him the fuck out of here!
He just
No, it's not gonna go well.
It's not okay.
Take him home or get
I
him
asked
fucking
him
out of
to
here.
fucking get moving! I said stop looking like an idiot!
Get out of here.
Fucking
Dude, isn't it perfect? Yeah, it's supposed to be no contact, but then they contacted each other. Yeah, he said bang, bang. You want to hear it again? Bang, bang, as he beats his ass.
Now, in your car and go.
don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making
I don't fucking care. Hey, man. Come on, man. Hey. Hey.
Off to a good start, buddy. I fucking told you!
Man, leave him alone.
You want another?
He
You
just
want one
fucking
too?
came at me!
Leave him alone.
Yo, I just noticed he says, off to a good start, buddy. Like, what the fuck? Babe, you seen the golf video, right? Dude, it's perfect. We're gonna put the Mentos 2007 commercial audio behind it. It's gonna be great.
I don't fucking care. Hey,
Dude, I really thought that was Big Cat until I heard the accent.
man. Come on, man.
He is wearing shoes for crews because that is a service industry guy. And you can tell because he's on cocaine and he's yelling at an NHL player. He has no idea. Off to a good start, buddy. Come on, man. All of it. It's so perfect.
Hey.
This is Grant trying to get in line at the courthouse.
Hey.
Off to a good start, buddy. I fucking told you!
Man, leave him alone.
You want another?
He
You
just
want one
fucking
too?
came at
Leave
me!
him alone, man.
I got it all on record.
It's around the goal.
I got it all on record.
Around the goal.
Bang!
Hey.
You want to fucking go, guys?
Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man.
I wouldn't be going back, you fucking moron.
Bang!
Hey.
Bang!
Come on, man.
Bang!
No, I'm not trying to get in there. Like,
I know. It's unfortunate.
Are you still
Where's
cheering on me?
Fredrickson?
Enough!
Enough.
Get out!
Oh,
Hey.
boosh.
Enough!
Hey.
Get him the fuck out of here!
No, it's not
He
going well.
still
It's not
gets up.
okay.
Take him home or get
I
him
asked
fucking
him
out of
to
here.
fucking get moving! I said stop looking like an idiot!
Get out of here.
Fucking
Dude. I love that video so much. Like, bang, bang. He's just beating the shit out of him, dude. He's just beating the shit. And it's never funny. It's just, fights are never that funny to me. When you can hear the punches, it's like, ugh. And I'm someone who watches wrestling. Even in wrestling, I'm like, damn. But I'm telling you, throw a Canadian accent on anything. It's funny. It's really funny. Dude, it's in Red Deer, Alberta, right? Oh, fuck, bud. It is juice behavior. It is juice behavior. His apology for getting his ass kicked. Yeah, sorry, bud. Sorry you had to beat my ass, bud. So good. So Canadian. So fucking good. Okay, let's do the follow-up. Here's the follow-up to it. Here's what happened. It's 13 seconds. It's just something someone did. A boot. Exactly. A boot. Yeah, you pissed yourself because it's so funny. Canadian fights are hilarious. After this plays, it's just 13 seconds. I'm going to play a couple of funny videos, and then we're going to look at a couple of videos because a lot of things are happening in like crime and stuff that's kind of crazy in the news in general. There's a new Travis Decker sighting, which we talked about a little bit last week. Got a good News Nation report. Believe it or not, Ban's coming through. Also, I found out about this case I have never heard of, and it's super weird. And I have a chart of all the cold cases specific to the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and this was not on it. And the way I had a Grant fit, the way I wigged out, the way I went, and my, like, the whatever tism I got fucking glitched out, it bothered me. And I started deep diving the fuck out of it. And it's really crazy. And I just want to get your thoughts on it and see if any of you guys have heard of this case about these two missing middle school boys from Florida from the early 2000s. It is the weirdest case. Like, everything I've learned about it is I spent hours, and it's not much. There's not much to learn beyond this news story, and it's just driving me nuts. So I think in a week or two, we're definitely going to have to look at it. It's wild. And then we've got some insane Amanda Knox adjacent news to share. And then we're going to talk about Evansdale because today is the anniversary of Lyric and Elizabeth going missing. And in the spirit of Delphi, floor fires, all the cases that are similar or adjacent to it, or at one point we're in that zeitgeist. I know it's Iowa, but it's a crazy case. We've talked about it before. So we're definitely going to look back at that so that if you don't know about Lyric and Elizabeth, you can learn a little. We're going to look at the first news stories that ever came out about them, because sometimes starting from the beginning is very, very helpful, especially like with Delphi. I noticed that I think some of the reasons that people maybe get caught up in conspiracies, or maybe they question things a little too hard that already have answers, is because they forget to go back at the beginning and look, where did this shit come from? Which is kind of another reason we're focusing a lot on Erica and the bullshit she's been peddling, because her and a couple of other people have been peddling it, and a lot of it has answers. It's not a conspiracy. There are answers out there. She just has the wrong ones, and so do quite a few people. And I think that if we go back and actually look at it and show the receipts and see the answers and definitively compared to the lies, it kind of helps suss it all out. And I think it puts people on a different thinking path. And perhaps some people who maybe couldn't accept information before or handle it because they were married to what they think happened or didn't happen, I think it kind of puts it in a better perspective for them. Also, I saw a shout out to Amy Mihaljevich's case. I'm obsessed with that too. We've talked about it a little before. Reddit has gone down a rabbit hole with that. I would love for her to come on if she wants to one day and talk about it. But I'm also obsessed with that case, and that's going to be one we're going to have to deep dive on. Do you guys remember when I thought Ian Runkle was Dean Runkle? Because I got the main suspect in that case mixed up with Ian, the lawyer from Canada. Also, has Ian Runkle seen the Canada fight? He has to have. There's no way he didn't. Okay, here's an update to Canada fight. And yeah, the Flora Angels. We're going to talk about Flora probably next week. After we get through the rest of this, that is next on the list. Because believe it or not, I mean, here's the thing. A lot of people are like, and did you see that so-and-so is involved in Florida? Excuse me, I have allergies today. In regards to the Delphi case and other cases in Indiana that have happened, and Karina McClurkin, like a whole bunch of them. And I'm sitting here going, yeah, it's Carroll County. Like, it's the same county. So and it's got a tiny department. You're going to see a lot of the same places and people that are referenced. When Chadwell came out, yeah, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. I think that a lot of people, they forget some of the things that were answered already about that. like as far as like things like the DNA goes, like there are answers to these things. Richard himself wrote out a timeline for the warden and for his therapist of exactly what happened and how he did it and what the weapon was and where he put it. And people seem to forget that and how it lines up perfectly with the timeline without him knowing all of the information. And Chadwell is scary. Remember when they thought Chadwell was Karina McClurkin's killer? That shit was nuts. So yeah, there's just a lot going on in that area, but people forget, like, yeah, it's the same county. You're gonna have the same firefighters, you're gonna have the same, a lot of people get, oh God, it's the same sergeant from yeah, dude. Yeah, Tobe Lesenby is gonna be involved in everything Carroll County. Like, yes, the fire departments around there are tiny and they help each other out. So there's a lot of crossover with these cases, but it's not really nefarious. It's not like in Massachusetts where you have Sandra Birchmore's case that has the same officers, but they're doing the same shit they did in Karen Reed's, right? There, Guarino is running all the extractions and he's not coming up with anything. And then you have another professional do it and they're like, well, here's 70,000 texts you missed. It's not like that so much as, these are for the same first responders type of thing. So it's very interesting. But anyway, let's look at this golf update with Tarnasky. Is that how you say his name? I always think of Sarnacki from MSNBC. Okay, so this is just, here's the update. You ready? Somebody put a sign up where Tarnasky tossed the golfer is the name of this video. So let's look at the sign someone put up because I'm interested. What sign did they put up? Oh, geez. Oh, my God. Fucking cry about it. Bang, bang, bang on a golf cart. It says RIP on the scorecard and it's sticking out of the ground. Holy shit. This is amazing. Yeah, he tossed the golfer. He tossed him. Let's see them walk up to it again. Okay. Walk on up. What's that you got there? What's that you got there, bud? Oh, fucking cry about it. Okay, so now we're gonna get into the news. And I just want to say before we get into the news and then we start talking about case stuff, Erica, if you are watching, it's gonna be hell for you, hon, because it takes me forever to get to the point. So by the time we finally get to talk about you and you get your spotlight, you're gonna be fucking tuckered out, bud. Because I'll tell you what, I'm tossing you like a sack of potatoes, metaphorically speaking, by showing you silly videos. So that you have to sit here and listen to my bitch ass. Because I had to sit there and listen to you talk for so long. I had to sit there for so many hours and listen to you say bullshit. So like now this is revenge. Okay. At this point, it's revenge. It's like, yeah, now I'm gonna make you suffer through my personality since you made me do it for you. So hi girl, what's up? Glad you're watching. Here we go. This is well, actually, before we get to that, I do have one more thing to share with you guys. I do think it's very important.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, and you going on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Oh shit, you just make a back. Oh shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get dirt and ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass out.
Titties on your back. What does that mean? You got titties on your back. That poor son of a bitch. He's just trying to dance on a roof. Erica, that's for you. You know what, Erica? I'll tell you, I'm pretty mad at you having to sit there and watch all that shit. You know what? I need another one.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't been on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't lay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Never seen a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy ain't grilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never, shit, any phone on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Look, shit, you just like a fat. Shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass out.
God, it's so good. God is good for creating that big boy and putting him on a roof like that. What a good God we have. Or Satan, where's Satan? What a good sweet devil we have. It's too good. You want a Spotify? I can't even talk today. Spotify link? Do you want one? Not a bad dancer at all. They're brothers. Well, you know, sometimes you get a big candy bar. Sometimes you get a little, I don't know. I don't think that's how candy bars work. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of, like, sometimes you get a little thing, sometimes you get a big thing. They go together somehow and they make a whole thing. I don't know. All I know is that, Erica, if you're watching, I apologize.
I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't been on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't lay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Never seen a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy ain't grilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never, shit, any phone on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Look, shit, you just like a fat. Shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass.
It's so good. Should we play it again? I can't stop. I hope Erica's here and she's just so mad. She's just like, this bitch is just playing Big Boy Get on the Roof over and over. Get your ass off the roof is a whole different song. He's not on the roof. Where is he? He was on the roof. Do we need to re-examine it? I think he's on the roof. I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. We have to bless this stream.
It's time to remove my chihuahua's demon. This time is going to work.
Juan Calamera, azúcar, Juan Calamera, azúcar, Hanta Manjara, Mangalangalingilongo, Tiki Tiki Tracatú, a la víbora, víbora, hija de la mar, por aquí pueden pasar. Los de adelante corren mucho y los de atrás se quedarán.
Hoy, mi amor, hasta el perro no te quiere.
Ya está hecho el hechizo. Ahora sí. ¡Újule! Listo.
Ahorita va a volar.
Para que vean. Ya está, mija, el hechizo hecho para todos los que no me quieren.
Okay. There you go. So now we're all blessed. We're all nice and blessed. Too blessed to be stressed. Also, if you haven't done it already, make sure that you get
High. You're both high.
so that we can watch. And then when we're done, we're going to eat some.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, he's falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Shit, you just let it back. Shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass out.
I'm just having my praise and worship over here. All right. We've heard Big Boy get on the roof 4 or 5 times now. Should we go for 10? I don't know. You tell me. I just need select board assemble. Do we need 2 ayes and an A? Do we need 3 yays? What do we need here? I don't know. You decide. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to move on from sillies. All right. Enough sillies. We're going to get to the point because we don't want to annoy homegirl. Okay. We really don't want to annoy her and bother her and make her run away. Except
here is my baby doggies. One of them is Muslim. The other one is gay. And today we're going to measure them. Let's see how long are you now. 1, 2.
Big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, he's falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Shit, you just let it back. Shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass out.
Yo, Satan's in a witch hotel, you guys. Steal something for me, Satan. Steal something from the witch hotel. Dude, I can't believe you hung out with witches. That's so sick. Also, I should have known Teddy's been on roofs before. You've never seen a big boy hump on a roof? Well, I thought you're from San Francisco. Have you never seen that? Okay. I guess we're going to believe you. You've totally seen that. Don't get the fuck out of here. You've seen it. You missed it. One more time, please. I mean, look, I don't want to annoy Eric.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't been on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't gay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Never seen a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy ain't grilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Huh? How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Oh shit, big boy get loose. Oh shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, you falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Oh shit, you just like a fat. Oh shit, pick up your back. Oh, I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof.
What's that? You want to see it again? We don't want to annoy people, though. I mean, we don't want people to come here to see the content and then it's just.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't been on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't gay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Never seen a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy ain't grilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Huh? How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Oh shit, big boy get loose. Oh shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, you falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Oh shit, you just like a fat. Oh shit, pick up your back. Oh, I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass out.
Okay. So we'll probably watch it 10 more times. 99. We'll get to 2000. It'll happen. We're going to watch it again later. When we get sad, not if, but when we get sad, we will watch it. Okay. You're about to get out on the patio, or are you going to go do the dance? You have to do the dance. Please film it and send it to us. Okay. On with the point. Again? Guys, it's shit. Okay.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't been on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't gay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Never seen a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy ain't grilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Huh? How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Oh shit, big boy get loose. Oh shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, you falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Oh shit, you just like a fat. Oh shit, pick up your back. Oh, I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass out.
Okay, so what if, Satan, since you can't go to Trump rallies anymore because they're not having them, which is weird. It's weird because he's always rallied. Isn't that strange? Have you guys ever thought about that? By the way, happy Rusev Day. Anytime Trump has been in office, he's been rallying. It's like a nonstop spirit day. Like, he spent his entire first presidency doing rallies. And then when he tried again, the second time, rallies. And then the third time when he came back, rallies. But I don't think, like, he can't do another. So is that why he's not doing rallies? What are we going to do? Americans need rallies. Don't we need, like, to constantly be told what to think? What are we going to do? What? Half of Parks, high up from Diet Nebraska. You didn't have to do that. I'm just going to spend it on the big boy on the roof. Also, Mia, what do you think about, what if we do big boy? What if everybody submits, instead of Obology line this week, we all submit big boy on the roof videos? What if everybody gets on their roof and we all do the dance? We're going to get hurt. Oh my God. It's flooding again, by the way. It's about to storm really bad. It almost did. It stormed pretty bad the other day and almost flooded, but I think it's about to right now. Like, it's thundering and rain is pouring and Hugin is terrified. So, we can't get on the roof now, but we will. Also, I'm going to spend all of this on the Alf Phone Sex Party line, but thank you very much, Mia. Okay. So the news this week, let's go ahead and get it started. And welcome, Wendy. Welcome for being a new member. By the way, if you join the Bed's favorite tier, or I think it's the second to last tier, it's $10 a month, you get access to the OSINT cheat sheet, which has a shitload in it now. I went through and counted it. It's definitely over 100 OSINT links for anybody who's interested in open source intelligence. How did you become a new member again, Wendy? Didn't you just become a new member? Wendy, how many memberships did you get, bitch? Dude, Wendy, get on the roof. Also, Carol Sue Scott is back. Welcome back. You did. It should be coming in. When did you order it? If it was in the last 2 days, I need to check my orders because I might not have mailed it off yet. I'm sorry. But if it was a few days ago, I already sent it, and you should be getting it any day now because I did the 3 to 5 day. So you should be getting it soon, and I hope you like it. I did include a laser light show school picture of Hugin. He took school pictures with no, he didn't take, well, let me put it this way. I took pictures of him in his frog hat, and then we put them in front of like the high school or middle school lasers. So if you ordered that, you will be getting a copy of Hugin's school picture, and he did sign the back. So I hope you guys cherish that forever. Yeah, it's pouring down rain. I don't know if you can hear it. Yeah, okay. Pierogi Cacciatore. Pierogi statutory would be so funny. Okay, so you will be getting yours probably tomorrow, I think. You did the Jinko Biloba shirt. Oh my God. The Jinko Biloba shirt was so fun to make. It really was. That was really fun. And I want to see you all in a crop top. And I want to see you on the roof. Okay. So in case you guys were wondering what's going on in true crime.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Boy, I ain't been on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't lay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Never seen a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy ain't grilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got titties on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, and you falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Oh shit, you just like a back. Oh shit, you pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get a big ass.
It's raining. I had to do it one more time. Had to do it to it. All right. Had to do it. He did like it. Good. Y'all stay safe. Scary weather everywhere. I know. It's God. He's mad. He's mad because the big boy got off the roof and he wanted him up there. So I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Before we get into it and do another 10 big boys on the roof, because we need to weed out the fucking losers and the people who can't handle it. The weak and the fragile. You don't belong here if you can't handle that many big boys on a roof, okay? So I've been thinking about this concept and I want to run it by you guys. I want to hear your thoughts in the chat, okay? God is so mad right now. It's probably Satan's fault. I don't know what he did, but we should ask. Okay. Before we get into the real news, yes, we hit the hour mark. So we did about an hour of bullshit. You're welcome, Erica. That's for you. Okay. Here's the concept I want to run by you guys. Do you ever watch like News Nation, Court TV, all the shows, and they're all kind of sponsored by the same people, like the podcast and shit? It's always like Ara or Morgan and Morgan or some shit like that. Have you noticed the way that they segue into an ad from tragedy? Like, that's the thing that has stopped me in my tracks. Like, I've been in the middle of doing something, like whether it's work or just me piddling around, scheming, meddling, doing my thing, and I'm listening to this shit, and then I hear it, and I'm like, did she just segue from? Let me give you an example. The chick on News Nation, Andrea, whatever, I don't know her full name. Anyway, Anjanette Levy, that chick, she's really good at it. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right, Minnie? If you guys don't understand, like the segue is like, it's not like Job on the Segway. It's not like a guy on a thing wheeling around or a grandma downtown on a tour. I'm talking about a transition into the next subject, you know? They're so Truth Finder. That's a big one. Jesse Weber. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. You met John Morgan from Morgan and Morgan. He's always drunk in downtown Orlando. Starring that. We need the OSINT. I want to see Morgan and Morgan drunk and on a roof. You ever seen a Morgan get on the roof? That would be amazing. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to find that. I need to find proof that he's drunk downtown. You have a pic? Please email me at Oblivious Benson question or questions.com. I own both now because people keep fucking up. So I just got them both. I'm like, fuck it. Shout outs to Sassy. Sassy emailed me at the wrong one. I was like, I'll just take that one because no one has it. And then it came through and I was like, perfect. A live bar cam. We could do it. You'll email it to me right now. I want to see John Morgan wasted. Dude, we could put a Morgan and Morgan ad over him wasted. And that's who we will be non-consensually sponsored by. I've always wanted a sponsorship to be forced on someone else. Like, no, you're not going to force your sponsorship on me or give me an opportunity. Fuck that. I'm going to pick a company like Clearly Canadian. They never once said you're sponsored by us or we will sponsor you. I just endorse them because it's delicious. Every sponsorship I have on this channel will likely be for a company that's like, please don't. You know what I mean? That's the goal. Anyway, about these segues, I can't handle them. Sometimes they make me laugh. Perfect example. Let's just do Homegirl, Anjanette Levy. She's like, oh my God, that's so horrible. 4 young girls gunned down in broad daylight downtown. And if you think that's horrible, the only thing more horrible is losing your passwords. Have you ever thought that maybe you need to, it's always like, oh, a whole family was murdered in cold blood. And you know what else is cold? Food that you get from the grocery store. But if you get Blue Apron, it's like, what the fuck just happened? You were just like, oh, Travis Decker's missing after murdering his entire fucking family and doing something horrible, and we can't find him in the woods. Speaking of woods, get this desk from Home Depot right now. It's like, what are we doing? Why are we? That shit drives me nuts. They lead right into a sponsor. It is gross. It's crazy. And so I've been charting them. And I think I'm going to make I hope I don't get copyright struck. I don't think I will, but I want to make a little, what's it called? Like a collage of them. I want to get a whole bunch of them and I want them to all just be in order of the bad segues because I cannot handle it. It's that's terrible. And you know what else is terrible? Losing your wallet. But if you have blah blah wallet, speaking of, too bad she couldn't shield herself from those bullets. It's very unfortunate. You know what else is unfortunate? When you don't have a shield on your identity. It's like, oh my God. For real, the Blue Chew. Speaking of wood, get your Blue Chew now. Like, what are we doing? Yes, a compilation. It's really crazy. By the end of the show, we will all be on the roof starring it. That's the merch. That's the merch. Everyone get on the fucking roof. It's raining outside. Get on the roof. I know that song is in your head. It's always going to be in your head. It's never going to go away. This is what happens in my sleep. Miss Emily's version of this phenomenon. Dun, 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 dun. No, I haven't. I need to see it. I'd like to. You talking about Emily Baker? Dude, whoever writes her material does a great job. Emily or the people who like Anjanette and all of them. It's really crazy. It's really crazy the shit they say. Like I've been thinking about it and I'm like, what are the worst? And I've just been paying attention to them and I have a little playlist and I wrote down like the times. They're so bad. That Jesse Weber's his is so quick too. I never know when I've been sponsored at. You know what I mean? When someone's sponsoring at you. Crime Nation, is that one of them? Oh, the KR Deb connection. Wait, what? The Karen Reed Deb connection. I blanked out. All I can think of right now is Big Boy on the Roof. But I think I agree with you. I agree with most of the things you say, Tish. Except that time you told me to join Antifa. No, I'm just kidding. That was Megan. By the way, if you've been bullied by Megan, Morgan and Morgan can help. Okay, we've weeded it out. We've gotten, look, I don't like it when we have too many people watching. And right now we're down to 46. One of those must have been Erica. We've got her gone. Is she gone? Is she gone? Okay, good. Now we can start. She's actually very retro. Yeah, and she uses them a lot too. She uses them. Yeah, don't spontaneously sponsorship at me, bro. Like, don't tase me and don't sponsor at me. I just don't. What is that? I've seen so many people doing it. Like, I've seen so many people doing it. Someone's like, oh, and then right now the TikTok psychic is being sued by a teacher who says she tore apart her life. But the psychic said she had a black aura. Speaking of aura, have you ever wondered about if your identity's been stolen? It's like, no, I haven't. I've been worried about this teacher. And what are you talking about, Jesse? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, tell that to the robot that's trying to do comedy, dude. They're taking her chirps. I don't know what to do. South Park was right. They're always right. Okay, Big Boy on the Roof. I think we've done it 9 times. John Morgan, picture sent. Feel free to share it. I will check it. I will check it now. Don't use chat as a diary. Sure. Diarrhea all over. I don't care. Just whatever you do, don't tell me my horoscope or I will get fucking furious. Oh shit, the numbers went up. Okay, we need to get them back down. We need to get them back down to 40 and then I'll talk my shit, okay? Probably 8 Moscow Mule. What is a Moscow Mule? That's a drink, right? But what is it? You guys, I don't know if you know, for all of you who are new, I don't drink at all. It's not an alcoholism thing. I'm just allergic. I get hives. I'm a little bitch. I'm the biggest pussy ever. Like a bubble girl. Dear Dairy. Also, blame Canada. I can't. They'll beat my ass and throw me in a lake. Dear chat. That's what the obology line is for. A lemo. Don't say it. Don't say lemo. What's gross? What's gross? Me? I know. It's because I need to shower. I have a Dear Diary thread with Turd on Twitter. I wish alcohol made me high. Dude, no. Hives. Ginger beer and vodka, grapefruit juice and vodka. I thought that was a Colorado salty dog or Colorado bulldog. I remember in the Larry Sanders show, Rip Torn used to drink Colorado bulldog, and he said it was grapefruit juice. Not that. You're 10 years sober this month. Congratulations. I bet you're really good at sleuthing now that you're sober. Ever seen a drunk person try to sneak? They're like the Big Boy on the Roof. It's like you're not doing a very good job sneaking around. You're drunk and you're on a roof. Ginger, beer, lime juice, and vodka. Isn't that just a Bud Light lime? I don't know. I don't know alcohols. They made me bartend at 2 of my old service industry jobs, and I didn't know what I was doing. I just combined random things. Like the customers would have to teach me, and I'm pretty sure they lied to me to get extra stuff. Like extra drinks. But I just mixed all the clear ones, went together, and then I'd be like, do you want tea or soda? Like I didn't know what to do. You're almost 3 years. Congratulations. Hey, I'm proud of all you sober kids. Served in a copper mug? Why? Because of ghosts? The news will tell you 24 minutes of the most depressing, awful news in the last 5-minute segment I call the Don't Kill Yourself segment, usually a positive human interest story. See, we do it backwards. I like to get you built up and show you cool shit like Big Boy on the Roof and make you giggle. And I'm like, by the way, 18 people are dead. And then we leave. Because that's how parents do it. You ever called your parents and then your mom's like, hi, honey. And then she tells you all these great things. And then she's like, by the way, you remember Andrew? And you're like, who's Andrew? And she's like, so-and-so's kid. And you're like, who? And then it takes you 20 minutes to figure out who the fuck Andrew is. Then she's like, well, he got hit by a bus. Anyway, I got to go. Your dad's calling me. It's like, what the fuck, mom? That's what I feel like. That's what I feel like all the time. Copper is magical. Don't bring your crystal shit in here. Sherlock, go to your room. Served on copper because the ginger, some witchcraft reason? Fuck. Why is the mug important? Brutal. Witchcraft reasons? No, we're not doing that. None of you kids are, listen, none of you kids are witches. It's going to be fine. Green ribbons all over town. For what? Why do you have green ribbons? Is it Irish Day? Is it Leprechaun Day? What's today called? St. Patrick's? Also, why is he a saint? What did he fucking do? Why is he so fucking important? Just to keep it max cold? Just put ice in it. What's the problem? We played witchy parlor games, pajama party last night, and I wore a black velvet smoking jacket. So you looked like Fredrickson. You dressed like Fredrickson. Do you have a red bow tie? Can we get you to be Fredrickson for Halloween? It's a greyhound. Oh. Yeah, don't order. The flooding and the drowning. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't have those all over Austin. It's too wet. It's still fucking pouring down here. Are you doing okay, Clam? I hit up 2 people about, like, can we do anything? Can we go down there? And they were just like, no, stay away. They don't want people down there because it's too many people are going down there and fucking shit up and then not helping. Like, by not helping, I mean, like, getting stuck in mud or causing problems. But also, Salty Dog has a salted rim with vodka and grapefruit. Oh, endorsement segues. I forget, everybody gets to different parts of the video and then responds, and then I'm like, what are we talking about? Endorsement segues are insane. They are. One of these days, I'm going to try to write some in. I'll try to figure out a good way to get some in there. But I'm going to have to pick someone to sponsor me. They're not going to like it, but we're going to do it. Fake sponsorship. I sponsor them. And then I'll slide them in. But I'll try to do it when things are really fucking sad. And then that way it will cheer you guys up. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll get in trouble for that. It doesn't matter. Look, Travis Decker has been cited. Okay, now we got to... Now it's serious time. 3 claps. Okay, now it's time for seriousies. We did sillies. Now it's time for seriousies. Okay? Travis Decker has been cited. They're investigating after a tip from a family. Baraka. All right, we're starting. This is from News Nation. I like this lady. She has a very long neck, so I trust her. She's like a regal giraffe lady, and I enjoy watching her say the news. Okay, so let's go ahead and see this and see what's. I have not watched this one yet. I went, ooh, recent? And then I added it because I think it's important. If you are in, well, they're going to tell you if you're in this place, wherever he is. I think it's Utah or Iowa, but I don't want to say the wrong thing. So let's just watch together. It's not ban. I promise I won't do that to you on your day off, Mitty. There might be a little ban, but not in this one. There's a Travis Decker sighting. I don't know where, but if you live in the state, she says, look out, or the surrounding ones, and report this guy because he's a fucking prick and we need to catch him and he killed his kids. and he's a fucking asshole and he's scary. He's real spooky. Don't approach his ass. He's also like ex-military and trying to do a Rambo thing. So let's not, just don't go near, don't. Okay, let's see what happened.
All right, there are possible new tips tonight in the manhunt for that accused child killer, Travis Decker. Authorities are now focusing on Idaho's Sawtooth National Forest. A family of campers reported seeing a man who looked like Decker last week in the Bear Creek area of the massive forest. Police also released these 3 different looks of Decker with varying hair lengths and facial hair to aid in the search for the fugitive father. Decker's been on the run now from authorities for more than a month. He is wanted in the brutal murders of his 3 daughters, all found dead in a Washington state campsite in May. The girls had been on a scheduled visit with Decker when they went missing and he disappeared. Now, this news miles from where the girls' bodies were found. Authorities say it's possible that Decker, who is a skilled outdoorsman, hitchhiked to the remote area, which covers more than 2 million acres. It also re-energizes the search for the many were wondering if he was even still alive. For more on the manhunt, we're joined by Art Roderick. He's a former U.S. Marshal, very experienced in these kinds of things. Art, what are authorities doing now when they get a tip that's 500 miles from the scene of the crime?
Well, every single tip has got to be investigated, but when I've worked cases in this particular area, and I'll tell you that every single lead will be worked out. And what you do as an investigator is you look for actionable leads. So this lead looks pretty good, but there has not been 100% confirmation of him anywhere after this particular crime was committed. So that's the key part of investigating individuals like that, is try to get as close as you can. So if you could get them a couple days behind.
Okay, I want to pop in real quick because I just looked up something. They said Sawtooth Forest, right? So I'm thinking, okay, so there are Sawtooth webcams. Stanley Chamber of Commerce runs one. There's one called Redfish webcam. There's the webcams in the Mountain Village Resort, Soldier Mountain. There's quite a few cameras in that area, like a lot. And one of them takes the image updates every 10 minutes during daylight hours, and the other are 24/7 live cams. Interesting. I feel like maybe we should be looking at that. This one is from 4 days ago, though. So this is pretty recent. I am wondering if it's pretty recent. I do know that on WorldCam and LiveCam, you can usually go back and watch the 24-hour feeds up to a month. And it seems like they have quite a few feeds in that forest. I wonder if there's a way to spot him on there, like people did, like with Gabby Petito and stuff. When they went through the checkpoint, you can go back on the live webcams and click on that date, and it just happens to catch the vehicle. They've called off the search. He's probably at his mom's house. There was a lookalike that was seen, and they thought it was him, but it wasn't. Interesting. Is this the lookalike? Because this was the most recent update I could find. I thought on Friday they were shifting away from this sighting. They've called off the search. Like, officially? That's odd. Well, let me let it play through. I'm going to go look at something. Let me see something. Let me see if I can find for sure. Because this is interesting. I was just reading on Reddit from people in the area that they were still looking for him. So let me see.
Area here. Right. The marshals continue to investigate this particular case.
How do they figure out, Art, how do they figure out if this family really saw Decker or not?
Well, you know, they have a pretty good DNA sample from them, so if they can possibly find some way to get DNA. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to 100%.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay, so here's something interesting. So Garden City man mistaken for murder suspect Travis Decker while camping in Sawtooths. Now there's news stories, but there's nothing on video for that. It seems. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. So let's cancel this video because apparently they didn't call off the search, it seems, but they are still on the lookout for him. They ended the search in the Idaho forest, but they still believe now that he could still be in Washington. Here's the thing that's odd is this guy who they thought was Travis had to go on the news, apparently. Let me find it. I'd like to see what he said. Yeah, I guess it's just, yeah, here's a video. Hold on. Let's do this. This is interesting. Okay. So this is today, it seems. Okay, so this guy's now going on a bit of a not a press tour, but he's on a couple of different stations, it seems, from their direct websites. Let me pull this up. This is the guy that they thought was Travis Decker. He looks nothing like him. Like, are these people face blind? What's going on here? I mean, don't get me wrong. If you think it's someone, always call it in. But also, like, this guy really doesn't look like him at all. He looks like Braun Strowman. All right, let me see. Sorry, everything's... Anytime I open a news site, everything just goes haywire when StreamYard is open. It's still something they're working on. My theory is that he found the kid that started the fire, that the firefighters were ambushed. The kid was shot, but last I heard, they haven't decided who killed... Wait, what? Oh, you guys are talking about another case. Okay, hold on. Let me share this. So this is the guy that they thought was Decker. Let's see what he has to say. If it plays it. We'll see if it plays it, for fuck's sake. God, StreamYard, get your shit together. What is going on? Okay, let's see. All right, come on. See what I mean? This is piss poor.
The only thing worse than being mistaken for somebody else is being mistaken for...
He's just getting wind in his face. Everything's pausing. I just want to see Big Boy on the roof again. Now I'm mad. Why do the news stations do this? Why does StreamYard do this to me? It's just me. Nobody else is suffering through this.
Somebody else who's wanted by the law. That's exactly what happened to a Garden City man who authorities thought may be the quadruple homicide suspect, Travis Decker.
If I can hold this up, I'm going to hold this up next to you. Now that right there is Travis Decker.
That looks nothing like... That looks like our friend Zai, but it also looks like kind of like Braun Strowman. This looks nothing like that. Okay.
A suspect in the murder of his 3 daughters over in Central Washington. There was 2 sightings of somebody who looked like him up in the Sawtooth National Forest. 2 separate parties, 2 separate days, same description. Turns out that was you.
Yep. Using only his first name, Nick says he and a friend went to enjoy the 4th of July weekend in the backcountry. After spending Friday night in the woods, his friend left on Saturday, and Nick decided to hike a bit further near Bear Creek in the Sawtooth National Forest.
So I took this fateful trip on my own.
Yeah.
The Bear Creek Trail, and here we are.
The first person who reported seeing a man who looked like Travis Decker said, "You didn't make eye contact with them."
You had sunglasses on, so there's no way in the world she would have known if you made eye contact with her, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair to assume.
Nick spent Saturday night in a different location, came home on Sunday. Idaho News 6 spent all day on Monday speaking with officials about the search for a man matching Travis Decker.
See, I wonder if he has a specific color truck or something, and she probably was like, he had this color truck, and then they see a guy with that color truck. Maybe she described what he was wearing. Maybe they were dressed the same. I don't know. I would I would just show her that guy and be like, is this the guy? I presume they did that, right? If they're about to call off a whole ass search, they probably did that. I'm gonna let it play through, but this is wild, Carrie Poteet Strawberry Festival. I did not know that That is nuts. I'm going to have to get more into this case, aren't I? Fuck. I was hoping they'd catch this son of a bitch, but I guess not. Fuck. They need to get his ass. Okay, I'll look into it. I'll learn about it. It made me so sad, and I was like, they're going to get him quick because this is egregious, but I guess they didn't. I hope he's dead, but I don't think he is. They said that the longest anybody was able to stay out there and that they were able to catch alive in the place where he went missing, was it Oregon or Washington, whatever park he did that shit in. They said the longest someone had ever stayed alive in that park and then got caught again was like 26 days. But he does have military experience or training, and he's obviously been homeless for a while, right? So I don't think it's something that he finds to be as difficult as most people. If you've lived homeless for a while, and if you've got that training, then I would imagine he could live a long time. Yeah, what I read was he was a bit of a survivalist. I didn't read much about him. I just knew that he was a guy who did that awful shit, and he was in the woods, and they were talking about other times people were in those woods. Yeah, probably at a distance, maybe, right? That makes sense. Yeah, he has prior training, and he's been homeless. So, like, for him, it's not a big deal, I guess, to live in the woods. Yeah, people can go off grid for a long time. EB, that's true. For decades, even. I mean, fuck, look at the Oklahoma, look at the Unabomber, dude. People live in cabins in the woods. They live just in the woods. There's that one guy who kidnapped a kid and kept her underground in the woods. Like, we don't also know. Here's another thing. So he's homeless as fuck, right? Like he had a whole setup, a tent, and he was not ready to get housed. Some people choose that lifestyle too, by the way. And some people, they don't choose it. But yeah, and he was the ex-Army Ranger. We talked about that last time. So he's got special training. No, he's trained in the military, like in survival shit, but he's also been homeless. So it's like when you live like that, you're kind of used to, you can survive outside typically a little better than the normal person who has never had to go through that before. It's unfortunate, but it's like, the way I look at it is like, look, I've been poor my whole life. You know what I mean? Like dirt fucking poor. And when we were younger, we suffered for a while with like super poor. But I'm the type of person now, that I'm older. If I get low on cash, I don't really freak out as much as some of my friends would. Like, I have friends who, they're down to the last $5, they're crying and they're like ready to fucking, my life like is ruined. And I'm like, it's gonna be fine. Like, you got $5 you can live off that for a day. For me, it's like, I'm just used to that shit. Like, I can figure it out, but some people can't. They're like, no, what will I fucking do? I think that if I was thrown in the woods I could not fucking hang because I'm not used to it. But I do think that if I had like a car, I could, because I've had to do that before. So it's like, okay, we all know our limits. I feel like a guy with that military training, obviously probably has some weapons and stuff on him, probably has a K-bar. Yep. True crime lullabies. Absolutely. He could probably make fire. He probably know. I do watch a lot of survivalist shit. I think that I could do some basic shit, but I'd get eaten by a bear for sure. Cause I'm real fatty. They'd chomp on me for days. They make skewers out of me. But I do think that, like there's some things like the bark of a tree. If you scrape it, you get the little white part of the inner bark and then it curls. That's the part, specific oak trees you can use to light fire. But some people don't know how to do that. I think he does. So I can see that guy being there for a while. We also don't know, did he go prepare a spot in that park long before, knowing that he's going to do some shit and saying, I'm going to need a place to go put my stuff, to go, when I'm done accomplishing this horrific task I'm going to do. Does he have an underground lair? Like, we don't know. I can camp for like 3 days tops and I'm done because Texas. Yeah, exactly. Also, we're from Texas, so it is so hot here. Nicole, How are you doing? Oh, we got to do a Wayne and the, every time I see you, I think about this, the Wayne and the Lion story. We got to fucking get back to that. We got to talk about Uncle Wayne. We also need to find out, I need to contact Military Ma. I want to have her on to talk about her Uncle Wayne and see if we can do any updates on that too. It is so good to see you, Nicole. We miss you very much. Hunting and fishing is a lot of work. If you ever watched that staged ass show, Alaskan Bush People, I know it's staged, but goddamn, the amount of time it takes them to make a cabin, and then go watch Amish people make a cabin, and you're just going to be totally amazed. Like, Amish people, one fucking day, they have a whole community built. Alaskan Bush People, 1 month, and now they're all frozen. Their house is busted. Everything's ruined. Someone's sick and dying, and now we got to go back to the bottom 48. That show, god damn it. Okay, here we go. Let's finish watching this. And I am going to, the original place that he was, I'm sure a lot of people looked into all the trail cams and shit, but it would be good to get a list together like we did for that one case. Riley Strain. Yeah, I mean, there's literally footage of him leaving that bar that you can go back and see exactly where he goes. I feel like with the trail cams, I mean, there's a lot more, trust me, there are so many more trail cams in the Pacific Northwest area than anywhere else in the country. Like, it's wild to me how many people go missing from those parks too, considering the amount of trail cams, live cams, cabin cams. Same with Yosemite. There's just a ton. It's wild. Anyway, actually, this shit keeps fucking pausing. Why is this happening? We don't need to watch this guy anymore. We know we're done. Let's move on. How many Amish people does it take to build a house in a day? Like 2. Like 2 omelets and you're good, dude. Everything keeps frozen. It's because we're flooding. It's because the internet is fucked. That's what Keys said. Oh, is that wordplay? That's fucked up. But that's also very fucking clever. God damn it. Lots of people have cabins. They only use 3 months of the year. He could hide until September if it gets too cold to camp there. Yeah. But they also go storm the cabins too anytime this shit happens. There was a U.S. Marshal that he, like, I don't know if, I always wondered, like, did he give a speech to our class or did he just record it and they just show it to all the classes? But we had to watch a video for one of our missing persons class when I went to school for this shit. It was like all about how do you do a search grid? What's the operating procedure on the local, state, and federal level? And when they discussed parks and stuff, we were talking about, like, do you have to get a search warrant for these places that are on technically government property because it's federal land? And the answer is no. They could just go kick through the door of goddamn every cabin around. But yeah, it turns out the U.S. Marshals, they just go through these areas. Like, when they were trying to find who killed these women in this park, it ended up being the Stainer guy a long time ago, whose little brother was kidnapped. We've talked about that. Yeah, they went through initially and they would knock on doors. And if there was no one there, because there's no one staying in the cabin, they would just literally bust in the door. That when they were looking for the Barefoot Bandit, they were able to get permission for a lot of them. But I do believe that because some of the areas were federal land, they just went through the windows. They're like, we just need to scan this house. And then they put a fucking sticky paper on the front door. And then they're just like, it's like, sorry, we had to fucking do this. Contact us if you need anything. And it's like, God damn. Yeah, unless it's on Native American property. And that also fucks up missing and murdered indigenous people. Like, it fucks up their shit because they can't go and do as much, legally speaking, to search for people without the permission of the people on the tribal land. It just makes me think of the whole situation with, like, religion and how there's areas of New York where they're not allowed to, basically, the police tried to convict this rabbi for a Hasidic sect of Judaism's they have a practice, and this is like old school, where this guy, the rabbi, when they're doing a bris, will suck the blood out of the kids. It's disgusting. Anyway, all these little babies got herpes, and the parents sued. It went all the way to the Supreme Court, and it was a big deal. And they were like, "Nah, this is religious practice. It's fucked up." Like the guy got away with it. But it's wild because, you know, religion and assigned property and stuff like that, and things that have to do with, you know, tribal land, there's just all these wild fucking rules around warrants, cops, who gets to take the case, whether they can impede on the property. And then if they do help with the search, like how things are funded, it's very complicated and weird. It's like, can everybody just do their jobs? Like, why does it have to be a whole thing? It's very confusing. Jurisdictional integrity be damned. They're just like, no, we need to know who's going to foot the bill. And it's like, can you just find the kid? What's going on here? Anyway, okay. Well, Decker's been on the run since June 2nd. That sighting was, I guess, we're in the past. We're living in the past, and that's my bad. So we'll move on. I am going to try to find more about that. Okay, so let's talk about Amanda Knox news, because this is really crazy. Yeah, that's another example. If a child is a part of a tribe, they can't be removed by CPS no matter how much they get the shit kicked out of them, and that's what fucking sucks. But then at the same time, they're missing persons cases where the families want to bring in the FBI and they want to bring in outside law enforcement, but the local police won't allow them. And like they just can't. Like the people can't just be like, hey, come on. Like they literally they're like, well, you need to open a case with your local police and they're like, they won't take it. They can't just come in and take it. It's just so fucked up. There's a documentary that I'll try to remember to post on the wall about that. I also posted one about the border and the situation going on down there, and how San Marcos State, Texas State University, all these students are helping with identification of bodies, and how that is just building up. Okay, so, but yeah, go check that out. So here's what's going on with Amanda Knox. And for those of you who don't already know, I have no doubt whatsoever that she is innocent, and I rebuke anyone who thinks she's guilty. That's really insane. She's 100% innocent. She's a good girl. Leave her alone. But she still has to put up with all this bullshit from Viva Italia, from Don's fucking hometown, from the hometown of real fucking food. Yeah, she rules. She's very cool. She's very sweet. What she suffered was a horrible injustice. But here's what she posted on Twitter, and I'm gonna make it big. Okay. Today, and this is just posted, what is this, July 11th? So this is actually 2 days ago. So today, an Italian judge ruled there is sufficient evidence for Rudy Guidi, the man who murdered my roommate 18 years ago, to stand trial for a new set of charges against another young woman: sexual assault, domestic battery, and stalking. Real quick, before we go into the rest of her thread, for those of you who don't know, Amanda Knox and her boyfriend Rafael Solecito, they met like 5 weeks before a murder happened in her home. Amanda lived in Perugia, Italy. She was a foreign exchange student from Seattle, okay? She goes from Seattle to Italy. She took 1 year of Italian, of Viva Italia, 1 year, and then goes to school there. This was in the early 2000s. So she goes to school there. She got one of those deals where it's a house on the edge of a hill, and it's very, very old, but it's remodeled on the inside. And it's like when you pick a room and you don't get to pick your other roommates. It's like you're just renting out the room. So it's a house with 4 rooms, I think maybe 5 even, but each of the different roommates were kind of like assigned by the landlord. It's like, okay, I need this room, it's available. And she just kind of lived there with other students. The other students, the roommates that lived there, they were all women. I believe they were from Great Britain. Meredith Kircher is one of them. Now, her and Meredith, again, she'd been there 5 weeks, okay? She had only been with she had just met Rafael Solecito. Like, she had barely known him that long, but she really liked him. And they had that I'm never going to my apartment, we're staying at yours every night thing. Like, they were just kissy, kissy, huggy, huggy. She worked in the same place as some of the other girls in the apartment. She had kind of a creepy boss. It's like a hostel. You're right, Sleuthy sweetheart, but it's actually just a house. It's and there were a bunch of houses on the side of this cliff. And what's interesting is, like, the houses, they led down this path towards town. Now, there's another channel on YouTube called the New Zealand Family, and we talk about them all the time. I absolutely love them. They are angels, and they do like food reviews. People send them snacks. They're obsessed with America. They're like, we love America. So the dad from the New Zealand channel, aka the Ned Zetters, is what they call it. It's the only family channel I like. Get off my back. So the dad from that channel did an episode about Amanda because he went to school with her and hung out with her and knew her and Rudy. Rudy used to come to his house. So their house was right by Amanda Knox's. So because he spoke English and she spoke English, but they're both new in town. I believe he was there on a footy scholarship is what he said. So they're all there. They're a friend group. And he's spoken on this repeatedly about how Rudy was kind of a weirdo. He would just pop in and show up in people's houses. And he was, at first they were like, oh, he's a nice guy. He's kind of funny. But then he was just always there and he just kind of acted a little off. Now, Amanda worked at this bar/restaurant thing. And her boss was a guy that was a little bit of a creep, but he was also friends with, he enjoyed Meredith. He enjoyed all of her roommates. He knew Ned Zetter dad. He knew Rudy. He knew all these people. They were people who all kind of just hung out together, but Rudy mainly hung out with the guys. Amanda herself and Meredith, I don't believe, knew Rudy. They didn't know him personally or hang out with him, but they knew New Zealand dad, who did hang out with him, and a couple of other people, his roommates. So she's hanging out with her boyfriend, Raphael. She's staying at his apartment. He looks like Harry Potter. Okay. So her and her boyfriend, Raphael, who looks like Harry Potter, he's teaching her Viva Italia. He's teaching her Italian. They're in Perugia. It's romantic. She's over there all the time. Here's another thing. He liked to smoke dope. He liked to smoke a little weed, specifically hash. Now, she's a college student. She's from fucking Seattle. Okay. What do college students do? They get drunk, they fuck, they do drugs, they study, and they get in trouble usually. Back then, it was like raving was really big, you know. Amanda was like a straight A student. She was fucking smart. She was kind of quiet, but she was sweet as fuck. And she meets this dude. He's pretty hot. He looks like Harry Potter. She kind of knows the language as good as you can, but everybody talks super fast there, so she's picking it up quick. But still broken English, right? She's smoking hash with this hot Italian dude. She's like, Viva Italia, this rules. They're at his house. I think they might have even been watching some form of Harry Potter or something that night, but they were watching a movie. They fall asleep in each other's arms. They wake up. She's like, fuck, it's not like a walk of shame. It's like, I gotta walk home, get some of my stuff, because let's stay the night here again. Okay. Now, her and Meredith, they were roommates. There was no animosity whatsoever. She said this repeatedly. Her and Meredith had gone on a few things together. They went to a chocolate festival. They hung out here and there. It was kind of like this roommate who was just put in your apartment and you're the same age. She was beautiful. She's got a cool accent. They got along well. There was maybe one situation when she was pushed because Amanda, the first time she was interrogated, 56 fucking hours. Okay. 56 being screamed at in Italian, and they wouldn't let her go. And she didn't know her rights. They kept forcing her, sign this, sign this, sign this, confess, confess. Tell us what happened. Now Richard Allen, he got to come and go as he pleased. He could have left at any time. He voluntarily went in. When he was sitting there getting screamed at, he could have got up and left. All right. Not Amanda. She walked in because they were interviewing Rudy, and then they just kept her there. And they're like, or not Rudy, Raphael. And then they just kept her there. So it was fucking crazy, right? So she comes home with Rudy, The one complaint she ever had was, her roommates were a little messy. She even said sometimes they wouldn't flush their tampons. Like, sometimes their teeth would bleed when they brush their teeth, just like some people. It happens, and that's what she thought what was going on. She said she just saw a little bit of blood in the bathroom, and she thought, oh, that's annoying. Someone didn't clean this little spot up, but also like the house just, it was one of those things when it was trash, like it's like, okay, I'm gonna clean. So they get there, she's hanging out with her boyfriend. They get there, she grabs a couple of things. She notices like things are a little weird, she needed to definitely clean, like the bathroom looked a little dirty. They end up grabbing some stuff. I believe the situation is they end up leaving and then coming back or something. But either way, all the roommates end up there because something's weird, something's wrong. Like Meredith isn't opening the door. There's something going on. They end up coming back. All the roommates are there. One of them saw a foot. The cops, instead of just like unlocking her door or figuring out a way to get in, they kick through the window, get glass everywhere. Okay. And then everybody sees it and they're like, oh my God. And she is brutally murdered and nude and covered in like a bed sheet thing on the floor. And like, it's just a horrific scene. The crime scene photos are available. You can see them. And it's very obvious something horrible happened to her that was sexual. 1,000 police trampled the crime scene like 10 JonBenéts. Like everybody from town went through there. They weren't wearing gloves. They weren't wearing the right booties. People hovered. People were literally like the crime scene. People were one guy like hocked a loogie, I think, like and spit it out the window. There was a lot of like little things that were like, oh my God, this is so bad. So they trampled the crime scene. They immediately are like, oh my God, what's she doing? Because she's freaked out and she's standing outside and she tells Raphael, can you stay with me? Like her boyfriend, like she was scared and they're making him stand outside. So they kissed while they were standing outside. And the news who was there takes a picture, okay, of that happening. And all of a sudden, she's called in, they're all called in. She's the one who found it. Okay, well, now we're going to go look at his apartment. We want to know what you guys were doing. She was a little hesitant to tell them because they've been smoking weed and shit. She's freaked the fuck out. So they go, we're going to bring you in for questioning. When they went to Raphael's apartment, he had a knife there. And they claimed that there was some DNA on a piece of Meredith Kircher's bra strap. And that the knife had Meredith's blood on it and it had Amanda's DNA on the handle. So that all ended up being not true. They did a DA Morrissey. They announced that this is the evidence they have and they never had it. They actually were trying to lie to get her to confess to something she didn't do. So they just lied and told her they had that shit, but they never had it. But the news reported it. And then they reported that her and her boyfriend were making out afterwards. Yeah, he did. No, Amanda's boyfriend did know the victim. So did Amanda. They both knew Meredith very well. But it was only because he was introduced by Amanda. She's like, these are my roommates. Like, he knew that's one of her roommates. Like, it wasn't like they never had sex. Both of them were new. I don't think it's untrue that he knew her. He just didn't know her well. Like, they didn't date or anything. They had never known each other before he met Amanda, basically. So, yeah, there was like a bunch of shit that got piled on top of her. The press started calling her Foxy Noxy. The thing about Italia is he didn't live there, and that's another thing is they cross-contaminated a bunch of DNA. Like, there's just so many things they did wrong. They didn't test certain DNA. Eventually, they blamed Rudy. And Rudy went on the stand and blamed Amanda. And he also blamed Raphael. Now, Rudy later retracted that and said that he just did that because he didn't want to get in trouble. Like, basically, oops, I was trying to point it at someone else and you guys already blamed her. The press tried to say it was a big sex thing, that her and Raphael and Rudy had this big plot to kill Meredith and have sex with her. Which is totally ridiculous. There was absolutely no proof that Raphael and Amanda did that, nor was there any available opportunity for them to do that because, you know, from the timing the roommates were there and then them being at his house and that being proven, alibied, it was just impossible. But Rudy could have been there, and there was a sighting. And he had broken into and sexually assaulted other women. And he had DNA. His DNA was all over the place. Now, they refused to test a lot of it. And later on, when she ended up getting released, it had to do with him. Essentially, they found out like his DNA was there. There were people who basically attested that, you know, hey, this guy fucking did it. Like he's spoken about it. There was so much stuff that was 100% Rudy did it. And there was so much evidence of him doing it before, breaking into these houses, trying to rob people. And he was the type of guy, according to his roommates, that just never had any money. But he'd come into your house and things would be missing, you know? He would come in and he'd try to eat some of your food and be like, can I hang out here? He would get people to pay for him for stuff. He tried to be suave, but he was a big mooch, you know? And there were times when he would just break into his homies' houses and sleep on the couch and they'd wake up like, oh shit, Rudy's there. With that said, he was a lurker. He was a lurker, a peeper. He was everything. He was terrifying. So he ended up, before we go on with our thread, I'll show you a little bit more about him because there's not as much on him at all as there was about Amanda because it was embarrassing when the Italian press, Viva Italia, when they realized like, oh, this Rudy guy, they wanted to frame a young American girl. They also had and to this day, they have extremely sexist laws there. But oddly enough, a lot of the people who are prosecutors, defenders, and judges are women, but they're also very anti-woman women. So that's like kind of the worst is when you have a woman who hates women, who's just like, fuck this. The prosecutor was fucking evil to her, like entrapping someone for over 10 hours, but like 56 hours, like that's crazy. Forcing her to sign a confession that she doesn't understand. And then she tried to tell them, I don't understand. Like she thought she was signing something that confirms her statements, but it was an I did it thing. So anyway, she was literally coerced into a confession in the most crazy way possible. And that's essentially what happened with Amanda Knox. She ended up finally getting freed. And then Italy refused to admit they fucked up and they tried to bring her back again. Crazy. So let me show you some stuff on Rudy. And then we're going to read the rest of her thread, okay? Because it is wild what she's going to tell you, but you do need a little bit of backstory on Rudy as a person. And someone named Nathan, 13 years ago, put up a video of Rudy. He filmed himself doing this. I'm gonna warn you, this is pretty fucking creepy, and I have no idea what he's doing here. But with that said, let me show you this. And then we're gonna go back to the thread because this is really crazy. Very creepy dude. Very creepy dude.
Oh my gosh. Help me. I'm Jack. No, this world. I'm from Evansdale. I'm an extraterrestrial. I'm from Alien Earth. You must be called human people. Oh, mama.
So if you look up his name you can go to a bunch of Italian websites where you can see like student boards for the school that she attended in Perugia. And you can see like, even on the way back machine, you can go back and you can see people posting about shit going on in the town on these forums that were back then it was like the topics of Italy. and then you take it and you translate it, and you can actually see people talking about this dude and how he's a fucking weirdo. And he used to just take a lot of drugs and creep people out, come hang out at their house and do shit like this, like flip his eyelids and shit. So when I saw this video, I was like, oh God. Now, here's another thing. A couple of the girls who knew this fool, who worked at the bar where Amanda, and I think Meredith might have even worked there. She just hung out there a lot. A couple of girls who were there, they talked about this fool, and they said that he used to do weird shit. Like you'd be hanging out with him, and then he'd just start mumbling or talking strange and like fucking do weird shit with his eyelids. So when I saw this, I was like, oh my God, dude, this is like, imagine you're just talking to someone normal and everyone's having a good time, and then someone just snaps into this character and starts acting like this. Like, that's fucking weird. He's a weirdo, dude. He used to also rob bitches' purses, and he would like just creep into people's houses and look around and not take anything. Just what a weirdo.
Yeah. I'm a vampire. I'm Dracula. I'm just suck your blood.
New at 4, the only person who remains convicted in the 2007.
One thing about him is his thing was mostly drugs, like Molly, well, ecstasy back then. He would take ecstasy and he would just, he would just wild out. He would get wasted. He had a huge drinking problem. He was literally like, you know how in Aladdin they're like, street rat, fuck that, and they treat him like he's just this asshole who goes around town stealing and is just this like, you horrible little street boy, like the way they treat Aladdin. Imagine that, but it's like a real dude and he's just coming into your fucking house. He took all kinds of drugs, like anything he could get his hands on, and he drank, and he would like just bother people. He would just go into their house and they would become his friend essentially, and then he would wear out his welcome and mooch, but he also would creep around town. And they took one look at this guy and they were like, oh, he didn't do it. It was Amanda. Like, that's how much they couldn't handle being wrong. This is a problem, K-Dubs. It is. All right, we continue.
Murder of British student Meredith Kircher in Italy has completed his sentence. Rudy Gooday's attorney confirmed that release. Kircher's killing drew international attention, with much of the attention on University of Washington student Amanda Knox. Kircher and Knox had shared an apartment in the town of Perugia. 21-year-old Kircher was found dead in the apartment with her throat slashed. Goday, Knox, and Knox's then boyfriend, Raffaele Sollecito, were all convicted in that killing. Knox and Sollecito insisted they were away from the apartment on the night of the murder and had their convictions overturned in 2015. Goday asked for a separate fast-track trial. His conviction resulted in a 30-year prison sentence, which was reduced to 16 years on appeal in 2009. Goday was granted parole about a year ago.
So, just to be clear, he gets 30 years, okay? Then he gets an appeal. He gets a time cut in half, and then he gets good behavior or whatever. He gets parole, like 7 years, really? Here's the other thing. He never even got charged with her murder. If I remember correctly, he got charged with sexual assault and something else, like lying to the authorities. Like, it was never murder of Meredith. They tried to recharge Amanda, if you can believe it. So with that said, now let's go back to Amanda's posts on Twitter, because I wanted you to see a little bit of that first. Okay, so let's go ahead, or on X. Sorry, I keep calling it Twitter and it's not Twitter. Yeah, they never even charged him with her murder. They charged him with everything around the murder. Like I believe it was attempted sex assault and something else. Something like along the lines of, I don't even think it was burglary. Like it was not her murder. It's still technically unsolved. They still want to blame Amanda and Raphael. It's really crazy. And Raphael and Amanda, obviously they broke up because of this, but it wasn't like by choice. Like they still liked each other, but there's a thing where it's like after the fact and it's years later and they get to see each other again and do an interview together. And you can tell it's just so sad. Like he's just like, I just wish the best for her. And this is so awful. It's just, it's heartbreaking. Okay. So here's our update. Today, an Italian judge ruled that there is sufficient evidence for Rudy Guidi, the man who murdered my roommate 18 years ago, to stand trial for a new set of charges against another young woman: sexual assault, domestic battery, and stalking, a threat. I wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm not by the evidence, which includes witness testimony as well as thousands of photos, text messages, and audio files, not by the bravery of the young woman who came forward. Certainly not by Guidi's denial. That's the one thing he's been consistent about for the past 18 years, refusing to take responsibility for his violence. The story of Meredith's murder became one of the most notorious legal sagas of the 21st century, but not because of the man who left his DNA inside of her body. See, I told you, his DNA in her body. By the way, I believe it was part of Amanda's defense to try and get that tested, and they did, but it was still rejected by the prosecutor. That's how bad they are. His bloody fingerprints and shoe prints on the floor, and his lies scattered throughout his testimony. The story the Italian authorities pushed was that Meredith was murdered by more than one person because they had already decided that I and my then boyfriend, Raphael Solecito, must have been involved. The prosecution's narrative didn't just warp the truth, it erased it, and it gave Guidi room to hide in the shadows. While I was paraded in front of the world as a she-devil, Guidi slipped quietly through the cracks, convicted of sexual assault and complicity in murder. That's what it was. It was complicity, but not breaking and entering, and not theft, not assault with a deadly weapon, and not murder itself. So they were trying to say that he was complicit with Amanda and that Amanda was the main murderer, which is why they tried to bring her back to Italia. And she was like, fuck no. Despite the overwhelming forensic evidence, Guidi was sentenced to 16 years in prison, but was granted day release after 10 and full release after 13. He walked into freedom in 2021. I thought they said 7. Okay, 10. To this day, most people know my name, but they don't know his. They know the myth, not the man responsible. Now, with this new trial, we are being asked to look at Guidi again, to see him as something other than a convenient scapegoat or the rehabilitated victim of circumstance. We are being asked to see a pattern, a long arc of behavior that stretches back before Meredith's death and continues today. Because yes, he did actually do this before Meredith's death. He was well known as a guy who stalked around, had predator behavior, broke into houses, stole, and sexually assaulted women. Okay. If you want to know the rest of my thoughts on this news, please keep reading at the link below. And then she has a link where you can go read how she feels about all of this. But I thought it was really wild, and we are going to be keeping up with the story because what the fuck? Like, the fact that Amanda Knox's situation is still being tossed around in the zeitgeist of true crime is insane to me. She should have been out of this a long time ago. Them not charging Raphael officially with murder means that they're keeping it open to the possibility, which they said that they would do, to try to bring her back and get her extradited, which they've already tried to do. It's really insane. Like, I don't know. I don't know how they're doing this. I hope that they televise it, but here's the fucked up part. When Rudy Guidi went back, you could only find like a couple of news stations barely covering it. When he ended up getting his, he wasn't paraded around like Amanda was. He was not highlighted in the news like she was. His past crimes were not focused on and put out in front of the public. His current crime wasn't. He wasn't even being charged with it. He was like complicit. He was a he was a helper to this evil American girl. The anti-American, anti-woman sentiment in that trial was so disturbing. The confessions and everything that was included around them was fucked because she didn't speak the language. And not only that, it was very carefully worded to keep an open availability to come back and reconvict later because they just will not let it go. It's so disturbing. I do hope that unfortunately, because of the past and what a man has gone through, I do hope that they show the proceedings and that things have changed there and that we get to see exactly what's going on with him. And I hope that he gets fucking convicted. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do here in America, but if you're in Viva Italia, maybe you can talk some shit or do something. I don't know. It seems like they have very strict laws there about freedoms of everything in speech and just kind of fucking everything. But he needs to be prosecuted for murdering Meredith. I do wonder. What sucks is Meredith's family still apparently thinks Amanda did it. They are completely just blinded to any evidence beyond these three did it. They believed the prosecution last I checked. So it would be nice if they would speak at the sentencing for if they get there for this new victim. But if they hadn't have let him go to begin with, and if they had done their fucking jobs to begin with, there wouldn't be new victims. And I think that's what's really disturbing about this. Okay. Cocaine in Canada is sometimes referred to as nose beers. Interesting. I did not know that. And hello, I'll be Frank. Nice to see you today. Here's what we're going to do. Shades of the come on. All right, let's do this. Okay, next on the docket. We're gonna say it's on the docket. Evansdale. Okay. It is, I believe, the anniversary of Liberty and Elizabeth Liberty. Oh my gosh, here I go again. Of Lyric and Elizabeth in Evansdale. If you don't know about this case, here, let me show you. Let's get you caught up. This is going to be a big one. There's new news recently that they are doing new DNA technology, or they're utilizing new DNA technology on this specific case. And thank God, because Drew Collins, everybody, all the parents in this case have been treated so awful. They were treated just as bad as the Patties were. It's just terrible the way this family was fucking treated. It's so sad. And these little girls, so many people had this whole, like, for a while it was Daniel Nations did Lyric and Elizabeth, and he did Delphi, and he did all, like, everybody wants to put everything in a box and say this is all this person. But there was a fantastic HBO Max documentary, and there were two guys that I always thought fucking did it or had something to do with it that were mentioned in that documentary that I've never seen the news bring up before. One of them is dead. Thank God. He was a horrible predator, and he died in the middle of trying to kidnap, rape, and kill a girl. There's so much that happened in and around Iowa and Indiana and a couple of other states at the time that involved groups of two girls being kidnapped. One in particular is this guy in this van that had a ton of air fresheners in the van and had been habitually trying to pick up two girls specifically. There are so many potential suspects for this. And Illinois, yeah. There's just so many possibilities of what happened in this case beyond what happened in Delphi. There are so many people it could be. And there are more cases in that specific part of the U.S. of two girls, okay, going missing, getting murdered, or solicited or attempted kidnappings in that area than the entire country for like 20 years. Like, it's crazy how isolated that cluster is. So I'm very curious if, I hope Parabon, I believe it's Parabon, but I hope Parabon is doing a reconstruction using DNA of the face like they did with the DJ in Pennsylvania, because At least that alone could tell us if it's the guy who killed himself, which would be unfortunate that they can't try him for anything then, but at least they'll know. There's a lot of things that a DNA analysis through Parabon, especially if they can come up with the genetic markers to make the face, it could really, really help. Yeah, it is highly unusual IV push, except in that specific part of the US. Like literally the 3 eyes or whatever it's called, like 200 attempts, something like 16 or 18 different cases, I believe, in a 10-year span. And then everywhere in the US, it's like 4, like combined. It's really crazy. There's something going on there. And what's odd is right after this guy died, a lot of them slowed down, but then there was a couple of others. And, of course, Delphi. Yeah, this is just a fucked up case. So let me catch you up. This is the anniversary of it. They are running some new labs on it, and I hope that the forensics are there to finally get these kids some fucking justice. This is so crazy.
They disappeared during a bike ride in Evansdale July 13th, but the FBI said there was reason to believe Lyric Cook Morrissey and Elizabeth Collins were still alive.
However, tonight, tragic news coming out of Evansdale that may turn this story from a search for 2 girls into a criminal investigation. News Channel 8's Emily Price is at the Evansdale Police Department where the announcements were made today. Emily?
Evansdale police say hunters found the 2 bodies this afternoon around 12:30. They say they were in a wooded area, but they're not saying exactly where those girls were found today. Investigators say now the bodies are being sent to the state medical examiner's office in Ankeny for autopsies to determine if they are in fact Lyric and Elizabeth. The families were told shortly after the bodies were found. Lyric Cook and Elizabeth Collins have been missing almost 5 months now. Police never named a suspect, and the reward grew to more than $150,000.
Yeah, it's definitely not the outcome that we wanted, obviously. Numerous officers from many jurisdictions have worked on this case around the clock since the 13th of July when we were notified of this. This is a difficult thing for us to go through. It's a difficult thing for the people of the community, not just the community of Evansdale, but also the whole community that all came together and showed their support for the family and also for law enforcement.
Of course, the horrible reality here now is that whoever did this to these girls is perhaps still out there. Evansdale police are asking for anyone who may have any information at all to call this number, 319-232-6682, 319-232-6682. Kevin and Stacy.
Obviously not the news any of us wanted to hear. Emily, have we heard anything from either of the girls' parents, their families?
We have not so far heard from them. They were not at the news conference today. They did, however, through the Evansdale police chief, want to extend their thanks to everyone who tried to look for their daughters and searched for their daughters, anyone who helped during this very difficult time these past almost 5 months. They wanted to extend their thanks, but at this point, that is all we have heard from the family.
All right, Emily Price reporting live for us. Thanks, Emily. This week does mark a somber anniversary. It's been 2 years since the bodies of 2 little Evansdale cousins were discovered in a county park.
And while no arrests have been made, we asked state investigators today how close they are to solving the case.
It's just scary to think that a monster came into our town and plucked 2 little girls.
The pain felt in Evansdale 2 years ago is still felt today as authorities continue to investigate who kidnapped and murdered 8-year-old Elizabeth Collins and 10-year-old Lyric Cook.
I wish I could say that there was an arrest that's imminent, but there's not at this time.
Mitch Mordvit, assistant director of the DCI, says they've interviewed hundreds of people and looked into hundreds of leads.
And those leads are exhausted, and ran out to the nth degree.
The cousins disappeared while riding their bikes near this Evansdale lake. 5 months later, hunters discovered their bodies at this county park about 20 miles away.
We're constantly reviewing the evidence that we have, at times searching the areas again.
Authorities have never made the girls.
I just want to say yes, she did do that. She did the same thing with Flora. I don't know if you've seen that. She pushed that there was corruption, that even in the Florida fires, because the same guy worked on 2 cases. It's the same county. It's his job. I don't understand. I don't know. Do they want people to split into 2 and morph into multiples? Like, it's just, this isn't multiplicity. Michael Keaton isn't here. Yeah, she is fucked up so many cases. You're absolutely right. Spreads a lot of misinformation. And this is a very awful case. And oddly, you know, in a way, sure. You know, you look down at this picture and you go, this could be footage from Delphi. Look at the woods. Look at everything looks the same. But that's the thing about terrain. Okay. It's kind of the same in one part of the state sometimes as the other part. A couple of miles over, the state next to you might look similar. If 2 crimes occur in different rural areas, they might look the same. This is just, yeah, the landscape is a bummer. And if you think about it, like, look at the park that Travis was in. What is it? Something like 300 missing people. I mean, every park in America has hundreds of missing people. People go missing in them. So, like, those are all the same terrain. But my problem is people look at this and then they go, must be connected. And it's like, no, dipshit. Like, they're not everything is fucking connected. It's so wild. The lawyer she claimed said that had to correct her, and don't worry, we're gonna see a lot of shit. We're gonna see a lot of her corrections. We're gonna see, and she can. I hope she tries to do a smear campaign against me, Erica. See how that goes for you, bitch. It's not gonna be fun for her. It's not. I think she is too. And you know what's funny about this channel is we happen to catch quite a few of those, and you can tell by their response. By their response to getting called out. It's never good. They usually triple down and it's like, okay, crazy, put a lid on it, you know? Ooh, she is crazy. And look, I'm not sitting here. I just want to make it clear, like, don't bully her. Don't, like, go bother her about this. Just, like, don't listen to her. That's what this is all about. This isn't to fucking gang up on someone. This bitch deserves it. She did horrible things and she puts families through hell. Killing cats, done. She can eat my dick. Like, I'm done. Fuck her. But I will say this. There's only so long someone can do that type of shit before they do have repercussions. The main goal with showing you guys this is so that you don't buy the shit she spews. Okay? Because the only thing worse than a fucking idiot spewing shit is when other people pick it up and then spew it and then they become idiots. We don't want to make more idiots. When someone is portrayed as not an idiot because they're on Gort TV, like, if somebody is vouched for by the proper people, they can get very far with their idiocy. And it concerns me. We are going to rewatch some of the video with Vinnie Politan. It concerns me that she's sitting next to Bob and Vinny, and you look at the comments and the praise that she's getting for lying and for hurting people and for spreading a conspiracy that re-victimizes the family. And the fact that there are 2 people that have huge followings that are vouching for her and agreeing with her scares the shit out of me. And the only thing worse than that is look at the comments. Thank God that someone's talking about this. What the fuck? No, I don't think God would want that. I don't think God would want that at all. In fact, I don't think anybody wants that. Oh, you're so brave for speaking out. God bless this woman. And here's the problem. If she's no longer lingering around, correct it. If you're a creator and you had her on and at one point you believed in her, believed her bullshit, if at one point you vouch for her, so much respect given if you would just go, I denounce the shit that bitch said, or just take down the episodes. Don't give her that forum now that you know that she kills fucking cats and lies a lot. There's no shame in that. There's no shame in adjusting your thought process with new information. Oh, I know. We're going to look at it. But here's the problem with that. They saved her a seat. She has fun nicknames for them. They hang out with her. They do vouch for her. But then when the Carol comic calls, they say, no, we don't know that bitch. That's a fucked up game she's playing. And that's a fucked up game they're playing. Because they gave her a seat in court, okay? They vouched for her. She is literally Kathy's best friend. Like, there's no getting around it. She is speaking for them. In order to believe the Odinism shit is true, you have to believe the shit Erica said. You have to. And I won't, because it's not. And I'm going to show you why it's not. Again, this is just, it's too much. Like, how are we not? Is everyone's head up their ass? Like, what is going on here? It's really shocking. So that's what I heard. No confirmation. Yeah, listen, they were wet. They were wet. You could see it in the pictures. They were wet. They tried to say the phone wasn't wet. It's covered in drops of water. It's covered in drops of water. Yeah, that one. We're going to see that one too. All right, we'll let this continue and then I'll show it to you guys so you can see.
Autopsy results public, saying the way they died is information only the killer would know. They have ruled out one theory. Michael Klunder, the man who killed himself after abducting and murdering 15-year-old Kathleen Shepard in Dayton last
So on this one, this is 2 years after. That's the guy I was talking about, Michael Klunder.
year. Another theory is that the crime is potentially drug-related. Lyric's parents are both currently serving time in prison for drug charges.
That is something that is certainly of concern to us and something that we want to continuously pursue. And not just them, but any of the associates that they have or that they've.
Girls. And investigators promise they won't either.
Don't ever want to consider it a cold case. It's very on the forefront of our minds.
Investigators want to encourage anyone who might have any information or noticed anything suspicious in those areas to come forward. They say it might be the piece of the puzzle they're missing.
And first, with breaking news in the case of those two missing Eastern Iowa girls.
Let's get right to Eric Hansen now with new information. Eric.
And Kevin, this has all been unfolding within the last half hour or so. Deputies now say a hunter found 2 bodies this afternoon over the lunch hour. And while investigators cannot positively identify them yet as the cousins who have been missing since July, they do say that this is not the outcome they wanted in this case. People across Northeast Iowa have been searching for Lyric Morrissey and 9-year-old Elizabeth Collins since July 13th. That's when the cousins went missing and their bikes were found near Myers Lake in Evansdale. Dive teams, dogs, FBI agents, and officers from around the Midwest searched for the girls for weeks. That lake was eventually drained, but nothing until today when a hunter found 2 bodies around 12:45 this afternoon. The 2 bodies are now on their way to the state medical examiner's office in Ankeny, and the parents of the 2 girls have been notified. But investigators aren't saying much else yet. They're not saying where the bodies were found, other than hunters found them. They're not saying what condition the bodies were in, and they're not saying whether they have any suspects in the case. But look at the faces of the investigators who have poured them too.
Yeah, it's definitely not the outcome that we wanted, obviously. Numerous officers from many jurisdictions have worked on this case around the clock since the 13th of July when we were notified of this. This is a difficult thing for us to go through. It's a difficult thing for the people of the community, not just the community of Evansdale, but also the whole community. It all came together and showed their support for the family and also for law enforcement.
Now, we do hope to learn more about today's discovery at another press conference that's scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. By then, they hope to be able to positively identify those bodies that were found today and also to release more information about this news. As they said, they just have been waiting months and they were hoping they wouldn't have to share this news.
And everyone's heart just hurting right now following this. And there's even for people with any company
that can help them kind of fill in some of the blanks, to call the Evansdale Police Department or the Blackhawk County Sheriff's Office, Waterloo. As they said, they're trying to sift through a lot of information. They don't want to damage that crime scene that they have on their hands right now, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
That's right. And we had our Emily Price at that news conference, and we will continue to bring more information as it develops. Thank you.
Beth from Evans. The cousins were spending a summer together. A truck ride. People responded in Blackhawk County and all across Iowa, desperate for a positive conclusion. But a decade later, people for their kidnappings and murders have never been arrested. This is the last known video of Lyric Cook Morrissey and Elizabeth Collins. Grainy surveillance camera footage showing the two girls on their bikes shortly after noon on Friday, July 13th, 2012. Their grandmother Wilma was watching them. That afternoon, they contacted Evansdale police for help, soon joined by nearby law enforcement agencies and first responders. One of those crews located the girls' bikes along a trail at nearby Myers Lake, along with Elizabeth's purse and her cell phone that had been thrown over a fence. Investigators say they found other evidence that they aren't closing, but one law enforcement source told that it's obvious girl had been abducted. A massive search effort for the girls. At the same time, investigators ordered the draining of Myers Lake. The Lyric's parents said they didn't think the girls were in the lake and that they'd been taken.
They were swimming, they would have took their shoes off, things like that. There was no sign of any of that. We've never gone through anything that your daughter is gone.
Right now, we are pretty emotional.
A massive volunteer search effort underway that first weekend. Questions were raised about why an Amber Alert wasn't issued.
We have no person that was seen, and we have no vehicle that was described, so we can't issue an Amber Alert by their guidelines.
Unable to issue an Amber Alert, the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, the FBI, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children arrived in Evansdale to help as family members began their public pleas, hoping the girls are found safe.
I want them back. I want them back now. I keep praying, but I have to have them back. But I want them alive.
When volunteer search efforts were halted, officials began asking the public for tips. Pink ribbons started appearing across the Cedar Valley, the community's effort to show their support and spread awareness.
We just stopped somebody over off the street and got one so that we could take home to our neighborhood. We live in Waterloo, so we want to spread it to Waterloo too.
As the search neared the end of the first week, turmoil and suspicion began to build.
We know that none of the family members did this. It's very frustrating to hear people make their accusations when they don't know us personally.
Lyric's parents, Misty Cook and Dan Morrissey, stopped talking to police or taking polygraph tests. Family members say Dan felt unfairly targeted by police based on his criminal past.
They told him they have proof that he did it. They said we have evidence. Well, we all know that if that was the truth, they'd already have Dan locked up.
1 week after the girls disappeared, the search of Myers Lake was called off and the case entered a new phase.
Investigators are confident that the two girls are not in Myers Lake. This case is now being handled as an abduction.
With the investigation now focused on an abduction, people turn their frustration and fear into a community gathering 200 strong, wearing pink in honor of Elizabeth and Lyric.
I'm out here walking for the two missing girls from Evansdale. We put this in 24 hours.
We're just out here to support Lyric and Elizabeth, to help bring them home in any possible way we can.
It shows that, the community can pull together. We've had over 200 people walking and running trails today, and they're all wearing the pink for the girls.
And a community bracing for updates received promising news from FBI investigators.
We have some things that we can't discuss to lead us to believe that they are alive. We truly believe these girls are out there.
Fourth week, come on, Lord, where are they?
As the days turned to weeks, people held out hope, turning out for vigils, sharing flyers, and praying for the girls' safe return. Family leaning on their neighbors for support.
This community is pretty with our family and is very with not letting the children's names get out of sight. The only thoughts that go in my head are positive thoughts. The girls will return home. Our time is not necessarily God's time, and we just need to be patient.
It's just very sad every day. It's just very sad. It's just crying out to God, just please let this be the day that they come home, or that we find something.
As the summer progressed, the public remained on edge amid a flurry of reports of suspicious white vans that kept investigators busy as they looked for any leads that might break the case. And family members continued to beg for information, any information.
We know there's somebody out there that knows something, that saw something little they might not think is important, or maybe they're scared to come forward.
Summer turned to fall as life in Evansdale carried forward, while the cloud of uncertainty remained and no sign of the girls heading into the holiday season.
And to have no clue, no lead, it's getting harder and harder. You don't need a present, we just need them. So we're just waiting.
Then on November 13th, 2012, came a plea from Lyric and Elizabeth's parents, a letter printed in the Waterloo Cedar Falls Courier. The parents addressed the girl's abductor directly, saying, quote, "We want you to know that we are praying for you to do the right thing," asking for their safe return. But that wouldn't happen.
Today at approximately 12:45 p.m., law enforcement was notified by hunters that they had discovered 2 deceased bodies in a wooded area. The Cook and Collins family had been notified of this discovery. The bodies are being transported to the state medical examiner's office in Ankeny for positive identification.
On December 5th, nearly 5 months after the girls vanished, their remains were found at Seven Bridges Wildlife Area, about 20 miles from Evansdale, shattering the hopes of so many people.
The outcome anybody wanted at all. Totally shocked. Very heartbreaking, devastating.
She is celebrating with us, and we long to be with her. I mean, our hearts break. We would just desire to hold her. I can't imagine a mom and dad's love, even her brother and sisters wanting just to be with her, maybe pick on her a little bit one more time. I mean, there's sorrow here. There is grief, but there's also joy.
A week later, 1,500 celebratory service for Elizabeth Collins had a private funeral later that month. In 2013, as the community worked to create Angels Park at Myers Lake, investigators announced a new lead in the case, this one focusing on a vehicle seen in the area of Myers Lake where the girls' bikes were found.
We realized that we have 3 different people, 2 early on, and then 1 just a couple of months ago that came forward information, identified a white SUV type vehicle.
You're hoping like more information, something like more would come out in this vehicle description. We're just, always waiting for the day to find out what really happened.
In August 2014, investigators said the suspect in the case was likely a member of the Cedar Valley community and used quiet coercion to abduct the girls. The FBI released a profile of characteristics of the person responsible, someone who's local and very familiar with Myers Lake where the girls disappeared, as well as Seven Bridges where their bodies were found. And in 2015, investigators said Seven Bridges might be the key to solving the case.
We want to know about anyone who is familiar with the Seven Bridges area. The person or persons responsible for this are very familiar with Seven Bridges. We just don't know who all those people are.
That plea for information led to an influx of calls to investigators, more than 100 in just a day, and renewed hope for Lyric and Elizabeth's families, who described the year since their disappearance as hell.
I just really hope and pray that that one of these leads out of 100 or whatever, 150, that gives us that one piece that is missing.
But those tips didn't lead to an arrest. As the 5-year mark came and went, family held out hope that someone would have to answer for their crimes.
Every day I say my prayers, believing that God will, bring this person to justice.
Time continued on, still no news, but the case is never far from the minds of many.
It's amazing that people still care after 9 years. I get messages all the time from people, and those kind of things that keep me going.
Investigators say they see an uptick in tips each year around the anniversary and hope one leads to an arrest after a decade, hopefully answering the questions of a community and a family that have been through so much.
Yeah. Obviously, we wanted answers before now, but we haven't got them, so we're just pushing forward to get those answers. It's 10 years, yeah, but we're still here, and
Sorry, guys. I think we got some nodes.
and we're gonna bring them to justice.
Justice, something that
Also, Nicole, I think Teddy might come on a little bit, but on this episode, we're mainly going to be focusing on a couple of different things that are like, why are we saying, uh-oh, what happened? What happened? Did we go down? Oh, you were cleaning and it went silent? Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now? I just want to make sure. We didn't go silent. Nothing happened. It didn't catch us with the nodes. Yeah, here's another thing though, Nicole. They have it all on film. Like they literally recorded all of it. So I have a feeling that we're going to get a lot more information when everything is unsealed. Now, the reason why things were sealed is also something that a lot of people seem to have a little twisted. And it's very disturbing how that worked. Yeah, the suicide companion notes were written by the suicide companions. They testified to that themselves. There's also a lot of yeah, I already did a deep dive on her. She's pretty well respected. And also, they're supposed to shred a lot of stuff before they leave IDOC, I believe, is part of the protocol. Getting something in and out of the prison is kind of a big deal. And I'm pretty sure that one of the reasons she shred a lot of documents is because that was the protocol for a really long time. And they usually, I believe, scan it or recorded it if it's something that needs to be on the record. So yeah, we're gonna get to all that. Don't worry about that. The stream got shut down. Are you fucking serious? Is it back? Is it back? Okay, yeah, I don't know what happened. I think it was a node. I think it was. Hold on. Can you guys see me okay? Yeah, some of the guards were suicide companions. And by the way, a bunch of this like Odinism shit, I went through and found every single guard on duty. There's like one guy who's into the show Vikings. Like it's so, and also, I don't know if you guys know this, like the neighboring town and a bunch of the towns around, their like mascots are Vikings. It's a big, like, yes, there are people who are in the Vinlanders and stuff like that, but this shit got taken way out of hand and we're going step by step. So we're going to go little by little because here's the thing. I told you guys when we do a deep dive, we're going to do a deep dive. We can't answer all the questions in one stream. Heads up. Not possible. So while it seems like we're going at a snail's pace and why are we combing through this? This doesn't matter. It does matter. And here's why. When you have people spewing a theory, okay, or putting shit out there that's not true, all right, and then we see those same people putting out more shit, some of it might be true and some of it isn't, then at that point we have to take a step back and go, okay, let's go back to the beginning. So that's what I did. And I'm basically looking at, okay, a lot of people hang their hat on, if you will, the Odinist shit, the Franks memo. But what about the Franks memo? Okay, what about it? What do you want to know? A lot of people wrote to me about that. So what I did was I went through the entire Franks memo. I got people who were in the courtroom advising me. Turbo is constantly talking to me about this. Turbo couldn't give a fuck one way or the other which way it went. She just wanted the right person to get caught. That's why I trusted her notes. And they also line up with two other people whose notes I trust, one of which was also in the courtroom who didn't know anything about the trial, and the other who's a reporter that I talk to sometimes. Both of them have the same shit to say as Turbo. Now, they don't have high engagement, okay? They also, one of them she isn't really allowed to have an opinion. She has to report the news from an objective perspective, okay? So when I see them reporting this stuff, but then I see a bunch of people who everybody believes, okay, Richard's innocent, and they believe that, and they're pushing this stuff that is the opposite of what I'm hearing. And then it's like, okay, show me proof, and they're not. And then you go back and you're like, oh, okay, well, this is based on this being true. Well, in order for this to be true, this has to be true. And it goes all the way back to shit like Odinism, the Franks memo, all these like little things. A bunch of people keep going back to that because they're like, what about these other people who weren't looked into? That's a misconception. When the state turned over all of their evidence to the defense, right? To hear the lawyers say, this is from their own evidence. They wrote that. This is from the discovery of 30,000 tips they had to go through and debunk. You know what else is in those tips? A psychic, a lady who had weird dreams, Sonny Justice, JLR, Greeno, bunch of strangers in town, Snay, fucking everybody whose cousin they think did it. Like all of that is also in the discovery. That doesn't mean that the state agrees with it or that this happened because it's in the discovery, so it's true. No, these are things that they had to sift through. They had to investigate, and if it had no legs or they could debunk it, they did. And then they move on. In order to get your guy, so to speak, then there can't be any reasonable doubt or other people. And we know this, other people that could have done it. So they have to go back and take those people and they have to investigate them. Elvis Fields is a big one. He's a guy with mush brains. He talks like a 14-year-old. He repeats shit he heard on TV. Everybody in town was talking about Delphi, including the woman who called the cops on him 50 times. They were always fucking fighting, okay? He owed this fucking dude money. Or he owed this fucking chick money, sorry. And she was pissed about it. And she starts spewing all this shit. And she tells the police, like, you know, he's a bad guy. He did all these things. Talks about how he has a jacket like that. He gets arrested by the police. He says a bunch of weird shit. He talks about if my slide was on there, am I going to get in trouble? What the fuck, Elvis? That was stupid. And that's creepy. So what did they do? They investigated it. Guess where he was? He was at a hospital fucking 30 miles away the opposite direction because his homie was dying. But he forgot he was there. So when it came time to tell people his alibi, he had to make up some weird shit. He ended up being wrong. They're like, that's even more suspicious. And then what? Ends up he was in the fucking hospital. But to this day, people still want to blame that guy. They're like, what about this guy? Okay, well, here, let's show you. Then you have, okay, Ricci, that's another one. Or the inmate who wrote this shit about Ron. That's another big one that trips me out because when I went back in the news and looked at everything that was released, and when I look back at the town rumors and all that shit, one of the first rumors that came out is that one of them was nearly decapitated and it looked medical and it was like a perfect slit. People were literally saying it could have been this, it could have been a K-bar, it could have been a box cutter, it could have been this kind of knife. There's all this different shit they were saying, right? But there was some documents that were put out by the court that I believe it was the probable cause affidavit or something. So when that got put out, you found out a little bit more about the crime scene, but there was also the text messages from the guy who found them, right? So these text messages going around from the guy who found them, who Kelsey also talked about in a podcast, some of the things that he said ended up being true about how the bodies were. Some of them, I mean, all of it really that he said was pretty much true. What's interesting about it is that you also see other text messages from people who talked about this guy. And they're like sitting there going, he told us that it looked like she was cut by something sharp and it nearly decapitated her and it wasn't jagged and it could have been this, that, or the other. But there were rumors of this box cutter situation going around, right? You've also got people in the jail who had been interrogated, investigated, and questioned. Okay. And judging by, and this doesn't look good for the police there, I'll admit it, this is shitty. But one of the things that a lot of people complained about in Richard's interrogation, if you will, was how, you know, they were alluding to or spilling things to him that could have been a specific thing that they used to say, well, only the guy at the scene would have known that. Well, how do we know that they didn't let something slip about that to a guy that they interviewed, and then he tells another buddy at the jail, and then this guy says that? Also, the timing's a little off there. I do think that a month before, and let's not forget, speaking of Ron Logan, in his search warrant, it says that they're looking for box cutters. That search warrant was made public pretty quick, and it was made public before that inmate said that shit, that Ron confessed to him. So it's kind of crazy. Like, I really feel like people are not looking at the fucking the timeline correctly. Like, I really think that they could have either found it out because of town rumor, which there were plenty. If you look at Reddit, like, plenty of people were talking about the possibility of a box cutter super early on. But the simple fact that the search warrant says, if you find these things, we need them. Knives, box cutters, fucking guns, all the different things that were listed. All of that could be 100% made available to somebody in prison. They even get tablets. Like, Richard broke his. It's just really crazy. People confess all the time, Crimson Clover. There's a case here, the Roxanne Paltoff case. 16 people have confessed in the last 10 years, and none of them fucking did it. Now, here's the problem. Richard confessed repeatedly to multiple people, right? But he also confessed an ample amount of times, like a lot. And he also wrote it down. He said it, and none of it was during interrogation initially. It was all to people like his mom, his fucking wife, his therapist that he felt comfortable around, apparently. He also wrote the letters to the warden. People heard him talking about this. Like, to me, seems to make sense. How does it make it more believable? Because he gave a timeline to all of them, and the timeline matched perfectly and explained everything at the crime scene. And also, we have yet to see all the paperwork. And we have people who are in court who can tell us more about it. But the problem is, they don't have as big of voices as the people who are on court TV and shit, who are sharing little half nuggets, people who weren't in there every day. And that's very concerning to me. He slipped into psychosis right after a phone call with his lawyers. I mean, also, let's not forget, right after Kathy refused to believe his confession. And he's the one who told them, I have this anxiety, I have this depressive disorder. He's got very specific disorders that lead him to need to be validated by his wife, by people who love him. He needs validation. He openly explained that he was drinking that morning and that alcohol is what set him off last time and caused him to 5150. Let's not fucking forget. This is a guy who everyone says has a clear record. What about that domestic dispute? And yeah, that's a good point. He all of a sudden cleared up his psychosis real fucking quick right after he talked to his therapist. It just went away. It's not, first of all, Haldol doesn't jack you if you need it. It levels you out. I know a comic who takes Haldol on a daily basis. Like, people take that shit. It's just like saying lithium will fuck you up. Well, if you're on it for 6 years, no, it doesn't. You can function on it. He did admit to drinking. He said it. He said that he got a 6-pack and he drank 3 of them. Like, it's used as torture if somebody doesn't need it or if they're given it without consent. He said that he felt better on it and it did calm him down. It's also used to push your heart rate down. It's pretty common. It's pretty wild. Anyways, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna have Teddy on. I just don't want to get derailed because we're talking about something else right now. That's the next episode. We're gonna go through all those little details. Monthly, weekly, and oral daily. Yeah, some people need it. If you're at the point where you're eating your own shit, Nicole, you might need some medication if you're having a mental health break. I don't truly think that he's a guy who was tortured in any way. There wasn't a mark on his body. They said he was tortured, right? He was not tortured. He didn't have a mark on his body. They said they beat him at one point. None of the guards beat him. They had him literally on film 24/7. He was on suicide watch because he threatened to kill himself, which is protocol. They checked on him every 15 minutes. He got an iPad. He got food given to him. He was in a 12/18 cell. That was bigger than the trailer I fucking grew up in. Like, I don't see this guy as someone who was tortured. And when he confessed, let's not forget, he wasn't being screamed at when he confessed. He wasn't even being interrogated. He chose to do that. He picked up the phone and he chose to do that. He also did it while going through some religious stuff, which is actually kind of unfortunately common. There have been quite a few people who have done heinous crimes who confess once they started to hit that religious part of their moment, if you will. In what do you call it? There's like a reflective period or something, the wind down in the reflective period after you're caught. Some people, it takes a few days to really think about it. But when you're somebody with a disorder where you are codependent and you need that validation and the person doesn't give it to you, that can really slide someone into an existential meltdown. Now, I'm not saying that solitary is good in any way, but when you threaten to kill yourself in jail, that's the protocol. So like a lot of people that happens to. He was tortured. It's a fact. Okay, how was he tortured? How was he tortured? What did they do to him? Did they prod his balls with electricity? What do you literally you think he was tortured? Okay, prove it. How? How was he tortured? Okay, how was he tortured? Mentally, physically. Well, the cameras were not off. I believe it was 24/7. And if you look up Westville, they also were adjusting the lighting and shit. We talked about that. He was tased multiple times. When and what was he doing when he was tased? When and what was he doing when he was tased? I've also tased myself. I'm not going to lie. It sucks, but it's not that bad. I wouldn't call it torture. I would call sitting through Erica talking on fucking court TV torture. Yeah, the dosage of Haldol was not that high. That's what I heard too. I mean, again, how was he tortured? Was he hung upside down? Was he beaten? I mean, literally, yeah, the jury saw it all. Yep, he had control over his lighting. He had an iPad. He could adjust the channels. He could make calls going out. He had suicide companions. He was literally allowed to talk to the pedophile guy who drafted him documents. Like, that's what I don't get. So when was he? I mean, he's in jail. I would rather have 24/7 surveillance on my loved one than not. And again, how do you combat that? They were being accused of, he's being tortured. He's not given his rights. His lawyers can't have a private conversation with him. Okay, well, the entire prison is on a camera. Like, that's just how it works in jail. It's literally for an insurance liability purpose. And that specific prison was about to get upgrades, and they had a grant that was relying on it. They had to have cameras. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But again, how was he tortured? If Canton can lose, yeah, but they didn't. That's the thing. It's literally backed up on a hard drive 24/7. Definitely true. Okay, everybody keeps saying he's tortured. How? How was he tortured? That's what I'm getting at. He's being taken to a shower when he threw shit. So yes, he was tased. He wasn't in the Hilton. Yeah, if you throw shit or piss, you're going to get tased, which is why I asked, what was he doing when he got tased? You feel me? There's always two sides of the story here, people. He was tased for not leaving his cell for a wreck, which was optional. Also, he was tased for not putting his hands back in the cell slot. I don't know about the wreck thing. I heard that he was tased because he was screaming shit to incite gang members. I don't remember what it was, and I wish I did, but he was screaming something at gang members. Rick had a cleaner criminal history than Nick, who prosecuted him. They administered involuntary drugs, they didn't break his iPad. He broke his iPad. He broke his iPad. And I do believe that he was put on a regimen of drugs, but I do think that it's fucked up that they change your drugs when you get into jail. For some people, I don't necessarily know for sure if they did that. But he also didn't have a super clean criminal history. I mean, he didn't have a terrible one, but a lot of people, I mean, look at Brian fucking Koberger. There's a lot of people with super clean histories that end up, I mean, literally getting caught your first time. It's kind of the point. Not everyone is in CODIS. Jesus Christ. You guys are fighting over dumb shit. So don't fight with each other. You guys can fight with me, but don't fight with each other. Alan's most recent confession was at Wabash Correctional in February 2024. Not Westville, no psychosis. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. And by the way, Turbo was in the fucking trial. So was Teddy. Like, for real. And they took good notes, and Turbo didn't have a bias in this case. She really didn't care. Anyway, well, not didn't care. She cared, but you know what I mean. Like, she couldn't give a fuck less. She just wanted the right person to get caught, right? Turbo, she's Canadian. She's not even from there. But she went and she watched every day, and she took very thorough notes. So I just don't, again, how was he tortured? He was being drugged, tied up, and beaten. He was not beaten. Okay, he was in cuffs when he left his cell because it's prison, and that's what happens. And also, he was threatening to kill himself. At a certain point, he was. The drugs were Haldol to calm him down so he doesn't have a fucking heart attack while he's freaking out in psychosis. Again, how was he tortured? Trying to get him in the shower and fought him. The guards were trying to get to him. The guards were trying to get him in a shower and he fought them. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you personally don't have proof. So why are you repeating it? That's what I don't get. Like if I don't know something, I say, well, I don't know. We'll have to look into that. You know, like don't repeat something if you don't have proof. Like a lot of the things that I say, it's like I think this or I show it to you. But like if you don't have proof, you don't have proof. Then why would you scream he's being tortured? I've often wondered if Whiteman was noted on his file alongside the word cleared. They might have included this because his phone location from 2017 was accessible. Just a thought. You know what's interesting? He didn't have his phone all of a sudden for that one period, but he had it for all the time around it. And if you're doing a digital extraction, it's nice to have the phone, especially if you want to do a full-blown Cellbrite one. It's going to take about 11 months on average, which is a very long time if you want to get every single tiny thing. But you can do an extraction that's, I mean, technically you can do one if it's on a specific cloud. Now, he used that weird, what's it called? Tink or Ting? He used a weird phone company. But they could still probably get a couple of things from them. The problem with the prepaid ones is when you get that warrant, there's only so much data available, and they data dump way more rapidly than like Verizon, AT&T, stuff like that. So I'm curious if there was any issue with that, like if they were able to pull anything. I'm very, very interested in like the data that they were able to pull from the specific number. Okay, so all right, he was in the safest cell they had. Rozzi himself stated at 3-day hearings that he could not be in Gen Pop. He was given extra rec. Yeah, because the Gen Pop guys threatened to kill him. And there was a guy who was in the jail with him at one point who came out and said that he came out fucking talking shit because he had a death warrant and that gang members were going to jump him. So it was for his own protection, you know. Had he been kept in a local county jail, some guy would want to be a hero and off him. Exactly. And people did threaten that. And the initial judge, remember, had to recuse. In America, you cannot look up a pretrial detainee and punish them for crimes they haven't been convicted of. The state needed him to confess. It's wrong. Okay. I mean, he wasn't tortured, in my opinion. But I like, here's the thing. There's no evidence that he was tortured, in my opinion. Okay. So I'm not going to say he was or wasn't. He controlled his own lighting. I know. And we can't even fucking do that in my house, but whatever. Here's the thing. He's in jail. He's in jail on no bail because of the crime that he was being accused of. That at the time they had enough evidence to indict him on, and there was a probable cause warrant. What I don't get is this happens every fucking day to a lot of prisoners. Like a lot of people who commit crimes like that happens. I'm just very confused as to how it's torture to put someone in solitary when they're threatening to commit suicide to keep them safe, to keep them from killing themselves, or to restrict someone so they don't get killed because they're inciting issues with other prisoners. These are very basic fundamental things. Now, if they were framed by his defense a specific way, I can see why so many people think that. That makes sense. We'll see the documents soon, but there are people who were in court who are in the chat right now who are telling you what was happening in court, because a lot of people who reported on this who were in court left a lot of shit out to fit an agenda, and that's concerning. And they were a lot of Erica's friends. So it's a little weird. Yeah, they did didn't they attempt a geofence? I believe there's some issues with Indiana law in that. And also, he had a Ting. We don't know that he was logged into Google. He did have a lot of accounts, private stuff that you can kind of see through OSINT search tools, and there's actually quite a few bits of software where you can see he had a Dropbox. He was on a couple of hacking forums. There's one part in his interrogation where he's like, well, I don't want you guys to see all the websites I've been to. Well, I've seen a couple of them, and I'll tell you this much. I get why he said that. He was talking about stocks, right? And he was talking about, so he has apps on his phone. I would think that whatever stock app he was using, they could have gone back and just traced his location through that or gotten a subpoena through that. And I'd love to see that list. Yeah, is putting a TV in his cell torture? I don't know. People are saying that they broke his iPad. He broke it. Like, I don't. Yeah, I know it's not an issue you had, but somebody else was saying that. So I was responding to them, Nicole. Not everybody agrees on everything. So if I'm talking to somebody else, yeah, it wasn't allowed in. Isn't that because of Indiana though, Nicole? Is it like, I'm not sure. I think it was an Indiana thing. I sat in trial on day 14 and watched the jury watch the defense torture videos. The jury took all of that into consideration. The juror who spoke out said it was not torture. Yeah, and I remember the description from the comment lady was like, it was just him mumbling, talking to himself, saying crazy shit, and then doing crazy shit, but he was alone. He wasn't being tortured. They both agreed. Was it because they didn't want to have to take it to the Supreme Court? Because I believe they were waiting on a case to challenge it. It had something to do with that. Allen was a harm to himself and others. IDOC has protocols for this. That's what they did. Yeah. The first warrant for geofencing was denied because it was too far reaching. Oh, interesting. If you're eating your shit, maybe you need meds. Exactly. I mean, that's another thing is like some people, when they go into psychosis, they need something to calm them down. There's also paperwork that you have to fill out specifically in Indiana. I don't know if it's even like that here, but I was looking into it and it's interesting because you have to fill out all this paperwork there. To admit things like medication, you have to have a doctor's record certifying that you need that medication, and it has to go through this process for you to be allowed it in jail. And I do wonder if he didn't have that paperwork. I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, he had accounts on all sorts of shit. He had accounts just like everybody else. He had a Dropbox. A bunch of people do. He had a Gmail. He was on this one site that it's basically like an extension or a mirror of GitHub. Like, he was kind of tech savvy. That's another thing. Like, I don't see a lot of people talking about that, but he's not bad at tech, which is kind of scary. If Doolin hadn't gotten the IMEI number wrong, we wouldn't be here. Well, that's fair. No, it was a goal thing. Was it? Because I was reading shit about how geofence wouldn't be allowed in a lot of Indiana courts because they were waiting on a specific challenge for the new versions. Same thing with the Missy Bevers case Texas has. I was literally sticking a spork up his ass, banging his head against the walls. He was self-injurious. Yeah, so that's probably why he needed it. I'd be more inclined to believe he was tortured for a confession if he hadn't done so to his mom and wife. And also he wrote it down in letters and he told the therapist. Like, that's so many people. Have we looked into the medical prison people and where they are now? Did you mean medical? Or you mean somewhere else? I mean, a lot. Here's the thing. You can see all of the staff, not just still to this day, but also on the way back machine for those facilities. We looked at them in another episode. I feel like you were here though, Nicole, for that. And it was all about Wabash and Westville. Because that was the one where Darlene is the pen guy. Remember that episode where the pen guy, he sticks pens up his ass and swallows them specifically to get surgeries to get out of his cell? They were revamping the entire facility. They were relying on a grant at the time, which is another reason why, for insurance purposes, they were filming everything. Then they had people walking through to go look at the death row guys. And that's where we saw Pen Guy. But yeah, you almost here's a little thing. I don't know if you guys heard this. A lot of corrections officers are insanely underpaid. Some of the ones that we looked at that day in Wabash and Westville are people who are 17 to 18 years old. Remember, it started at $20 an hour at one of them and $17 an hour. That's not a lot. And the 17-year-olds are getting trained so that when they turn 18, they can be there in time through some school program. It's really wild to me how I'm trying not to be rude. A lot of them are out of shape. A lot of them are very small, very young. There are a couple of big burly fucking dudes. I saw maybe 2 people with big dudes with tattoos. They were kind of stupid tattoos. Like, All these people, I didn't see diehard Vinland or Odinist. A lot of them go to jail, but they're not guards. So to me, it's also like, I don't know. Judge Gold said very little overall during the trial. Allen's appellate team will be hard pressed to find errors, in my opinion. Didn't already start? Yeah, he did. He did, and he was screaming at gang members, and they were threatening him. And one of the guys from one of the gangs came out of prison, did an interview, showed that, or out of jail, did the interview, talked about it, talked about him doing that, and how they had to like bring him back in because he was about to get his ass whooped. Yeah, you remember that one? So that's the Penn episode. that was kind of a crazy one. Very specifically like that. I have to say the death row people there have a mini apartment. Like they have fucking posters like it like, and also there's a hold on death row because of a guy. I believe it was there. I wonder if it was there. It might have been Idaho. I don't want to get it wrong. I think it might have been Idaho. Fuck. Was it Creech? I want to say his name's Creech. There's a guy who the cocktail didn't work on. It took him forever to die. And so he was suing so they'd kill him. And that caused an uproar and they put a fucking freeze on the death row inmates. So they're kind of in this perpetual limbo there. And we were watching it. It was very interesting. I mean, he was denied rec time because he wouldn't wear clothes. And last time he wouldn't leave for an hour. Yeah, but in the first jail, I think that was the one where the inmate came out and was like, yeah, he was screaming slurs at gang members. It's like, God damn, dude. Was Wake fired because he was a great, I don't know. I don't understand that question. Yeah, I don't know. Walla doesn't have a nefarious background. The worst thing I could find about her is that she listens to Grey Hughes sometimes and goes, that's the date of his first written confession. Award him Gallipo. That's his name. Fit that into your timeline. March 3rd. They are grossly underpaid. It's really bad. It's really bad. Like when we were looking at the pay, it was like, are you kidding me? 17 an hour? There are McDonald's in Austin that pay more than that. And these people are risking their lives. It's fucking crazy. There's a lot more info on Rick's treatment and IDOC that wasn't presented at trial, but it will all come out hopefully when he sues Indiana. Okay. I mean, good luck with that. The FBI used geofence location data in the PC affidavit to obtain a search warrant for Ron Logan's property. Oh, well, then should that all be thrown out? What do you think, litigation examiner? Thomas Creech, it is Idaho, right? That dude was a son of a bitch. He want firing squad or something because he just wouldn't die. Fucker wouldn't die. And that shit was torture for him. I think it was 20, 30 minutes he stayed alive. Is there any circumstance that you would view this differently or only if we have super hard evidence against someone else? I mean, here's the thing. I would totally view it differently. Like, let me put it this way, Nicole. If the documents come out and there is proof of any of the things claimed that he was tortured, if like literally if shit comes out and we see it and it's just like totally different than everything reported on regarding the trial from the people I trust, if it doesn't make sense, if there are gaps that are not filled in properly that don't, like, let me put it this way. If they refuse to do DNA tests that would tell us who the killer is because all of a sudden they realize, oh, we have this specific DNA on Abby and Libby that we haven't tested yet, and we know it's a male and it's inside of them from a sex assault kit or under their fingernails, or somebody confessed and they also have a very specific thing that was at the crime scene that nobody knew about, that never came out in anything, then yeah, totally, 100%. If they go through the appellate, and they end up winning, then I guess he's innocent. I mean, I wasn't at the trial myself. Things could have slipped through my friends' ears. They could have not understood something properly. I don't really trust any of the news people now after the deep dive I did. I mean, I would totally, sure, there are absolutely things that could change my mind. Absolutely. Like if I found out they were tasing this guy's toes or his feet, you know what I mean? If it turns out that there is a guard that once guarded him and then it comes out that this guy confessed to friends that he hurt Richard, and then there's film of it. If there's proof that the film was tampered with in the jail, like, I'm totally open to that. If that happens, then yes, 100% fuck that, dude. Yeah, there's no root. They could test mitochondrially though, and didn't they say that it was mitochondrially similar to Kelsey because it was her sweater? I believe another thing is they're saying twisted in her hands, like she ripped it out, but I believe there was like one hair that was touching her finger or like kind of loosely wrapped around it. I would think it could be from hugging your sister and then it plucks it out of her head. I don't know. But yeah, I'm totally open, Nicole, 100%. I think that, let me put it this way also. What if, here's something I thought. What if during the appellate process, they push to get DNA tested from the crime scene, right? And then it comes back to someone else. I don't care who, just anybody else that's like not her sister or someone she had just hugged, like a strange dude. It could fucking come back to Ron Logan, Garrett Kurtz. It could come back to whoever, anyone from Chadwell, like whatever. I don't care. If any other fucking skeevy dude's shit is there, boom. Okay, that's a problem. Fucking hook up Richard with a new trial. Yes, dude. There's so many different things. If they can, the other thing that bothers me is the extraction marks on the bullets. Like, especially after talking to my dad about that shit and to gun owners and people who know a lot about it, it's like, damn, dude, I do think they got him, but I do think that it is kind of an outdated forensic technique, which I think is why the FBI is tweaking the protocol. They took the study down off the DOJ website and they're going to put another one up, it seems, because they're basically retesting it to see if it meets the status quo for evidence. If that ends up getting flipped, if they end up saying that that's no longer a viable form of evidence, then that takes out, I mean, it really does exclude the bullet evidence on an appellate trial. So that could work. Yeah, I need to hear some more about that because I am curious. They do rule outs on first responders, and I do wonder if they did that, and that's why there was more hairs, but they didn't meet the requirements. The hair was Abby from a sweatshirt that Libby had on her sister's vehicle. Yeah, and then all these dick beans are blaming the sister, even though she is fucking on camera at work. Nicole, I believe it was the lab tech. Yeah, I do think the lab. So here's the thing with the lab techs and any of the first responders, they typically get a DNA sample. That's like common crime scene protocol. And then they rule them out and they're not going to test it if there's a basic rule out. And there are ways that they can, it's literally like a swab, stick it in a tube, swirl it around. If it, put it in the other one, take those, put them under a microscope. They go in a little machine that shakes them that tells you if that's a match by color. And then they could just rule it out. So they don't have to send it off for a full DNA test, like a full one. So there's no real lab. It's literally like, is this person's DNA? Like you just have it right there. I wish that they could do that for everyone, but they have to go more in depth with the alleles and shit. If they're doing genetic genealogy, it's even way more complicated. But as far as like comparative DNA, they're able to do that pretty quickly. So I do wonder if that's why if that's what that is, but I need to see more on that. It was not enough to generate a profile, but it is enough to exclude or rule out, right? I'm very curious about that. I'd like to see more about that. Today lab test, because it's not a full profile. Okay, so then they weren't able to do that. I'm very interested if they can see. That's probably the shit that makes me the most concerned. Is I really wish that they could do. Can't they do an SMP extraction? I wonder if they can fill in the gaps on that genetic profile like they're doing in the Lisk case. It might be a few more years before they're on that, but they can basically make a composite that's similar and mirror it and then compare the two. We were talking about that process the other day, but it's, again, it might be new to Indiana, so I don't know. Let me see. It was only yeah, they can't, and also CODIS. That's very confusing because you have to have a specific type of profile, and you also, in some states, have to be convicted of the crime before you can run it against anybody else. They ran it through their internal database first, didn't get a hit. Then they developed more and put it in CODIS and found it actually matched the tech database, which also includes cops and such. That could be why they ruled it out for the for the what do you call it? Lab techs. There was an issue when they re-examined the clothing because male DNA was found that was someone in the lab. Okay. I want to see more of that. Did they talk about that in court, Teddy? Also, litigation examiner. Welcome. I'm presuming you are a litigation examiner. What do you think's the VIG? Like, what's the up and up on I guess on the situation with the DNA and Richard? Yeah, because also Nicole's right, contamination. And here's the thing, when you have a search party find somebody, that's already, a lot of defense attorneys love to rip into that. Like, we don't know who stood over them, but we did have quite a few podcasts where people who were involved confirmed certain things that made sense, specifically with the 911 what do you call it, the radio calls and stuff, when they were talking about finding the shoe and everything. It all lined up with everything that Kelsey was saying from her perspective when they were searching for them. And then you have that text message that was confirmed by a relative who found them. Like, there's all these little things that, I mean, typically in a lot of cases, I've seen lawyers bring it up as reasonable doubt. And I was kind of more interested in, why didn't they bring that up? Like, why didn't they talk about that element of it? I don't know. But I'm curious, litigation examiner, the DNA. Okay. Is this, I don't know. I'm one of those people, I'm like, if you have a strong circumstantial case and a confession, all right. If it makes sense and it couldn't have been known by anyone else, perfect. But I wonder, like, let's say that they are able to get that profile through and it does match Richard. Is that going to seal the deal? It's very interesting. Can they bring up the contamination in a potential appellate situation? I don't know. They did talk about the lab DNA. I'd love to see that. I wish I could have seen that. That was the profile put into CODIS. Yeah. There was something with the yogurt shop murders too, that there was this FBI forensic database that was ran through a school in Florida. And then they ended up saying, oh my God, there was someone who is an IgG match, essentially someone related to the person who did it. And they wanted to see who it was, but it was from the FBI. And they were like, this was part of a big profile project that we did. And everybody in it is anonymous, so you can't use it. How shitty is that? That you got a relative of the person who did it and it's all anonymous, so there's no way to know. Fucking unfortunate. I think the tech database contains everybody at the state lab down, doesn't it? Very interested. Also, I love having these spirited discussions with you guys. You're asking very good questions. I love Nicole's question. I love that question. I do. There's a lot that could get me to switch sides, but also I'm not like firmly necessarily on this side. I just think that there's a lot of things being misrepresented by people who maybe have some agendas, and it bothers me because it's like, that's not true. When you go back and look at kind of who started it, it's fuck. It's like, yikes, because a lot of it trickles down to people like Erica. They will not test anything. They have 6 markers. That's it, but it's enough. Dr. Silkman broke this phone. With an F? What does that mean? Oh, okay. Okay. It was the re-examination of the hoodie and the iPhone. Okay, that makes sense. I'm still tripping out at, like, there was a whole bunch of shit where people were saying that phone wasn't wet. And it's like, I'm looking at fucking water droplets on it. What are we talking about here? Well, sure, with Benson, the real timeline, the state is hiding this. Oh, I'm sure you will. Anytime someone says it's a shadow government, the state's fucking hiding the timeline, I'm sure you've got it. All right. Well, we'll see that. Not to be rude, but I mean, the real timeline, come on. We can just kind of like, oh, I don't know, look at what's in the court when it comes out, right? I'm sure they have the real timeline. Richard gave him a timeline. It seemed to match pretty perfectly. I don't know. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to, let me pull this up because now it's time to get to the Erica shit, okay? Okay. I just would like for you guys.
Joining me, criminal defense.
God, that's so fucking loud. Hold on. Let me turn this down a bit because we got to hurry. I got to get shit done. I got shit to do today, guys. All right. Okay. So we're going to continue. We're going to continue and we're going to first look at, again, let's take a look at this bad boy. All right. Because this is what we're going to be talking about today. Today is the day we're going to do the Meacham stuff. All right. We're going to talk about that fella that was discussed heavily on Court TV between Erica, Vinny, and Bob. And then I'm going to show you some cool stuff.
Joining me, criminal defense attorney.
Sorry, Meehan, not Meacham. I'm going to show you some stuff about Shane that's very interesting. And I'd like to, I just like to debunk something that's pretty big because I see a lot of people talking about this. And I don't know. I don't know why. I just don't know why. I'm like, what are we doing here? Really? You think that? And that is the guy who killed Greg Ferenczi, author of the Odin Report. You guys remember that shit? One of the authors. Let's watch this again. Old Erica, okay? Because I'm going to show you some shit that's going to prove everything she said is bullshit. And everything that you're about, not everything, half of what you're going to hear, I'm going to show you is bullshit, okay? Let's go ahead and put this on in case you missed it. And I swear to God, I'm going to shut up through this whole thing. And I'm only going to pause it if I need to show you something, all right? But I want you to pay very close attention. Because I think I see where people went a little astray here. And I'm very concerned about it. I think this is very important. So let me pull this up. Here we go.
The host of the Defense Diaries podcast was in the courtroom for the trial, Bob Mata, and private investigator, worked on the case for nearly 2 years, is close with Richard Allen's family. Erica Morse is with us. Thank you both for being here. Erica, it's been a while since I've talked to you about this case. So let's talk about this case. Let's start first with Richard Allen. His wife, Kathy, wasn't there today, right?
No one from the Allen family attended. That was an ongoing discussion between Rick and his family for about the last 2 weeks, Vinny, as to whether or not they should go. And the decision was made that if Rick's advisement by the defense attorneys was to not participate in the pre-sentencing investigation report, and for good reason, that the family would stand with him in solidarity and not accept the verdict by refusing to show up. It is unfair to watch this family, or to ask this family to watch this man be sentenced for crimes he did not commit in a trial that has to be redone.
So, Erica, tell me, why do you believe he did not commit this horrific double murder?
Oh, well, Vinny, we only have, 20 minutes to talk about it tonight. The Frank's memo. Frank's memo, which was not a concoction of the defense team. It was a highly and very thoroughly investigated extension of a report created by an FBI task force who developed that theory. And the man who authored that report died at the hands of an Odinist prison guard 5 days after he turned that report in.
Wait. Say that again?
To tell you, Vinny. Bob, back me on this. Am I lying?
No, she's talking about Greg Ferenczi, who was
Okay, you missed all that because I was muted. R.I.P. Officer Ferenczi. And if that is your dear friend, R.I.P. to him. Seemed like a very great man. No, we're not gonna disparage him in any way, because today we're going to be debunking this bullshit. And in order to debunk it, we do not have to besmirch Mr. Ferenczi. He seemed like a really cool dude. He seemed like he had a pretty good head on his shoulders. I've seen a lot of rumors going around. First rumor, Ferenczi and Shane went to high school together. Nope, they didn't. Ferenczi was in his early 50s. Shane was in his 40s. They did not go to high school together. So enough of that shit. All right. Their families knew each other. It seems that that's possible because they do have mutual friends on the internet. Fair enough. Does not a murder plot make? Okay. Couple of other things. First and foremost, Shane Meehan is not an Odinist. The picture that people share of Shane Meehan to prove that he's an Odinist, let me just show you. Let me just show you some things, okay? I'm going to show you some things real quick. Just to be clear, because a lot of bullshit going around. First, I'd like you to take a look at this. I'd like you to take a look at this document I made. All right? I'm going to show you a picture. And why is this important? Because it's not fair to drag either family, the victim's family or the suspect's family, because you're not your family. You're not what they did. Okay? It's not fair to drag either of them through the bullshit and make them a part of a big conspiracy that they're not. One of the reasons that Erica has cited online and that a lot of people who support this bullshit that she's saying have cited is that he had Odinist tattoos. We know he's an Odinist. Like Bob literally just backed her up. Yup, it is true. Okay. This is the tattoo. All right. This is the tattoo on the right. Look, it says Shane Meehan. I put a little X on it because I don't want to dox this guy, even though he has the same name. He's a very young ginger guy who plays soccer. Okay. Totally different dude. He's featured on quite a few tattoo websites. And also that's a Viking tat. It's not necessarily just Odinism. All right. It's different. All right. And Greg didn't run for mayor. Ivy Push. Shane ran for mayor in 2019. So just to be clear, the connection that every single person uses first when they make this argument that this guy was an Odinist and he killed Greg over the... First of all, this happened in 2021. Okay, you understand? That is way before the Franks memo came out. There's absolutely no way that he could have known the future. Psychics are not real. So Shane did not know the future. He had not seen this report. This report was not out. Do you understand? It was not out. It was not public. There's no way he could have known it. A couple of other things. Shane is not an Odinist. He attended the Remnant Church and the Westside Christian Church. Okay? I spoke to people who knew Shane. He was not an Odinist. He never cited any Odinist shit. He didn't even watch the show Vikings. Here's another thing. Odinism is not Nazism. Vinlanders and Nazis have taken over Odinist concepts, Odinist symbols, tried to make it their own, but that does not necessarily mean that a real Odinist, especially the one that they keep talking about, the Astru or whatever. Look, I don't give a fuck who you are. There's a very obvious line where it's like, okay, this is being used for racism and this is someone who likes this TV show. Okay? A group can co-opt many things, but just because you have a Viking tattoo or even a rune tattooed on you does not make you a Nazi. That is fucking stupid. Get that out of your head right now. There are also different levels to this shit. Yeah, I don't, case by case, enough, okay? I don't need you in here pimping conspiracies or whatever you're doing. Just stop. Okay, so right here, August 13th, 2021, mental illness and a rich history of medical issues, including a traumatic brain injury, may be presented in defense of a former prison guard. This was from a DOJ website, okay? So over here, oh, Jesus Christ. over here, this guy on the bottom left, in the top left, this is Shane. All right. He worked in a prison many, many years before this. All right. A long time ago. When he worked there, he had a work injury. Okay. I believe he had a head injury, to be specific. They do talk about this. It was a brain injury, right? He ends up getting fired from his job due to a medical issue. All right. Now, when you have a medical issue like a brain injury, it causes different behaviors for different people. Okay. They cut him off. He did not have the funds to take care of, to get the mental health help that he needed. There was a lot that this guy had in life that was wonderful. He had a wife. He had 3 kids. They look lovely. His wife is beautiful. His kids are wicked cool. I'll show you later. But this guy, all right, he gets this brutal head injury. He gets fired from his job. He's trying to recover. He loses the medical insurance, I believe, from the prison. So he started to get really pissed off at the feds. That's what I was told by people who personally knew him. And after looking through social media and profiles from his friends and family, it seems that's true. There are actual pictures of him in the hospital after this injury, walking with family members. And they're praising him. They're like, you're going to get through this. It's going to be okay. It's very sad, but you can tell that his behavior kind of started to change. Okay. Did it change into, I'm going to be a Norse Nazi Viking who's going to go kill people because of a letter that I've never seen so that I can fuck up a trial? Right. No, it became more of, I'm really mad at the feds. I lost my job and things aren't going well. And I have a traumatic brain injury, and traumatic brain injuries can make people do crazy things. Remember a guy with a brain tumor named Charles Whitman who shot up UT from the tower? Remember that? Like, that shit happens a lot. Frontal lobe damage can absolutely affect someone's behavior. Same with temporal lobe damage, all the lobes, really. So you've got a guy who's angry at the federal government, or the feds, if you will, because he got fired. I believe it was from a federal penitentiary, right? In Terre Haute. Workman's comp in Indiana failed him. That's what I also saw. Okay. So we've got a guy who's pissed off at the feds because they're not covering his hospital bills because he got fired years before. He starts kind of going in a loop. Why is everything wrong? Why is everything wrong? He had very liberal values. He was not a gun nut. All right. He wasn't super into guns. He actually ran he ran on a gun control platform when he ran for mayor. He got less than 1% of the vote, people. Like, that's not a lot. He started to spiral. Okay. Now, a bunch of people were saying, oh, his wife was cheating on. That's fucking bullshit. She has social media, and people who are family and friends of his, and 2 people that I talked to, literally said, no, it was very sad. It's very sad. This guy was like on mental decline. It was scary for his family. He goes out and he does this. Now, here's the thing. If he was going after Greg, how would he possibly know that Greg would be the guy to run out of the building? How could he know that? There were other people at work that day. There was a guy named Ryan who was there. He also ran out and engaged with firing against fucking Shay. Okay. Another thing, they're about to say it. We all have already seen it once, but we'll watch it again. She says that he threw a Molotov cocktail through Greg's office window. That didn't happen. He threw a Molotov cocktail at the building. Greg came out like, what the fuck? To try to, see what the fuck's going on and stop this maniac. This horrible situation, to try to stop it. There's no way he could have known that Greg was going to do that. That was a freedom. That's what freedom is. That's a freedom of choice. Greg chose to be heroic and do the right thing and be like, he chose to come out and stop the threat. There's no way this guy could have known that. There were multiple people in the building. It could have been Ryan. It could have been anyone. I don't think he targeted Greg. I think he targeted the building. And the DOJ made that very clear in the sentencing. They also said that he was, mentally incompetent to stand trial. That had to do with his brain injury. So unfortunately, this is one of those situations where it's a guy who's really, really mad at his government. It seems it's likely it had to do, with it had to do with more of like being mad at the feds in general and having mental problems, and that's what's really sad about it. In addition to like, this guy didn't have to die. Like this Greg guy did not have to die. I believe did he have twins or something? He had like adult kids. He had like, they both had good lives. They had wives, they had kids that they loved and shit. Right. So like all the people spreading the rumors saying it was an affair, that's bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit. All the people saying that it was because of this letter that has to do with this trial, it's so disrespectful. It's so fucked up. Don't change his story like that. Why do you have to add tragedy onto something that's already fucking tragic? So to see them milking it and using it to fit this weird agenda to back up this Frank's motion that really should be able to stand on its own legs without this fake ass story, and not that this is fake. This happened, but saying that it is because of this Odin report or what the Frank's motion is, that's what's fake. That's insane. And to see a lawyer on TV going, what she's saying is true. It's not true. They didn't throw a Molotov cocktail through the window. Okay. And frankly, I think that it kind of takes away from Greg's heroism. How do you say it? Heroism, his heroic behavior. The fact that he was instantly like, I have to engage and I have to stop the threat. They're making it personal and they're trying to make it about something it's not. And they're trying to tie it in with all this extra shit. It's just insane. Look, Ivy Push, you knew him, right? He wasn't seeing Shane's wife. Like, it's stupid. It's such a stupid thing. And it disrespects Greg, saying that he would do that to his family. And it disrespects Shane's wife, who clearly does not deserve any of this. Neither do his kids. So to be clear, Shane was not an Odinist. He attended Remnant Church and Westside Christian Church. He had no traces of Odinism in his social media history. The people I spoke to who know him personally said he never once mentioned that shit. That's so wild. He wouldn't do that. And also told me that, yeah, he did have mental health issues. He was on a decline and nobody really knows why he did it, except that it was likely because of his head injury. And this was an event that was targeting more of a building or an institution, not necessarily Greg. And it's unfortunate. It's really sad that this guy lost his life, but I feel like it makes it even worse to try to spin it into something it wasn't and use it for fodder to try to push a conspiracy theory. Like, let the families heal and let this guy fucking rest. Okay. So to be clear, people will try to tell you that this guy is an Odinist, and he's not. He's a guy with mental health issues who did a horrible thing. And it had nothing to do with a memo that hadn't been released to the public yet. It was also not a personal thing that involved any sort of affairs or any of that shit. That was all bullshit too. This is not the same Shane. This is a soccer player who's much younger. He does not have this tattoo. So again, yeah, isn't that where he got the head injury? That's what I was told. So yeah, Greg really loved his job in helping people, but he truly was one of a kind. But it had been the other agent that stepped out, he would have been shot. Not great. Exactly. So that's why when people are saying he targeted this guy for writing this letter that there's no way he could have known he even worked on, it's insane. There's no way he could have. Externally outside of the building, he doesn't get to make the choice of who's going to come out. So that's what's nuts. It really bothers me. And I do want to show you something else. I did hide the face, but for this kid, because he's a kid at this time. But I do think it's important to see this. First of all, Shane, his family has gone through hell over this too. I'm sure Greg's has. I mean, this just to have your name fucking pulled up in regards to Delphi when you don't even live in that town is just, it's got to be wild for them. So this kid got so much fucking harassment over the shit that his dad did and all the shit on social media, right? So the mom makes this post. Now, I cut her name out in her picture because I don't need people bothering her, but I do think it's important. I don't know why I felt compelled to share this with you. And also, The oldest daughter of Shane, okay, she paid for Christmas gifts for strangers in need with her whole cashier paycheck one year and was featured in the local news for her philanthropic gesture of kindness. And it was very sweet. A family came through. They needed stuff for Christmas. They didn't have enough money. She was like, you know what? I'm going to help you out. I got this. And she took all of her money. She's a teenager. She just covered it, didn't say shit about it. Someone noticed. They put her in the paper for it. I thought that's very sweet. Then I saw that the mom said this. This is how we've raised our children to stand up, not only for themselves, but for others as well. When left to scramble on our own, and this is right after their father did this, on our own and absorbed this tragedy, our true friends and family reached out. It meant so much to my kids and I. The help we received when everything was a blur is so appreciated. My children are their own people with their own future, and they will continue on to achieve all that they strive for. The four of us had nothing to do with July 7th. You see that? We mourned a fallen officer in our community, all while fleeing for safety and trying to understand how the person we loved could have been involved. We do not ask for sympathy, but I'd like to see some things change in the way of new laws and procedures of law enforcement. I had officers say to me, we waited for a call out to come patrol your house or to have a car sit there. Nothing. My son speaking up his true feelings of what he learned through this. Ask yourself the question, what is a victim and what if it were you? Imagine a scenario of a mother killing another and her husband and children are left alone. You instantly, as I did at times, always feel remorseful for the victim. Who are the victims? All children on both sides could be lifted up and protected, period. I will continue to fight for this as children should not have to. I love this. I love this. And I thought, well, what did young Meehan do? Because that shit brought me to tears when I read it. So now I'm going to read to you what this kid did. And honestly, it's pretty remarkable and good for him. You know, good for him for doing this. So her son, on the first day of school, comes out and at an assembly, okay, let me make myself big for this. At a high school assembly, right? Which is like, look, I'm a comic. I've been public speaking for over 20 years. All right. That shit doesn't scare me. But in high school, I was terrified. And I do this shit for a living. Imagine how he feels. Like, imagine how, and also boys have all that anxiety, you know? This kid was a weightlifting champion, you know? He comes from a family that has just been plastered all over the news because of something that his dad did. It was not his choice. He's about to go back to school, and he chooses to stand up in front of the school on day one at an assembly and to just confront the issue and to talk to them. And it is really, I haven't really seen anything like it. This is like the bravest kid ever, you know, because it's got to be crazy. So I'm going to read to you. And this is August 21st. As Shane Meehan II began addressing his West Vigo High School peers during a school assembly on Tuesday, the Green Dome fell silent. Meehan wanted to talk to the student body head on about a traumatic event that has forever changed not only his life, but the lives of many. His father faces federal charges in connection with July 7th shooting death of Terre Haute Police Detective Greg Ferenczi, who was also a federal task force agent. The 17-year-old spoke during the assembly in which the principal, Ryan Easton, addressed expectations of students, school rules, how the students should treat one another. During a discussion of bullying, Easton introduced Meehan, who had asked for the opportunity to speak. I told everyone what my dad did was not my actions, they were his, Meehan recounted in an interview Thursday. I want to be treated like everybody else. And if the same thing happened to any of their parents, if their parents did something like that, I wouldn't look at them any different. But reaching out beyond his own pain, Meehan told students if any of them were going through a rough time, he's there to help them and to talk to them. I'm there to listen, he told them. When he was done, Meehan received a standing ovation and many hugs. Several people had tears in their eyes. In my 23 years of teaching, it's got to rank up in the top one of the most humbling moments as an educator, Easton said. To see each kid in those shoes put it all out there in front of his peers, what he did was unbelievable. When Meehan was done, you could just see the stress released from his shoulders, Easton said. Easton had reached out to the family several times after July 7th, but the day of the shooting, and the West Vigo Jr. asked the principal if he could address the student body. Meehan's mom, Mandy, said she's proud of her son, not only for how he addressed what happened, but for offering help to those who needed it. She wrote on social media, standing with courage, standing to move past the hurt, standing to offer hand to another student who ever needed help, standing to say thank you for the support he has already received. That's my son. Words are not enough. Show my pride for him. The West Vigo student had been nervous before he spoke. He didn't know how people would react, or some might be unkind, but that didn't happen. They were overwhelmingly supportive, kind, and positive. Mandy Meehan, who did not attend, said she was a nervous wreck beforehand. You can't hold a child accountable for their parents' actions, she said. Agreed completely, Mandy. And that's what he was trying to stand on. There's nothing we can do about what happened. Her goal going forward is to raise them up and keep them headed the right way. For Mandy Meehan and her 3 children, what happened July 7th was shocking and devastating. Our lives have been turned upside down, she said. Family members have sought counseling. It was the trauma. It was a blast to our systems. Shane Meehan saw his dad that day. His younger sister played catch with their dad the night before. Life was normal. Nothing appeared terribly wrong. When they learned what happened, they were absolutely blown away. Do you hear that? He saw his dad that day, okay? His younger sister played catch with him, all right? This wasn't some scandal where, all the rumors and stuff. This wasn't a situation where, he's like, I gotta kill Greg because Greg did a thing. When you have someone who is playing with their kids and everything's fine, and then the next minute they are throwing Molotov cocktails at a building, that's mental health. That is a problem in the brain. Okay? It's terrifying. It's terrifying. I feel horrible for both families. Because imagine that. Imagine everything's fine, and then you hear that someone that you love, your dad, just did that thing. And then to stand up in front of the school and to give that speech and to let kids know, don't treat me different. I'm still here for you. I'm not my dad. You please be here for me. Like, holy shit. And yeah, that is true. He could have seen something that set him off. Oh, it's just so sad. I'll tell you one thing he didn't do that I haven't seen any proof of, that no one who knows him, so many people have posted about this. Not a single person has posted, oh, he did it because of fucking Vikings or whatever, fucking Odinism. Oh, it must have been this memo. That didn't happen. And that's very important to consider, because what they're doing on court TV, that we will go back to, is so fucking irresponsible. Both families have already been through so much shit. Now you're going to drag them into Delphi drama and use it to push an agenda? That's fake, dude. That's phony shit. I don't believe in that. I think that fucking sucks. Seriously, shame on... Here's the shitty part. The defense team saved a seat for her. That's Kathy's best friend. What'd she call Baldwin or Rozzy? Called him, what'd she call him, like Buzzo? Or she had nicknames with them. If they really denounced the shit she said, they wouldn't tell the Comet. They would tell Vinny. And they have full access to Vinny. And they never told him that. They never told Vinny. They never told any of the people that she's doing interviews on. Nope, she doesn't speak for us. Who'd they tell? The local paper and them only? Fuck that. That's so irresponsible and shitty. They're allowing this bitch to say this stupid shit and drag these families into this shit. And they're endorsing it with their silence. It's like lying by omission. It's pathetic. It's very pathetic. The 17-year-old Meehan said he's received much support. And when he did receive a few hateful texts, he did not respond. He just blocked those who sent texts. He wants to move forward with his life, according to his mom. He chose not to bury his head and fear what is next. He wanted to come at it straight and address it right away. And talking about it sure has helped him, Mandy said. Shane Meehan has many emotions about what happened, but still intends to maintain a relationship with his father. While what's happened has been devastating, Mandy Meehan is determined to make sure all 3 children continue on and we're all learning from it. We will come out stronger together. Okay? With that said, if you ever see anybody bringing this shit up again, trying to tie it to the Franks memo, now you know. Now you know who you're hurting. Now you know who you're fucking with. You're fucking with a kid who lost his dad, twins who lost their dad, actually 3 kids who lost their dad, a pair of twins who lost their dad, and 2 wives who lost their husbands. That's who you're fucking with. Okay? And yeah, she did do that. She also blamed witchcraft in Texas in 2 cases. She always blames prison guards and witchcraft. Interesting. It's always a religious thing and the prison guards. Where have I heard that before? I digress. So with that said, no, he's not an Odinist. And that's not why this happened. And again, the memo, the Franks shit came out way later after this happened. All right. Shane did not work with Greg. There's no way he could have known that. And just because he was a prison guard like 9 or 10 fucking years before, okay, I was a barista 10 years ago. The next time there's a barista crime, am I going to get roped into it? This is so stupid. The logic is insane. It's mental gymnastics that I'm not willing to do. I'm very surprised at the people who not only believe it, but who endorse it. And with that said, now it's time to play Big Boy on the Roof. Just kidding. Back to this. She'll let the big boy get on the roof. All right, here we go. With that said, I just wanted to pause it and let you know she's full of shit. Okay? So back to this.
One of the 3 authors of the Odin report that Click, Ferenczi, and Kevin Murphy
report died at the hands of an Odin.
God damn it. I got muted and good because I said a lot of nasty things to you, trial junkie. This is your last fucking warning. Listen, please tell us what his motivation was. I don't know. He was having a mental slip. It was likely, possibly, he was mad at the feds. I'll tell you what it fucking wasn't. The Franks motion. If you want to believe that kind of shit, get the fuck out. All right? You're being silly. And you have noodle brains. Jesus Christ.
His prison guard 5 days after he turned that report in.
Wait. Say that again?
Told you to tell you, Vinny. Bob, back me on this. Am I lying?
No, she's talking about Greg Ferenczi, who was one of the 3 authors of the Odin report that Click, Ferenczi, and Kevin Murphy all put together because they continued that line of investigation for years until Greg Ferenczi was killed. And that was in front of a federal building shortly after he turned in that document.
Explain this. How was he killed? So the man who was killed was working for the FBI or was part of the task force? Who exactly was he?
He was one of the 3 members of the task force tasked with investigating all of the tips related, and I mean all of the tips related to a particular group of individuals. And Greg authored the report. It was turned in, I believe, on May 2nd. And he, on May 7th, was sitting in an office inside the federal building in, I believe it was Indy or Terre Haute. And a Molotov cocktail was thrown through his office window. Greg vacated his office, ran outside in front of the federal building. And that is when he was shot in the head by a former prison guard who is very openly tied to Odinism.
So was that prison guard arrested and prosecuted for this?
Yes, and charged, convicted. Yes, sir, he was. And this is one of the many details about the Delphi case that the state does not want the world to know. They don't want the world to know that Todd Click has been charged with unrelated crimes, another member of that task force. They don't want to know about the number of people associated with this case who have died. or been charged, myself included. They don't want the world
Wait, you've
to know
been
what's
charged with
happening in
something now?
Indiana. The blood. I got to be careful.
Right.
But the blood
Oh
spatter
no,
expert who
let's not
testified.
be careful. You don't have to be careful, hon. I can show them what you were charged for. You know what? You don't want to do it. You don't want to be transparent. Here, I'll do it. I'll do it. Okay. I will do it. Here we go. Let's take a look. Let's remove this. All right. Let me pull it up for you. So she wants you to believe, again, you heard that, right? She wants you to believe that they're coming after her and it has something to do with Delphi. And then when he asks her about it, she just fucking glazes past it. She doesn't even fucking, it's bad, Vinny. It's bad. Okay. You want to know what they're charging her for? Do you? Because I'll show you. I'll fucking show you. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at why they're charging her. Who saw the last episode? Who remembers why they're charging her? Ooh, I hope you guys do. Ooh, I really hope you do. Let's see. Why are they charging her? Maybe it has to do with dead, neglected cats in her house. Maybe it has to do with that. You ever thought of that? Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Oh, God, it's taking forever to load. Fuck. It's not really the gotcha I was hoping it would be because now everything's loading forever. It's because she abused cats because they found cat spines in her house. They found skeletons. And then one was in front of a toilet. Okay. The other was two flea-infested kittens, the worst that they've ever seen. And then she harassed that poor fellow who she accused of hitting and killing a woman, a guy who had been cleared and didn't do it. She stalked him for quite a while. So there's that. Let's take a look. Ever seen a big boy get on the roof? Okay. So this is my favorite part because this is where I get to show you her mugshots. And remember how I told you every time she goes to a different case, like she did here in Texas, she changes her look. Short hair, long hair, glasses, no glasses, blonde, brunette, all of it. Just change it. Fuck it, right? Here you go. There you go. Dead, neglected cat. That new charge for a woman in earlier harassment case. Urka, they didn't even spell right there, but that's pretty funny. The self-proclaimed PI for Haley's case. This was back when she was in Haley Dunn's case here in Texas when she was exploiting that family. Has been arrested and booked for cruelty to animals. Look at those mugshots. Yep. So no, it's not because of intimidation. It's not because of Delphi. It has nothing to do with that, Erica. It's because you kill cats, hon. It's because you torture animals. And it's a self-proclaimed PI because she doesn't have her PI license, and she never did. She actually didn't finish her application in Texas, and she doesn't have one in Indiana. Now, this is when it's going to get a little weird, okay? Because we're about to check out some wild shit, all right? Let me show you some more about Erica. In the middle of that, let's stop. Let's take a look at Erica. Let's take a look at some things about her, okay? First of all, you know how she says that she works for a PI in Indiana? She'll tell you a lot about how Jason Jensen personally called her and said, hey, we need you. We can't solve this without you. Richard is an innocent man. He'll die without you. I believe first she was trying to blame him, if I remember correctly. Okay, so let's take a look at this guy. Enjoy my Canva. All right. This is Jason Jensen. You know what's concerning? The 2020 logo. Let me show you why. Let me show you why that's concerning. Because he brags about being interviewed by the National Enquirer for a story that will be out in a few days. That's concerning. That's very concerning. He also thinks he solved the Zodiac cipher. He didn't. And Paradise is wordplay. And anybody who knows anything about the Zodiac knows about that misspelling being common. That's not a guy's last name. Okay? So this is a guy who genuinely thinks he solved the Zodiac cipher, which he didn't. And he gets it very wrong and is very funny. He's very proud of his interview in the National Enquirer. Okay? He's also ready to take on the Kurt Cobain case. All right? And he writes like a 3-year-old. Okay? I'm not going to go through his entire Facebook because it literally, I think I broke ribs. Okay, I think I broke my ribs hyperventilating, reading all the bullshit. This guy is fucking terrible at his job. He milks people for money. He focuses on cases that are either already solved or they're high profile in the news. I don't like it's beyond Aperture. He is the Erica of PIs. He's dude Erica. Okay, he's dude Erica. Here's what's crazy. I take it back. I do believe that he told her he needed her. And I do believe that he asked her to help because he's fucking stupid, in my opinion. And he's a conspiracy theorist. And anybody, just go to his Facebook page, scroll down a bit. I can't entertain it beyond that. It's really bad. It's very bizarre. Let's move on. So this is the Nosy Neighbor Facebook page for the neighborhood that Erica's in right now. Okay. One of the nosy neighbors posted this because they were real pissed off because she fucks around a lot and finds out. Now, this is after she killed the cats. So let's look at this. She says she's a PI on a stakeout. No one can bother her. She's been on Ewing Avenue multiple times in the past 2 weeks. Finally, today, the cops were able to see her. Has a recorder, records people in the houses on her block. Skanky braless hag told the officers to make us go inside when my neighbor asked what, who, why she was recording. If you hired her, get your money back. If she's your employee, get some standards. If this is you or your family member, move along. We are quiet and peaceful. You messing with our vibe and it won't end well for you. I'm sharing her tag so others can watch out for the skanky stalker girl. Bye. Now, here's why this is important. Her tags are out. I'm not going to show that, but her tags are out. So she's a PI with her tags out. And you know, it's interesting because they grabbed him and Erica early on. And are you starting to see why I can't stand the Frank's memo and why I question a lot of it? Because some of the people who, according to them, which goes undisputed by the defense, except for the one statement they made to the comment, that's the only one. According to them, they all worked on the Frank's memo together. So that's ridiculous. I believe it was FBI agents, wasn't it? She makes it sound like they edited it. He backs that up. The defense does not deny it. And they all hang out in Airbnbs together. So God only knows. She is Kathy's best friend. I would think Kathy would say something. Anyway, this is her on a stakeout. Now it gets better. Let's look at this is just for me to have fun. Okay. So these are some of the comments. Okay. You guys are going to love this part. She used to claim she was a PI in Indiana under Jensen investigations. And then this bitch tags him. Oh my God. Oh my God. She tags him. Like, that's wild behavior. She used to claim she was a PI in Indiana under Jensen investigations. She just posted on one of the pages that he was interviewed by the National Enquirer. So now that all makes more sense. Her big move right now is to get Richard Allen released. She loves to throw herself into big cases and make them about her. No concern for the real victims. Oh no, Kathy does know they're best friends. She sat with her in court. Erica was in court. She has nicknames for the defense. The lawyers waved at her. But I'll show you why. Yeah, as of today, they're still friends, right? Jesus. I heard that yesterday too, and I was like, oh, are you kidding me? She is a predator. But you're going to see some of her, you're going to see some of the excuses in a minute. You're going to see some of the shit she gave for the cat shit, because Kathy loves cats, apparently. Her tags are expired too. Is that the famous in her own mind, Erica Morse? Should have asked her to show you her license, as all private investigators have to be licensed in the state of Indiana. If anything, call the police and have them check your license, and she may get busted for impersonating. Couldn't agree more. After she left there, she drove down the street and parked behind the liquor store in the parking lot. That little fact is important later, so she's still in the area. That person was parked right across the street on 3rd from where my kid's lemonade stand is. Most of the day today, she left once and circled around and sat there again. Get you a neighbor like this lady, by the way, because she watches everything. She had the windows up, so didn't see if they were recording or not. Y'all need to report this to the police. She's not a PI and nothing but a nuisance to anyone who hires her. She hinders cases more than helps them. I worked in private security and investigations. Trust me, we didn't tell people who we were. And you had no idea what people were doing. And we never had expired plates. And we wore bras and weapons you never knew were there. If she's a real PI, she's from Sheen. Damn. Damn. No, I haven't. I do have it for the next one. Yeah, Kathy fucking loves cats. But guess what? Erica has a way around that. She has an excuse. And I'll show you in a minute. Okay? I'll show you in a minute because it's wild. Let's keep going. Okay, we've already seen this part. All right. Again, this is the cat article. For those of you who missed, it's really fucking sad. All right. She stalked a guy. Okay. And then she killed cats. I'm going to have to, I'm not going to read this again, but I will put a link below the video. She killed cats. She was evicted after failing to pay rent for 14 months. Now her excuse is she was busy. Yeah, I'm not going to read it out loud, Mandy. She was busy at the trial. That was her excuse. So in the Who Killed Haley Dunn case, she ran the page. This is just one of her insane comments that I thought was interesting. She says, when I called, they were laughing. They lied to me and told me no one from the AG's office was there. We requested that our tipsters actually take photos of the vehicles. Then I told the two female dispatchers that I'm going to send the names of all the children of every Mitchell County police officer and Sea City police officer to Sean Adkins' inbox. Sean Adkins is the guy who allegedly killed a little girl. So this is her threatening to send pictures of children to police officers and the city police officers to an alleged child killer. So again, and you know, it's interesting because Osbrook is who she says is defending her in court. I'll show you that in a minute. Okay, so she's threatening to send these cops' kids' pictures to a guy who is an alleged kid killer and pedophile. Interesting. For some reason, she became very upset when I told her that idea. I couldn't understand why. If Sean Adkins isn't danger to the residents of Mitchell County, then why do they care if their children's names are in his possession? It's time to play dirty. They've been playing dirty for 12 years. Is that how a PI talks? Threatening people? That one was, I believe, 5 months ago. So over here, let's take a look at her excuses for the whole cat thing, because she has an excuse for that. Okay. So I went to court this morning. It didn't go well as expected. It was better. I went in having already made the request for a motion to dismiss based upon newly discovered exculpatory evidence and a motion to seal my private info due to the state's star stalker or witness violating the restraining order I have against him. She doesn't. And she's talking, I think, about Mr. Schmidt, her landlord. Before we even address my motions, I was told the DA has a change of heart. Actually, this could be, she has very similar ones. One is about her stalking another guy. She calls him her stalker. Between my rock solid alibi and the discovery of a video showing the state star witness actually committing these crimes, I think the ship has sailed. No one expected me to get my hands on the original video plus the edited version, nor did they anticipate my planning to call 24 alibi witnesses. See, when people start talking about how everybody gets together and edits a video, like, that's when you got to ask, okay, show me. Now, in Karen's case, we saw the video, we saw the edit, we saw the tweaks, we saw the Sally Port being flipped. We saw that, right? When someone's just telling you this shit, I need to see it, bitch. Show it to me, okay? Show it to me. Which is why I think it's very important to note that in the case of Richard Allen, 12 jurors saw videos of him, right? And they didn't see torture. Unfortunately, there is nudity. So I don't know if we're ever going to get to see that. But I think it is important to note that we have yet to see anything doctored. But when you see someone yell out, it's doctored, it's edited, it's a setup, I'm being framed, and they have no proof whatsoever, nothing, not even shit to show a jury and let them make a fucking decision about it. I don't know, dude. Screams like craziness to me. That's after I file the affidavit of hardship and lay out all the damage they have done with this sham arrest and charges. They do not want the public to see that document. That's a promise. I don't know why anyone thought they would get away with this, but they sure did try. They made me turn myself in, stand for a mugshot. Are you going outside? You're going to do he's going out. He's going out to do a stream. He's out of here. And prosecute, get themselves into a huge mess with unnecessary civil suits, which will cost my friends and neighbors money and pave the way for police and prosecutorial misconduct to be proven. As a bonus, they weeded out the people in my life who weren't really rooting for me, giving me a much clearer understanding of who I can and cannot trust. In the meantime, we set a bench trial for July 21st. Didn't get moved to the 25th, but I am told that it most likely will not happen. Oh, it's happening, bitch. All of this for what? To make me look bad? How did that work out for you? I'm still standing and I'm stronger than ever. Epic fail, douchebags. What? When patterns are broken, something is wrong. Let me give you an example. From January through May of this year, a certain animal control officer parked his work vehicle in a parking lot every day at 12:05 p.m. like clockwork. He would back the truck into a lot, hiding the license plate against the brick wall. He would wait a few minutes, then get out of his vehicle, looking around to ensure no one was watching. He would sneak next door to a certain local bar where he would spend his lunch hour. Lunch at a bar? Once he exited the bar, he would sneak back into his truck, sit in it for about 5 minutes, looking around to ensure no one was watching before driving off to continue his workday. We haven't seen him in over a month now, and we're concerned with him. Again, we. Has he suddenly quit drinking? Maybe he's drying out in rehab. For those of you who haven't made the connection, my second set of false charges were levied by the MCPD's Animal Control Division, because you know the old Animal Control Division always spending their time and money trying to set up old fun bags here. Because that's what the Animal Control does. They doctor, they meddle, they scheme. They just want to get Erica. It's all a coup to get Erica. The puppy people have no time to control the puppies when they have to get Erica. This is reasonable. Jesus fucking Christ. They created a set. Oh, wait, no, let's go back. Alleging I took the life of a beloved family pet and abused, neglected some neighborhood kittens. Neighborhood? Well, that's interesting, because I thought they were your fucking cats, bitch. They created a set of false charges. False charges? So heinous, it ensured my reputation would be permanently smeared. You know what's interesting? Before I even knew about the cats, I thought she was a piece of shit. Isn't that wild? Her reputation was already fucked. What is she talking about? This just solidified it. Also crazy how long she had these charges. And the people who are so focused on the Delphi case, who we're supposed to trust, who we're supposed to believe when they tell us that there's a sham and they've gone over every bit of evidence with a fine-tooth comb. Trust me, we're paying attention. How they somehow missed this. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. You know, like if I'm supposed to trust defense attorneys, all her friends, Vinnie Politan, but all these people, I'm supposed to trust them when they couldn't even fucking see this and it was public and there's mugshots. I feel like I don't trust them to meticulously tell me the truth about the Richard Allen case and what went on in trial. I just feel like I don't. Because they fucking missed a cat killer. And I'm sorry, that's not okay. This isn't like if Erica, okay. Let's say Erica came in this chat under a fake name and there's no way I could tell if it's her. Is the onus on me to know? No. But here's another thing. I'm not pushing her agenda. Okay? I'm not cavorting with her. I'm not her friend. I haven't put her, in the courtroom during a very important monumental trial. And I certainly didn't put her on court TV, did I? But I didn't commit those crimes. I was 90 miles away in Delphi. Well, the crime was neglect. So if you were 90 miles away in Delphi, it seemed like you did. Surrounded by lawyers, reporters, and police officers. When Michael Schmidt committed those crimes, your landlord who doesn't live there, who you refuse to pay rent to? Michael was stupid enough to videotape the entire setup to capture the moment. I believe he videotaped it because you destroyed his home. You destroyed his home. And you're supposed to film it for when you take the person to court because you were getting evicted. Ask her about getting drunk and showing autopsy photos to people at a bed and breakfast during the trial. Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, she's a real piece of shit. Will someone from the PD please check on that animal control officer? He visits the bar. His visits to the bar began a little over a week after my false arrest. No, it was a real arrest. It happened. I saw your mugshot. And we're worried the guilt has gotten to him. It's not easy ruining an innocent person's life. Well, you would know a lot about that. The poor, and I know it's not easy for you, hon. You had to move to do it. The poor kid hid his MCPD animal control truck in one parking lot in the city where all my surveillance equipment was being stored after the bastard stole my house. You got evicted. If someone is parked in the lot, they cannot see what's happening on the second floor. Someone could be sitting on the balcony with a video camera and the person in the vehicle would never know it. God, she's a Looney Tune. Okay. So I'm not going to read all this. Okay. I'm just not going to read this. It's too much. But I do want to read a few snippets of it. Here's one. The pattern now is so overwhelming, and even more exculpatory evidence has now been discovered. I understand Fagan is throwing fits like a rabid animal, threatening and screaming to hold this trial and humiliate Erica Morris. I don't think anyone thinks about you at all, hon. Other than, hey, remember that lady who killed those cats? Yeah, she was fucking weird. Hey, remember that bitch who got involved in Delphi and fucked everything up? Hey, remember that bitch who fucked up the Haley? Yeah, these are her FB posts. This is a totally reasonable individual, totally reasonable woman. Here, let me take the comments down so you can read it all. This is just a normal, reasonable post for someone who is a PI, I guess. I mean, Jason solved the Zodiac cipher. He's going to catch whoever killed Kurt Cobain, he says. And he fucking he laps that fucking shit up when the National Choir is like, hey, you want to come over here? You want to come over here, guy? He can't even spell correctly. Like, it's a problem. Okay. So when you see shit that makes it really looks like a person with severe mental health issues, but also like it just looks very Giardi-ish. Okay. It's a lot. When you see rants like this, where it's always fucking someone else, they're trying to frame me just constantly about every situation. I mean, girl, no, it's not that serious. Like, you're not that important to everyone. You really want to be. Like, you moved so you can be. And you take advantage of vulnerable people and move into their orbit and then try to take over and then say we words to make yourself a part of it. But then the second shit goes south and you get pinned for being responsible for your own actions, that's when she dips. She doesn't like to pay rent. She loves to kill cats. And then she likes to gaslight and blame everybody else. Why am I showing you all this? Well, you know, I guess the best way I could here, let me just show you. Let me show you why I'm showing you all this in case you forgot. Because she just tried to take her animal abuse case, okay, and connect it to Richard Allen. That's why I showed you that.
Myself included. They don't want the world.
Wait, you've been charged with something now?
The blood. I got to be careful.
Right.
But the blood spatter expert who testified at the Delphi trial was at my home alone inside my home 2 days before he testified in the trial. And Bob can attest to that. There's so much y'all don't know, Vinny. There's so much. People are scared. And then to have Doug and Dick sit there today and disparage us for the work we've done and talk about the transparency that they claim.
What fucking work did you do, bitch? Because it sounds like you're sitting in your car with expired tags, no PI license, scaring kids at a lemonade stand while you neglect your cats. Bob, quit looking at me like that.
Heard in a case where there was none, where the defense team wasn't even allowed to present a case. Let's go. I'm ready. I told you I was going to talk starting the day the gag order was lifted.
Bitch, I wish you wouldn't. I wish you wouldn't talk. It would be nice if you stopped. This is a problem.
Odinism angle. I just want to clarify this, right? So there's a task force as part of law enforcement, and there's some members of this task force.
I just want to be clear. If Bob comes out and says, oh my God, I rebuke all of that. That bitch was psycho. I'm so sorry. Don't listen to anything she says. And then he takes down the episode that he has with her spewing all this shit and him endorsing it, which is a very popular episode, the one from December 24th. If he did that, fucking good on Bob. Bob fucking rules. It's the after sentencing one. It's the one that a lot of people go to for information on like the Frank's motion. Like, this is wild, dude. This is wild. Like, people can go back and see your old videos. And I don't care. Like, a lot of people don't want to take their videos down. I don't want to lose the clicks. I don't want to use the views. I don't want to lose the super chats. Well, sometimes you got to when you have a nut bag on. And the problem is that he's agreeing with a lot of the shit she's saying, and the shit she's saying is a lie. So that throws me. Yeah, she was on there for 4 hours, dude. Like, it was a real problem. It was a real problem. And it just scares the shit out of me that she's on. Like, at this moment, her mugshot has been in the paper. She done been killing the cats. Everybody knew about it. And not only does no one say shit, they had her on. She made the cat killing case about this without telling them what she did. And everyone's just sitting there looking at me dumb. I'm sorry, I can't. Yeah, she sat in the car, and then there was feedback. And then she tried to blame other guy, and it ended up being her the whole time. She played dumb. God, that was annoying.
Who had a different theory. They did not believe Richard Allen, or Richard Allen wasn't even on the radar yet for anyone, but they believed that the murder of these two girls was connected to some sort of Odinistic or Odinistic.
Yeah, I don't need it coded though, you know, like, with all due respect, I need him to fuck it. Like, you can't just put this shit out and then code your way out of it. You need to denounce that shit, dude. Need to denounce that shit. Dude, Bob, you don't believe her anymore, right? Is this Bob? Bob, you don't believe her anymore. Have you seen the cat killing shit, Bob? We need denouncement. Can you denounce it? Bob, I want to love you. I want to love you. I can't. I hate this woman. She's horrible, and she scares the shit out of me. You know, here in Texas, dude, she did this shit to the Haley Dunn case. She fucked over the entire family. The entire family. And she skips from case to case to case, and she does this shit. And, like, I know that Vinny books crazy fucking people, but, like, we can't, like, dude, we got to denounce this bitch. We got to denounce this bitch. Rebuke her. Rebuke the monster, Bob. Also, I have a lot of Gacy shit I want to send you. But also, like, rebuke. Can we rebuke? Please? Like, you know she killed cats, right? I don't think you choose that, but she asked you, Bob, back me up, and you do. Can you, like, denounce her, please? Like, here's the problem. People look up to you, dude. And not, well, that's not a problem. That rules for you. But, like, people go back and they see the episode with her spewing all her shit in her car, okay? And then they see you talking to her, and they're like, oh, Bob likes her. She's a good one. And the thing is, she's not a good one. She's killed cats. She has fucked over so many families in Texas, and then she went there and did it. It scares the shit out of me. Yeah, but, well, that's pretty funny. That is true. And Vinny's face, too. But the problem is, like, she says, bag me up. And you say, yeah, like, there was no Molotov cocktail thrown in that guy's office. Like, that didn't happen. And also, yeah, Shane was a prison guard, but it was a decade before. So, like, I just don't understand. Are we, like, can we rebuke this bitch? Can we keep her out of Delphi? Can we tell Vinny? Because he keeps having her back. He keeps having her back, and it scares the shit out of me. Like, can we agree that, like, I haven't touched Erica since that day after sentencing, cat case or not? Well, the cat case happened before it. Yeah, no, that's Bob, dude. Yeah, no, I'm talking to him. I know, Ivy Push. I know. Well, good. I'm glad you haven't. So do you endorse the shit that she was saying, though? Yeah, she did put him in a tough spot. God damn it, Vinny. Well, now I feel bad because it does look like you're being tortured. So just to be clear, let me ask you a question. Did she ever tell you guys about the Haley Dunn case? Do you know that she does not have her PI licensing? Dude, I didn't attach you. She asked you, bag me up, and you said yes. That's what I'm saying. Like, are you, like, you deny it now? Like, you're, like, not deny it. You rebuke her? You dropped her like a third period French. No, yeah, no, I'm glad he's clarifying. I want Bob here. I want him to clarify. No, I didn't. Wait, what was the question I asked? Well, she said, bag me up, Bob. And you went, yep. So that's why I'm like, I wish we could go back and reverse what was that.
Died at the hands of an Odinist prison guard 5 days after he turned that report in.
Wait. Say that again?
To tell you, Vinny. Back me on this. Am I lying?
No, she's talking about Greg Ferenczi, who was one of the three authors of the Odin report that Click, Ferenczi, and Kevin Murphy all put together because they continued that line of investigation for years until Greg Ferenczi was killed, and that was in front of a federal building shortly after he turned in that document.
Explain this to how was he killed? So the man who was killed was working for the FBI or was part of the task force? Who exactly was he?
He was one of the three members of the task force tasked with investigating all of the tips related, and I mean all of the tips related to a particular group of individuals. And Greg authored the report. It was turned in, I believe, on May 2nd. And he, on May 7th, was sitting in an office inside the federal building in, I believe it was Indy or Terre Haute. And a Molotov cocktail was thrown through his office window.
So that's not true. Molotov cocktail was not thrown through his office window. Like, it wasn't. And also Greg's family, like, and Shane's family, like, they're getting drug into this, dude. Like, people are watching this again for the resentencing and shit. Or the wanting to do the appeal. That's what's concerning.
Vacated his office, ran outside in front of the federal building, and that is when he was shot in the head by a former prison guard who is very openly tied to Odinism.
And that's another thing. He's not openly tied to Odinism. He's not an Odinist at all. He's a Christian, and he went to 2 churches. He had a head injury when he was in prison, or when he worked in a prison years before. Then the federal government didn't pay for his medical care after and fired him. And then he was pissed off at the feds for not covering his medical bills. Oh, she was saying shit that you never heard about Ferenczi. So just a heads up. I don't know if you know this, because she was feeding you a load of shit, dude. Like, she's feeding the world a load of shit right here. That guy, Ferenczi, or not Ferenczi, Shane, First of all, she's saying he has ties to Odinism. She was basing all this on a fucking tattoo, and it was a different Shane. It was a soccer player. This Shane, definitely 100% not the same Shane. And also, that guy Shane, like, he had a head injury, and he had no idea. You had never heard? Well, there you go. Bob, I want to apologize to you today. Let me bring my face up. What's up, Bob? I want to apologize to you. You're a good man. Thank you for coming on and clarifying for us. I'm telling you, I'm over here going like, I cannot handle this cat killing bitch saying this crazy shit and bringing these people in on this and making them look bad because I want to love Bob and this pisses me off. And fucking, I'm a feisty, loud bitch, and you came in here and you corrected me and you let me know how you feel, and thank you. And I can see the look on both of your faces, but the problem is what she said. Do you see what I mean here? Like, she's saying all this stuff. That's because those things aren't correct. That's why I emailed her after this segment. Email to her, Erica, of being Meehan, and the guy Prof just accused of being Meehan, and it wasn't. And to be fair, well, true, Christians. I'm just saying the churches that he went to were these evangelical churches. His family said, no, he's not an Odinist, and he has no Odinist tattoos, and he has no ties whatsoever to Odinism. She's saying he was a well-known Odinist. So if Bob had never heard this shit before, and she's just springing it on there now, fair enough. Mitty wants to give you praise. I love you and Allie, Bob. If anything, I was worried that you may have had this lady still in your circle. Good. I hate what is going on in public with several people that have been covering the case. It doesn't help Rick Allen. Fair enough. I mean, I personally think that they got the right guy, but I know that you think that they don't. So, you have every right to feel that way. I'm very curious about Erica. Is she still friends with Kathy? Like, does Kathy know what she did with the cats? You're very concerned about. I genuinely, you need to know, if you haven't looked into it, when she was on the Haley Dunn case, she exploited the shit out of the biological father of the girl who was murdered, and it was bad. And she stayed in his ear for a very long time. And I mean, I know that a lot of people really care about Kathy's well-being. To me, it's like an Asa thing. I feel like she's in a tough position. This woman is going to do horrible things and exploit the shit out of her. So I really do think if you have an ear with Kathy, if you can talk to her, if she doesn't know about all this shit, please share this with her. If you want me to email you information on her and her background check, because I know you're a lawyer, you don't do the sleuthy shit, I'll send you everything I can on her from Texas, because she did a bunch of bad shit here. So egregious, she should be in prison. She's still close with Kat. Really doubt she has looked at, yeah. And so that's what sucks. This woman is going to fuck Kathy over. Okay. And regardless of how I feel of whether Richard is guilty or innocent, Kathy doesn't fucking deserve that. And this woman is going to fuck her over, like, without a doubt, because she's done it to extremely vulnerable family members in the past. Well, she might listen to Bob. I mean, aren't you guys close, Bob? Can you get her? Can you at least show her some of the things that this lady did, or have someone talk to her? Because this is bad. When I say this woman's gonna fuck her over, I'm talking like she'll steal from her house, she'll fuck her over financially. What? I would never talk shit about a Garcia tie. Also, what's a Garcia tie? No, she doesn't. She's a victim in all of this. Dude, yeah. I mean, of course she's a victim. She didn't fucking do it, and she's got to deal with this shit happening to her family, Regardless of how you feel about Richard, whether he did it or not, she didn't. She was shaking in that interview, and they probably told her a lot of fucked up shit. So, I'm really worried that this woman is going to get into her ear. And stay in her life and fuck it up the way she did Haley Dunn's dad and many, many others. Many others. What is a Garcia tie? Now I want to know. I think Bob is in a rough spot, not wanting to rock the boat with Kathy and push her away. She still needs good dude, of course. I just think that here's the thing. We don't want Kathy to get fucked over. She's vulnerable. She's a victim. She's a victim of when the whole world wants to kill your husband. If she believes her husband and doesn't think he did, and even if she does, she's a victim. And this lady has done this so much here. And then to go to Indiana and do it. And then to lie about being a PI in Chicago. Oh, it's so much. A Jerry Garcia Christmas tie. Oh, I didn't know Jerry Garcia had Christmas ties. What the fuck? He made ties? God damn. We learn new things every day, don't we? Well, Bob, I apologize for questioning you. Thank you for coming here and answering the questions. You didn't have to do that, and I appreciate you. But if you can you tell Kathy to run? Get the fuck away from that lady. Get the fuck away from her. She's going to fuck her over really, really bad. Like, I'm talking like steal her checkbook and shit. Like, this woman, allegedly for entertainment purposes only. And also, she kills cats. Is it the tie on Bob's body in this segment? I think so. It's a Christmas tie. Mandy let you know. Excellent. Excellent. Think of the people who tried to let her know, but she still doesn't know how to. Well, Vinny is the one who should tell. God damn it. Anthony Garcia, I wasn't going to ask him. Well, who's Anthony Garcia? Who the fuck is Tony Garcia? Anthony? How many fucking people make ties in this town? I'm so confused. I feel so much secondhand. Would it make it less uncomfortable if we stopped playing it? I think we get the idea. The point was to show people what she's saying about Greg and Shane, and then to show that not only is she fucking way wrong, right? But come on, that he's not a ginger soccer star with the Viking tattoo. It's not the same guy. Bob, question, Bob, do you know? Okay. We are wrapping it up because we do have a part 3 later. Like way later. Back me up, Bob. See, and Anthony Garcia is your former client. Is it Jerry Garcia's son? Wait, I don't want to get... Okay. My head's going to explode from the Garcias because I know I am related to some Garcias. And now I'm sitting here going, are you talking about my great uncle? What's going on here? Does he make ties? Bob, this is the important question. Now that you're here, this was actually all just a lure. We lured you. Okay, we lured you, and now it's time for the grooming. Have you ever seen this? Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't been on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't lay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never shit, he's on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Look, shit, you just like a back. Shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass off. So that's a big boy on the roof, Bob. Should we show him Marcus? Bob, do you want to see something more fucked up than anything you've probably ever seen in trial? Have you ever seen a VR worm try to free a Cantonese frog from a Puerto Rican prison before? Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Paul. Again, I want to apologize to Bob. I didn't look. I knew something was up because this bitch does it. She says we and attaches herself to people. And I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Who is called? Oh my God. There's no fucking way this woman is going to keep. Bob's actually the one filming this. Jesus Christ. There's no fucking way this woman can keep glomming on to people. Like he must not know. They must not know how crazy she is yet. But it sounds like you know, and now you rebuke the bitch. So Bob, Defense Diaries rebukes this bitch. I'm gonna go get ice cream today. I don't even like ice cream, but I'm going to. Because this is great. This is great. And you have an ear with Kathy Allen. So if this bitch tries to come at her, you can let her know, right? And if Kathy doesn't want to hear it, or if Kathy's like, let me mind my own business, show her big boy on the roof. It works every time. Do you understand? Big boy on the roof is going to get so many people so far in life. Yeah, family hugs, Nicole. Look, she's happy. It's the thing I just want Erica to go away. You want to play it again, Stevie? Stevie, we have company, and they're going to get annoyed with it. And we don't want the quality. Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Never seen a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy ain't grilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never shit, he's on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Look, shit, you just like a fat. Shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass out. Listen, if your name is Bob Mata and you've been bullied by me, I need you to go to a place called Morgan & Morgan and let them know that you're entitled to compensation. If you like Big Boy on the Roof and you reject Erica, call Morgan & Morgan right fucking now. I think, don't we have a banner for this? Don't we have a Morgan & Morgan banner for times exactly like this? What does this one say? I think this one's about this one. Have you lost a child at the fair? Call Morgan & Morgan. We have him. That's not good for right now. Tired of Free Britney? Call Morgan & Morgan. We'll cage her up and get you a toxic settlement. Now, that's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, I think that one works. Where is Megan? She's not here to bully anyone. She hasn't bullied Bob yet. I can't believe Erica's on fucking TV saying weird shit again. Okay. What's the other thing? Oh, yeah, she was a state actor. That's another one. Here's the good news. Here's the good news. And this is, we have to do this spoiler. All right. Because we have to give due diligence. Regardless of whether you believe he's guilty or not guilty, we have to give due diligence. Look at this. Defense. PI does not speak on behalf of the legal team. This makes me thrilled. There are a lot of clout grabbers out there right now that are saying and doing things that are not helpful to Rick and Kathy. That's a good statement. That's a good statement. Can I confess that for a long time? Like I'm 40. Okay. I feel old. My bones hurt. All right. Sometimes I'm like a Honda. Sometimes I leak and I'm like, where's that coming from? I hear a noise. I'm like, what is that? If I ignore it, it'll go away, that type of shit. I'm uninsured, things like that. But I'm telling you, dude, I'm telling you, for the longest time, I thought people were saying kraut. Like, I was like, what is with all these sauerkraut enthusiasts? Am I a kraut chaser? Are they just saying it because I'm Polish? Yeah, she seems very quiet. Kathy does. The roof is on fire. Well, not if the big boy's on it. He'll flap it out. It is respectable. Goddamn, I respect the shit out of Bob. Because, like, again, I'm a loudmouth. I do roast battles for a living. I could fucking say some mean shit to people by accident or on purpose. Bob doesn't give a fuck. Bob came in here and was like, who's this bitch? What's she saying? No, I rebuke this shit. Here's my answers. He didn't have to do that. He did that. He didn't have to. He doesn't have to fucking answer to me. I'm a fucking nobody. But he did. Respect. Have you ever listened to Defense Diaries? Because if you haven't, Morgan & Morgan will be called and I will be suing you. Because official sponsor? Are you Defense Diaries channel? Are you an official sponsor? Because I only do non-consensual sponsors. I will force you to sponsor me against your will. Can a YouTube channel sponsor another YouTube channel? Because I feel like Morgan & Morgan has one. They also gave the same statement to Fox 59 when they reached out too. Do not get us started. We're not going to talk coffin water today. Coffin water, coffin slopper, coffin robber. They love the lead into and we talked about this at the beginning of this episode today, the great segues that they do, where they're like, oh, wow, this girl was murdered and her limbs were ripped apart. You know what rips me apart? When people don't call Morgan & Morgan. It's like, that's so fucking crazy. We are pioneers. We broke barriers today. Bob broke the barrier. Bob was like the Kool-Aid man. He fucking came in here and he was like, oh yeah, what? Remember when BD posted the search troll and she thought it was real? Who's BD? Bo Dallas? I would, dude, swimmingly? I can swim. Oh, yeah. Well, now we have to make a Kool-Aid man with the mustache. Fuck, how are we going to do that? Also, don't let me forget, we have to do the thing where we take the golfer guy. Are we going to watch the golf? Do we need to watch the golfer guy again? I feel like we do. Hey, Bob, have you ever seen the Canadian golfer video? Dude, I swam across the border. I'll be fine, Sherlock. I'll be fine. Stevie wants to see it. Whatever my son Stevie wants, he gets. Okay? Stevie controls this. LOL at search troll read by Coffin Doffer. What a Coffin Slopper read. She said that she had a partner once who worked in AI for 25 years. I was like, bitch, IBM was barely starting AI experimentation. Like, Watson was technically the first AI, but there wasn't a thing for AI training 25 years ago. And then she used ChatGPT to make her prompt to prove that she has this friend who studied AI so that she could say the Sebastian Rogers picture was real, and it ended up being AI. That was probably the fucking worst thing I've ever seen her do. Just on a stupidity level, that was wild. From a tech level, that was like, I was like, whoa. Like, it was really crazy. But also, okay, before I forget, so this is them rebuking it, saying she does not speak for us. Yes, play putt-putt, your head golf, but remember, Morgan & Morgan are there with your Budweiser. That is true. This time, no one should confidently form an opinion about Richard Allen's guilt. No one has seen all the evidence or transcripts. That's just it's actually a pretty good opinion, litigation examiner. Yeah, I could go with that. I agree. I'm not 100% on how I feel about Richard. I feel they got the guy, but I'm never 100%. I need, again, like you said, we got to see the docs. I'm always open to being wrong. Here's the thing. If I'm wrong, that's a great thing for Kathy, right? So it's great for someone. It's a great thing for the people who fought for him. It's a great thing for those who, who believe in him, and for the girls, because then they can get the guy. But, if it ends up, if the evidence is not there, if I see everything and I'm like, I don't know, I think they got the right guy, right? And then they solidify it, then good, they got the guy. Like, I don't know these people. I don't know any of them, and I'd like to see more information. I would like to see it. I'd like when Turbo and Teddy come on, I'd like to ask them a lot of questions that are commonly asked, or what's the word? That are stated with like the fervor of like, people who are like, I was there, I was a juror. Like, I want to see the shit that people ask. I want to collect it. I have a bunch of questions for them. The most common things that here's my problem with it type of things. And I want to see what was said. I want to see what their notes say. I'd like to, when all the documents come out, I would like to go over them with a fine tooth comb. I have a feeling there's going to be a ton of them, so it's going to take us forever. Fuck yes. Anyone who blames Kelsey can get fucked. They can get fucked, and I want to bite them, and I don't want to bite people. I'm a human. I shouldn't want that, but I want to bite them. I want to bite them so bad. I just want to like fucking pop them in the mouth. Like, what's wrong with you? Anyway, golfer guy. Let's see. We saw Big Boy on the roof. We'll never get all. Yeah, we're not going to get. And what's tricky is this is juveniles, right? So it's juveniles, and then you've got the element of the disturbing nature of some of it, that like the more graphic stuff. I mainly just want to see, it's a lot of technical questions. I really want to see the DNA stuff. I have questions about the digital evidence, the extractions, the geofencing I kind of get. I want to look more at like, I just don't understand why some things couldn't. I don't know if they were, so I'm not going to say they couldn't, but there's some things as far as like tracking the phones that I'm very interested in. The Jack thing was pretty, there's a lot of people who know about the water log issue, but I wish prosecution would have had that on deck, I guess, as opposed to running out and having to look it up. That was pretty weird. That's the part that made me feel weird. It was like, well, goddamn. Where's this fucking video? Guys, we just watched it. Oh, shit. I saw nudity. Oh, yeah, golf fight. I'll just put that in. That'll pop up. Here it is. Where is it? Oh, no. Okay. What's that? What was it, guys? What this is so great. What was the name of the NHL guy, you guys? Nudes, yeah, Darlene. Yeah, we do have Satan here. Guys, we need to find what was the guy from the NHL guy? Tarnasky. There he is. Tarnasky. I feel like we should end on this. We'll do more Erica stuff later. I actually have so much more on her background. But again, this is more of a don't listen to this crazy bitch instead of like, definitely don't go bother her or smear her, but like, don't trust her and report her. Like, if anything, like, you need PI licenses. Like, this is really crazy. Like in Texas, she was already doing something highly illegal. She could have gone to jail if someone would have reported her, but nobody did. And that was very concerning. Tarnasky. Why is it showing up? Here it is. Yes, dude. Someone already made a painting? Oh, God. Oh, shit. Hold on. Look at this. Yeah, it's the golf vid, dude. It's the golf vid. We're about to watch it. Don't insult Satan. We have our own Satan on this channel, and he's very careful. He sneaks and lurks, and he will haunt your dreams if he sees you say something. Okay. So this has been made, and now I want it, and I need it. This is amazing. Also, they did put a sign where he got tossed in the lake. The memorial sign. Yeah, they put up the memorial sign. Incredible. So what we're going to do is we're going to put very specific music. behind this that is going to be very incredible. I feel like, wasn't there a longer version? Is it just a minute? No, it's 2 minutes, right? I think this is the whole thing. No, we want the big one. Yeah, is that where the, look at that, off to a good start, buddy. That's a motivational poster.
Yeah, we will, man. Go now. Like, pack up, go now.
The Ric Flair.
You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself. Hey.
Oh.
Come on, man. Hey. Hey. Off to a good start, buddy. I fucking told you. Man, leave him alone. You want another? You want one too? Came at me. Alone, man. I got it all on record.
On record. I got it all on record. I love the way he says record. And that was a Ric Flair woo if I've ever seen it.
Hey, you want to fucking go, guys? Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man.
He does, and he takes off his glove, which what sucks is the beginning of this is cut off, and you don't get to see it, but he has a white glove on. He just takes it off and throws it down. Shades are on the ground, and he's ready to get his ass whooped.
Fucking moron. Hey, come on, man.
I'm glad you asked. This is a grown-ass man commentating his own fist fight as he beats the fucking tar out of an idiot. Because here's the thing, when you're golfing, you need to expedite yourself. You need to be quick. People are waiting on you. And they are older men, and they are ready to fight. They're all ready. These guys are on coke, I think. But like most dudes, it's like, hurry the fuck up. This is my only time. Like they take it very seriously. They're tired of wait. Yeah. He's going to record for Morgan and Morgan. And if you haven't called them yet, have you had the shit beat out of you at a golf course? Call Morgan and Morgan.
I got it all on record. It's around the goal. I got it all.
I just noticed he crawls on all fours out of the lake. He crawls on all fours like a creepy demon.
You came at me. Alone, man. I got it all on record. It's around the goal. I got it all on record. It's around the goal. Hey,
no, not yet.
Go, guys. Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man. I wouldn't keep going back. You fucking moron. Hey, come on, man. No, I'm not trying to get in there.
Nice.
Enough.
Enough.
Enough. Get out.
It's oot.
Hey. Enough. Hey. Get him.
This is like when the Big Show got picked up by Cesaro and thrown over the ropes at SummerSlam. This is amazing. It's like, how did he do that? Record. 2 separate words. They're hockey punches. Ragdolled. Yeeted. Literally got yeeted.
Are you still cheering on me?
And I had no idea they made angry Canadians. I didn't know they could do that. I didn't know. I thought hockey, they were just having fun when they were fighting. Turns out they can be angry.
Get out! Hey. Enough! Hey. Get him the fuck out of here! No, it's not going to go well. It's not okay. Take him home or get him fucking out of here. Fucking get moving. I said stop looking like an idiot. Get up.
He did say stop looking like an idiot. He did say that, and the guy didn't stop looking like an idiot, so he had to do that. It's really crazy. Yeah, what's his name? Sarnacki? He did. The angry ones come from an island called Cape Breton. Oh, shit. Yeah, that yeet. You want to see it again? It's my favorite thing.
Out of here. You go back, you fucking moron.
Right here.
Hey. Come on, man. No, I'm not trying to get in there. Like, just like, fuck. Enough! Are you still cheering on me? Enough! Get out!
Dude, I love how we watched this video over this and Big Boy on the Roof. The whole first hour of the stream was just that. And it was just because I knew Erica would be watching. I just wanted to piss her off and play it over and over and over. But then it's like, I got addicted. Call 1-800-97-MEGAN and Megan. Show the new sign. Oh, I got to go pull it out. Let me see if I can find it. The cross is already there, dude. It is? Wait, what?
Hey. Enough! Hey.
Oh, in the background.
Get him the fuck out of here! No, it's not going to go well. It's not.
Dude, yeah. We told you they're Canadian. Of course they're drunk.
Okay. Take him home or get him fucking out of here. Fucking get moving. I said stop looking like an idiot. Get out of here. Fucking.
dude, it's perfect. It's perfect. There's got to be the longer one, though. I like the whole beginning. Dude, is that him getting yeeted? Oh, shit. I should have known they're going to have all the good stuff out today. Today's going to be oh, my God. Well, that's going to get a like. This is incredible. Yep, that's the Bob Barker part. Okay, here it is. This is the full one.
Enough.
Listen, we got a lot accomplished in this stream. I got to go walk He's my Hugin, though. All right? He's pissed. He's going to start headbutting me soon. Yeah, the Canadian Heritage commercial. Stevie's crying now. This is beautiful. I think something beautiful happened today on the stream. Okay? We didn't even have to play a moose flute. Bob Mata showed up. He corrected the record. He rebuked Erica's bullshit. You're gonna protect Kathy, no? You're gonna protect her from Psycho Hose Beast? You don't have to say yes. I'll read your face. We learned about Big Boy on the Roof. Speaking of Big Boy on the Roof, if this has ever happened to you, you're gonna need to call Morgan and Morgan.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got titties on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Oh shit, big boy get loose. Oh shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never shit, he's falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hump on the roof. How you do it like that? Oh shit, you just like a fat. Oh shit, pick up your fat. Oh, I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Take a big ass.
Yeah, dude, they're on the roof. He's a big boy. He's on the roof. Have you ever seen one grill on the roof? Anyway, we did a lot today. We learned a valuable lesson about friendship. I shut the fuck up and got so scared. I thought Bob was going to come in and buradanga me or do like the rapa away with the fucking cilantro. And then I'm going to turn into a ghost and float away. Instead, we had a beautiful moment where we both rebuked the same bitch. Then we clarified that Shane is not an Odinist. Okay? Vinny does kind of look like Papa Rogers, and I don't care what you guys say. He does. Okay? We learned about big boys being on roofs. We saw a golf fight. I think we all learned valuable lessons about friendship. I found out Jerry Garcia made ties. I thought he just made jams. I thought he just made prog rock, if you will. Maybe acid. I don't know what he did. Lysergic. I don't know. All right. The financier. But turns out, everything worked out. I feel like it was a solid It was a solid Sunday, a solid Sabbath. He made amazing items. Okay. He does look like Papa Rogers, right? And I'm so tired of people. Hank is a Zodiac killer. Hank Breenan. I've told you guys, he looks just like the sketch. I'm sorry. Colin did it. How do we know Colin didn't do Delphi? I apologize. That was inappropriate. But also, then sometimes you need Morgan and Morgan. Stevie saw titties. Stevie, you didn't see titties. Oh, you learned backs have titties. Okay, yeah, you did see some titties. On a back, you saw back titties. That's pretty cool. Back titties, front butts, we saw it all. What else? What else? We now becoming a member. Okay, good. Listen, don't join this shit. All right? Don't. I don't need the pressure. Unsub. Everybody unsub for me right now. I don't need this pressure. I don't need it. I don't need it. Megan, you're bullying again. I'm going to call Morgan and Morgan. I'm sorry I ruined Vinny for you, but he ruined himself. Okay? Now I blame him for putting Bob in the uncomfortable position. C. Smith loves it. Good. I spread the word last night that BK is not Papa Roger. Thank Christ, because people need to know he's not Papa Roger, dude. Oddly, it's a guy from Indiana. He has kids. He cares about the school board, and everybody scared him. He used to be law enforcement. He knows. I mean, goddamn, someone says K-bar knife, and he goes, those come with a sheath. You can't fuck it. Who carries a knife around without a sheath? And now all of a sudden he's Brian. That's so crazy. No, you could be a bad mod. It's fine. You almost saw you'll see him one day. Oh no, way never. Vinny did it. Okay. Well, there you go. You solved it. I agree. He would be appalled yet really confused. I mean, I don't know what's confusing. This woman killed cats. Don't talk to her anymore. I don't fucking know, dude. It's just Bob, show us on the doll where Vinny hurt you. You can't hurt Bob. He has a puffer jacket. Don't you have puffer jackets? Hey, what's up with people in the Midwest? Kind of like they always have puffer jackets. Are those actually very warm? I thought they were for fashion, but someone told me they're very warm. They have bookers. He needs new bookers, dude. Dude, he books Gray Hughes. Like, that's... Gray Hughes is the guy that they hire to just yell at you for everything. Like, if there was someone... Like, that guy, he microwaves flies. He microwaves flies. That woman didn't pay her rent for 14 months. Burn her. I'm sorry. She's a witch. Burn her. Stevie, don't go. It's 60 seconds. Yeah, don't worry. We have 2 minutes, allegedly. Everything I said today, by the way, is alleged and for entertainment purposes only. And if you sue me, you're not getting anything. If you sue me, you'll probably make my life better, folks. So look out. Who's hella warm? Start with 10 seconds. Don't even listen, leave witches alone. No, burn them. Burn them because they're scary and women shouldn't fly. What if I get canceled for saying women shouldn't fly on brooms? Like, that is, listen, we're not there yet. They're not ready. We are not ready to take flight on a stick. We're not prepared. He cared for GH on the last interview. I think Bob was on there too, if I'm not mistaken. What does IDT mean? I didn't think he cared for GH in the last interview. I think Bob, have you ever been stuck on a panel with don't answer. We don't want to put him in more uncomfortable positions where he has to rebuke anybody else, but I will rebuke them. Fuck you, Gray. He's annoy the shit out of me. Just I've never had anyone yell at me for a super chat before until I not even met him. I just was on his channel once. I think I sent him one and then he fucking yelled at me. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? I just gave you my last $5, you piece of shit. Gray, not Bob. I'm so relieved to feel nobody's ever in the middle of anything. Unless it's a nutshell. How do I get out of this nutshell? I got drunk and thought I was arguing with Gray Peeps on X, but it was a different Gray. They do book you with a lot of crazies, Bobs, you should ask them to pay you. When microwaving flies, the microwave blew up. But stick with Morgan & Morgan, and it can... Dude, you guys get it. We're getting it. Everybody in the group starting to really get it. We're going to do segues from now on. So if you think of a good Morgan & Morgan segue for anything we talk about, yeah, and anatomically and ergonomically, we're not ready for broomsticks. I have a bad back and I'm fat. Like, don't put me on a stick and make me fly. The DePetro of Delphi. That's who Erica is. I was thinking the KP, the Krusty. Dude, seriously, same. Fuck, great. Yeah, good. Let hate fill in your heart on this Sunday. I typically don't touch the buttons. Don't ever touch a button. Oh my God. Don't you time out, CV. That's more accurate. No, I won't. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore, you guys, but I'm loving it. When people will go on the UF channel and say stupid shit, I automatically want to hide them for 86K seconds. Oh, Erica is the KB, not the Grant. I'm the Grant. How dare you? How dare you stick with a Roomba? Do you mean stick with a Roomba like you're holding the stick and you're on the Roomba? Or are you saying just go with the Roomba? Oh, shit. That's actually fun wordplay. don't send her to Canada. I like Canadians. I don't want them to have to go through that. I don't think they can handle her. She's too intense. Well, actually, after seeing these golf guys, you know what? You need to time me out because I'm done. Grant wears the shoelace belt. Stay with the Ruba. Okay. That, all right. It does. All right. Guys, we've had a good one. We'll hose Erica with jizz another day because we're going on fucking 5 hours. I can't do it. You'll time me out, please. I deserve it. K-Dubs, bye. We're going to watch this guy beat the shit out of the other guy again. I feel like we learned a lot today. There were rebukes. Some of you asked Christ into your heart. You're grounded. How dare you? It was fun chatting. Shouldn't be allowed over the border. I'm going to go across. What if I go, this is so fucked up. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to say it. What if I try to leave the US by swimming across the border, but into Mexico? I don't think anyone's ever done that. Like, instead of swimming across here into America, like, what if I try to go there? But like, I don't have to, I could walk across, but I just swim just to be the one who did that. It was a bad idea. Whatever. Fuck it. Here you go.
Drive the fuck up there or you're going to get booted the fuck out of here. Enough. You're not a tough guy. Hurry up. I'll fucking promise you that. Hurry up. Not that fucking
No, he's
tough.
not.
Not that fucking
He's not.
tough.
He's not tough.
No, he's pretty tough.
He's not tough.
Fucking tough.
You're not tough.
Hey,
You're not tough.
Let's get going.
Get going.
Or you can play behind us all and you can take all the fucking time you want. This is fucking
You're not
embarrassing.
tough.
This is golf. This is not
Yeah,
golf.
it's not.
You can stand there 15 fucking minutes.
You
That's
can't
not
even.
golf.
You guys can't even stand
up.
until your ball up, man.
He's not teeing it up. He's standing
Do
there.
we need to get the police out here?
No, we don't need police.
Okay, then let's get going here.
Let's go. Pick your shit up and get going. This is not fun. We're what? I'm gonna throw him in this fucking lake. Is what's gonna happen. No, fuck you both. This is fucking bullshit. They've been sitting there for fucking 23 minutes. Well, cry about it. Fucking cry about it. I'm going to. Fucking cry about I'm gonna it. fucking cry you about fucking it. pussy. I'm a pussy. Like, fucking cry about it. Buddy, you're gonna get fucking shit to. I don't give a fuck. Like badly. Good. Let's fucking badly. go, man. Buddy.
Oh.
You don't want to go. You don't
No,
wanna go.
I'm not filming this. I'm not stopping. No,
I don't know what
you guys need to get off the golf course.
Yeah, we will, man.
No, now. Like, pack up, go now. Get your cart and go.
Don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself.
Hey, man. Come on, man. Hey.
Off to a good start, buddy. I fucking told you. Man, leave him alone.
You want another?
He
You
just
want one
fucking
too?
came at me.
Leave him alone, man. I got it all on record. Stopping. No,
I don't know what
you guys need to get off the golf course.
Yeah, we will, man.
No, now. Like, pack up, go now. Get your cart and go.
Don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself.
Hey, man. Come on, man. Hey.
Off to a good start, buddy. I fucking told you. Man, leave him alone.
You want another?
He
You
just
want one
fucking
too?
came at me.
Leave him alone, man. I got it all on record.
It's around the goal.
I got it all on record.
Around the goal. Hey, you want to fucking go, guys? Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man. I wouldn't you go back, you fucking moron. Hey, come on.